Chapter 102. While he was in a trance, Xiao Han felt as if he was being carried into a carriage. Not long after, the sound of the carriage could be heard and the fragrance of orchids and musk lingered in his nose. It actually caused Xiao Han's heart to feel relaxed in this chaotic time of war, and he felt a sense of peace and joy. Furthermore, Xiao Han heard a pleasant female voice speaking in a soft and gentle voice. However, it contained a kind of heartbreaking sadness and melancholy. Who saved me? It seems to be a woman. Xiao Han's willpower was very tenacious. Even though he was seriously injured and unconscious, he still woke up bit by bit. But I want to wake up. She will take me somewhere. In Xiao Han's 9 true acupoints, his true qi was slowly recovering. His consciousness began to instinctively visualize the inextinguishable golden body's 1 to 40 movements. The warm current in his body, which was as fine as gossamer, grew and awakened bit by bit. A faint golden light that was almost invisible to the naked eye filled every inch of Xiao Han's muscles, skin, bones and flesh. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Han felt as if he was being carried out of the carriage by someone using true qi. Then, he lay down on a bed. Not long after, Uncle Hu, he still hasn't woken up. Ask Imperial Physician Lu to come and take a look. A simple and elegant female voice sounded. Your Highness, this young man might not be sick. He might have suffered a very serious injury. It should have been caused by a fierce battle. An old and dignified voice sounded. I'm afraid Imperial Physician Lu is also helpless. At this time, Xiao Han could finally open his eyes. No need to ask Imperial Physician. This was Xiao Han's first sentence. You're awake? The simple and elegant female voice sounded surprised and happy. Gradually, Xiao Han's vision began to clear up. An extremely beautiful girl with a graceful bearing and noble temperament appeared in his sight. Although she was on the verge of death, Xiao Han was still stunned by this girl's supreme temperament and beauty. This girl's appearance was definitely not inferior to Lan Shirong, Jing Yanxue, and Xiao Yunrong. Turning his gaze, he saw a few maidservants standing behind the girl. In addition, there were 2 martial artists in the true qi realm, one old and one young. What is this place? Xiao Han was shocked and curious. Looking around, he realized that he was lying on a soft bed. The room was extremely spacious. The layout was ingenious, the windows were bright and clean, the windows were green, the mahogany furniture was antique. Jewels were everywhere. At a glance, he could tell that it was a wealthy family. Oh. You don't have to panic. This is Yihua Palace, Missouri Hen's fief. No one will disturb Mister's recuperation. Princess Mo Hen was exceptionally intelligent. When she saw Xiao Han's eyes flickering with great vigilance and uneasiness, she immediately comforted him. Yihua Palace? A fief? Xiao Han was taken aback. Mo Hen's bright and beautiful eyes turned as she explained. Sir, the meaning of a fief is the private first rank that Imperial Father bestowed upon Mo Hen. Outsiders did not dare to break in. Otherwise, you will be sentenced to death. Royal Father? Xiao Han was getting more and more shocked. Young man, this is the Imperial Palace of the Beacon Fire Empire. This is the 17th princess. It was Her Royal Highness who rescued you from the river. Who are you? The old man in the true energy realm looked at Xiao Han cautiously. Cough. Xiao Han choked all of a sudden. He thought, damn it. Your father, am really unlucky. I was actually sent to the Imperial Palace. Uncle Hu, don't scare him. He has just woken up. Mo Hen glared at the old man in the true energy realm with slight annoyance. The old man in the true energy realm hurriedly pulled Mo Hen to the side. Your Royal Highness, this young man's origin is unknown. If you rashly bring him to Yihua Palace, I'm afraid it will not be good. How about reporting this matter to the Emperor and let him decide? Uncle Hu, imperial father will not pay attention to these small matters. Besides, he might even scold Imo Hen. Uncle Hu, I beg you, don't tell anyone about this matter. Imo Hen pulled the sleeves of the old man in the true energy realm and acted like a spoiled child. AI. The old man in the true energy realm looked at Imo Hen dotingly. In his mind, he could not help but recall that time when she was still a naive little girl, from time to time pulling his sleeves and acting like a spoiled child, begging for all kinds of things. The old man's heart softened and he said with a smile. All right, Your Royal Highness, this old minister will do as you say. However, Your Royal Highness is of noble birth, you absolutely cannot put yourself in danger. This young man, right now, is still uncertain. In the future, Your Royal Highness cannot come to see him alone. Uncle Hu, Imo Hen doesn't think he is a bad person. Imo Hen saved him, he should not harm Imo Hen and repay kindness with enmity. Imo Hen said. My Royal Highness, Jianghu is full of ghosts and people's hearts are sinister. The old man in the true energy realm sighed. He could not help but reach out and stroke Imo Hen's waterfall-like hair like a loving father. The emperor is really cruel, he actually wants to marry Princess Imo Hen to the eastern domain. However, Princess Imo Hen, in this old minister's life, I will definitely serve you and protect your safety. Imo Hen knows how good Uncle Hu is. Uncle Hu, you guys go out first, I want to talk to him alone. Princess Imo Hen pulled and pulled, wanting to dismiss the old man in the true energy realm, the other true energy realm, and several maids. All right, Uncle Hu, left bodyguard, he is seriously injured and has just woken up. He does not have the strength to harm Imo Hen. You guys can just guard outside the door. Imo Hen dismissed everyone and carefully closed the door. She came to the bedside and sat on an expensive wooden stool. She opened her eyes wide and curiously looked at Xiao Han as she blurted out. Mister, you won't harm Imo Hen, right? Xiao Han felt that this princess seemed to be somewhat ignorant of the world's affairs. I naturally will not harm Her Royal Highness. Does Her Royal Highness think that I am an evil person? Not at all, Imo Hen said very seriously. Heh. Along with the flow of the indestructible golden body in his body, Xiao Han's injured body recovered very quickly. Her Royal Highness, to tell you the truth, I am being chased by a large number of experts. Therefore, I must ensure the safety of the place I am at. This palace, it seems a bit inappropriate, Mr. does not need to worry. In this big world, there is no place safer than the palace. Imo Hen said confidently. Mr. has not been to the palace before, right? The palace of the Fire Beacon Empire was very big. There were thousands of large and small palaces. Even Imo Hen herself, who grew up in the palace, would get lost if she walked for a long time. Moreover, there are many people in the palace, each with their own duties. No one will care about whether there is a Mr. in Imo Hen's Ihua Palace. It seems to make some sense. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved. Imo Hen continued. Mr. Imo Hen's Ihua Palace is a first-class gorgeous residence. There are dozens of side halls, villas, gardens, and all the maids in the palace. Maids, servants, imperial doctors, gardeners, and cooks. The guards are all Imo Hen's retainers. They directly obey Imo Hen's orders. I asked them to keep it a secret. It is impossible for them to say anything about Mr. I grew up with them. They all love me very much and spoil me in everything. No one can make them move. Is that so? Xiao Han was slightly relieved. He thought. The palace should be very, very large. This Princess Imo Hen was right. Even if someone came in to search, it would take a while. They would not be able to find me at all. As long as I use the tortoise breathing style all the time to seal my breath, who would think that I, Xiao Han, was hiding in the fief of a princess? Ha 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 ha. It was just like the old saying. The most dangerous place was often the safest place. Mr. You said that you are being chased by a group of supreme experts? Then you should also be a supreme expert, right? Mo Hen asked with extraordinary splendor in her eyes. She could not help but think of the wish she had just made in front of the god. Cough. Me? Xiao Han was a little embarrassed. Immediately, a decisive and domineering intent emerged in his heart, and his tone was sonorous. Your Highness, even if I am not a supreme expert now, one day, I will become one. My name will shake this land. Let all the villains who are chasing me die with grievances. She did not know why, but Mo Hen actually believed what Xiao Han said. Perhaps she was deterred by his imposing manner. She nodded repeatedly and was secretly delighted. She thought, it seems that the god really showed his spirit. He bestowed upon Mo Hen a supreme man. Hey! Your Highness, then. I will stay in Yihua Palace to recuperate. I also hope that your Highness will keep this a secret. There will be a return in the future. Xiao Han said with a smile. Mister, don't worry. How can Mo Hen go back on her words? Mo Hen said very seriously. That's right, your Highness, if you can give me some true Qi spirit stones, then my injuries will heal faster. Xiao Han said with a thick face. True Qi spirit stones? Mo Hen has a lot. Princess Mo Hen smiled gently. Uncle Hu and the others said that my true Qi spirit stones are the best quality true Qi spirit stones. If I bring them to the major sects, countless true Qi realm experts will scramble for them. Your Highness, you? Xiao Han took a glance and knew that this Princess Mo Hen had never cultivated martial Dao. How could she have the best quality true Qi spirit stones? How can you have the best quality true Qi spirit stones? And there are a lot of them? Yes, mister, these are Mo Hen's dowry. Mo Hen blurted out. Mo Hen will be married to the East Domain in a few days. Father Emperor has ordered people to move the dowry to Yihua Palace one after another. There are mountains of medicinal ingredients, gems and jadites, and some auspicious birds and beasts. There are also a lot of best quality true Qi spirit stones, which fill more than half of the side hall. Dowry? Married to the East Domain? Xiao Han was stunned. He immediately said in a low voice. It turns out that the princess has been betrothed to the royal family of another country. Mister, don't make fun of Mo Hen. Mo Hen. Mo Hen is not willing to marry to a foreign country even if she dies. Mo Hen has read a lot of books, which mention that the princesses who marry to a foreign country are all very bitter and miserable. In the end, they all die of depression, dying in a foreign country. Mo Hen does not want to marry. It is only because of Father Emperor's strict order. Princess Mo Hen's eyes were burning with sadness, and she was about to cry. Soon, she summoned up her courage, looked up and said, Mister, can you help Mo Hen to avoid the disaster of marrying to a foreign country? Suddenly, Xiao Han's heart was beating fast. A flash of inspiration flashed into Xiao Han's mind. A bold plan was brewing in Xiao Han's mind in an instant. Your Highness, you are a national beauty, a princess of Jinsheng, a young lady of the royal family, but now you are going to marry to a foreign country. Born in a royal family, your fate is full of ups and downs. A generation of riches and honor is illusionary, falling into an illusion, it is really pitiful. Your Highness, I am willing to personally escort you to the Eastern Domain, and find a chance to take the princess away. Xiao Han said in a deep voice. Your Highness, rest assured. Leave the Southern Domain first, escape on the way, or make plans after arriving at the Eastern Domain. In short, I will risk my life to rescue the princess from that fiery pit. He. The matter of the North Profound Demon Emperor Crystal and me exposing my demonic aura happened in the Fire Beacon Empire, and the whole world will covet to kill me. But at most, they can only chase me in the Southern Domain, they can't chase me to the Eastern Domain, right? I will temporarily leave the Southern Domain and go to a pure land in the Eastern Domain. When I am successful in my cultivation, I will return to the southern domain and kill all of them. What great son of heaven, what dragon bone Saint Saber, what demon emperor Qing Lin, they will all be abolished. Mo Hen thanks Mr. Princess Mo Hen was not familiar with the affairs of the world and believed Xiao Han's words without a doubt. Her heart was quite moved, and she actually stood up, bowed deeply to Xiao Han, and prayed silently in her heart. God, thank you for giving Mo Hen such a strong man. Princess, you don't have to be so polite. Xiao Han quickly declined. That. Princess, in a few days, my injuries will be more than half healed. At that time, I ask Princess to lend me your dowry. Heh, it's those many top-grade true Qi spirit stones. As he spoke, Xiao Han couldn't help but lick his lips. Princess Mo Hen agreed. Fire Beacon Empire. Imperial Garden. The current emperor of Fire Beacon Empire was walking in the garden. Behind him were a few civil officials. Reporting to your majesty, all the demons of the imperial family have been dispatched to search for the whereabouts of the youth from the Pure Cloud sect. Your majesty, don't worry. Unless that youth has already left Fire Beacon Empire, he will not be able to escape capture. One of the civil officials gushed. Also, your majesty, we have grasped some information about that youth. Oh. The emperor stopped his steps. Tell me about it. Yes, your majesty. That youth is called Xiao Han. He is a true disciple of the Pure Cloud sect who has just entered the true Qi realm. In the past, he was a live target. After a fortuitous encounter, he suddenly made a name for himself. His character is very impetuous and he belongs to the category of a villain who has achieved success. He cultivates a type of spirit turtle true Qi that can turn true Qi into a spirit turtle. He also cultivates a fist technique. That's right, the most obvious characteristic is that Xiao Han is a bladesman who has comprehended the small success stage of saber intent. Bladesman? True Qi into a spirit turtle? Fist technique? The emperor's eyes flashed with a pondering expression. Is this information reliable? Your Majesty, there is no problem with the information. It was personally provided by a true disciple of the Pure Cloud sect, young Master Ziyu. The civil official said with certainty. Oh. Young Master Ziyu? The emperor was slightly stunned. Your Majesty, you should also know that there are all kinds of schemes between the major sects, be it the outer sect, the inner sect, or even the true disciples. The human heart is very dangerous. That youth, Xiao Han, seems to have offended young Master Ziyu several times and the two of them have formed a deep grudge. Young Master Ziyu wants to borrow the strength of the various forces to completely eliminate Xiao Han. Good. This information is very useful. Immediately inform the imperial family's demons. With this information, there is more hope to capture that youth, Xiao Han. The emperor smiled playfully. A live target becoming a true disciple. Ha 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 ha. I am becoming more and more interested in him. Chapter 103. Time flew by like a white steed. Unknowingly, Xiao Han had been dormant in Princess Mo Hen's Zihua Palace for half a month. In this half a month, Xiao Han did not go out and closed his door to recuperate. Mo Hen would come to Xiao Han every evening and chat with him for a while. The two quickly became familiar with each other. Princess Mo Hen resided in the inner courtyard of the palace all year round. She was ignorant of worldly affairs, and the retainers by her side would always protect her. Moreover, her personality was kind and innocent. She never participated in the struggles of the palace. Therefore, she rarely met a conversation partner like Xiao Han who would often say shocking things. In addition, she subconsciously regarded Xiao Han as the strongest man that was bestowed to her by God. Over time, the relationship between the two gradually warmed up. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed. His eyes seemed to be thinking. Suddenly, from within Xiao Han's body, a brilliant golden light was emitted. It was so bright that it looked as if his entire body was gilded with gold, making him look extremely mystical. When his eyelids moved slightly, there was golden light gushing out. A torrential life force surged in Xiao Han's body. His bones were flawless, his internal organs were wriggling like ancient beasts, and his blood was pure and untainted, his injuries were healed. During this half a month, I've been visualizing the first 40 movements of the inextinguishable golden body every day, and I've benefited greatly. Not only have my injured body recovered, but the strength of my body has also increased by a level. Now, under the nourishment and warmth of the inextinguishable golden body, the strength of my body has actually increased to 400 ding. In addition, he looked at the demon monarch tattoo on his left arm. When he was running for his life, he triggered the illusory movement and squeezed out all the demon power in the 8 demon veins. Now, some of the demon power had automatically recovered. 2 of the demon veins that had dried up were once again filled with the colored demon power. This would allow Xiao Han to use the illusory movement again for a short distance. This kind of self-recovery is very slow. Unless I directly kill the demon race and absorb their life essence, I can instantly replenish the lost demon power in the demon veins. It is not impossible for me to awaken the demon veins again. Xiao Han thought. The Beixian demon monarch's illusory movement is indeed a secret skill for escape and evasion. It is frighteningly strange. It was no wonder that it was able to repeatedly escape the encirclement and suppression of the endless fiends even though it was heavily injured. However, if I want to be as powerful as the North Profound Demon Monarch, I'm afraid I'll need to awaken another 1,000 or 800 demon veins. The Demon Emperor Crystal. I didn't expect that the Demon Emperor Crystal would allow me to obtain the Demon Clan's secret demonic techniques. How interesting. So what if I get the Demon Emperor Crystal in Demon Emperor Qinglin's body? Hee. Demon Emperor Qinglin's demon saber could destroy the world. With a flash of saber light, the bewitching saber light engulfed the heaven and earth. If I get my hands on this move, I'll be able to kill God and Buddha. Thinking of this, Xiao Han couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips, but he quickly restrained this crazy fantasy. Qinglin Demon Emperor is still too powerful. He is a giant among the demons and is much stronger than Beixian Demon Emperor. I can't think too much for now, lest I go astray. Just then, the door opened. The peerless Princess Mo Hen walked in, her fragrance assailing his nostrils. 17, you're here. After getting familiar with each other, Xiao Han addressed Mo Hen very casually. Well, Yun, are your injuries healed? You look especially good today. Mo Hen turned around and closed the door. After half a month of contact, she completely believed that Xiao Han would not harm her. Xiao Han naturally did not tell Mo Hen his real name. Instead, he made up a fake name. Yun. This name naturally came from Xiao Han's sect, the Pure Rain sect. I'm almost healed. Xiao Han stood up and stretched his body. The only thing that was not good was that the true qi in his true acupoints was still empty and not full. Out of the 9 true acupoints, only 3 were filled. There were still 6 true acupoints left. He needed to absorb a large amount of true qi spirit stones to replenish them. Yun, the wedding party will be leaving next month. A hint of worry flashed across Mo Hen's pretty face. Next month? Xiao Han frowned. He then said in a low voice. 17, I need your dowry now. Those supreme grade true qi spirit stones can be used to replenish my true qi. When my combat strength reaches its peak, I will seize the opportunity and risk my life to take you away. Well, Yun, come with me. Mo Hen trusted Xiao Han very much and took him out. Before going out, Xiao Han put on the black cloak that Mo Hen had already prepared in advance, covering his head and face. Only a pair of pitch-black eyes were left outside, and he didn't show his true face to people. Moreover, Xiao Han had used the spirit turtle's form to seal up his aura like grass or rock, and he had purposefully given off a sense of withered wood. Right now, even those who knew Xiao Han would not be able to see through him at first glance. Yun, you're really good at disguising. Mo Hen turned back and smiled at Xiao Han. Gentle as a flower. Outside the side hall where Xiao Han was hiding was a large garden. The flowers were like brocade, the plants were sparse, and there were pavilions and pavilions in the garden. Many auspicious birds flew around, and everywhere was filled with the light of treasures and spiritual energy, making people feel that this palace was built in the human world. Mo Hen's Ihua Palace was very large. There was a building every 5 steps and a pavilion every 10 steps. The waists of the corridors were curved, and the eaves were high. The two walked for a long time before they arrived in front of a side hall. Several maids were chatting and laughing while trimming the flowers and plants in front of the hall. Your Highness, when they saw Mo Hen arrive, they all knelt on one knee and saluted. Retreat. Mo Hen waved her hand. Yes. Every grass and every tree in Ihua Palace belonged to Mo Hen. Xiao Han now knew that all the maids, cooks, gardeners, servants, and guards in this Ihua Palace numbered more than 1,000, and all of them were under the direct jurisdiction of Princess Mo Hen. Moreover, since Princess Mo Hen was young, they had followed her, and their loyalty was very high. Xiao Han also knew that the rules of the imperial family were very strange. If Princess Mo Hen encountered something unexpected, all the servants in Ihua Palace, including the several True Qi realm guards, would all be buried with her. Yun, this place is full of the best quality True Qi spirit stones that you and Uncle Hu talked about. It is indeed a very beautiful ore. Mo Hen smiled sweetly and brought Xiao Han to the door of the hall. 17. I can already feel the fluctuation of True Qi like a surging river. Xiao Han was overjoyed. When the door opened, what came into Xiao Han's eyes was a pile of True Qi spirit stones that almost filled half of the palace. It was like a mountain of treasures that emitted 7-colored rays of light. Good boy. Xiao Han's throat was dry as he walked in. The true acupoints in his body that had dried up all opened and closed, greedily absorbing the spirit light and True Qi. Xiao Han's spirit and aura became excited and full, and his spirit soared to the sky. Yun, these are a part of Mo Hen's dowry. You can take some, but don't take too much, so as to avoid being seen by Father Emperor and Imperial Uncle when you go out. Mo Hen cautiously reminded. Uncle Hu and the others don't dare to take these spirit stones. 17. I have a sense of propriety. The Imperial family is really rich. In this room full of True Qi spirit stones, 1/4 of them are the best quality True Qi spirit stones. Although the quality of the rest is a bit inferior, it is still rare. Xiao Han jumped out and took out a piece of the best quality True Qi spirit stones from a pile like a small mountain. He held it in his hand and played with it. The pure True Qi was flowing and the light of treasure seeped out. Princess Mo Hen laughed at herself. Father Emperor said that this time, Mo Hen's marriage to the Eastern Domain is related to the dignity and face of the imperial family, so the dowry cannot be too shabby. A strong sadness was emitted from Mo Hen's body. She said in disappointment and frustration. Yun, Mo Hen is just a tool for Father Emperor to curry favor with the imperial family of a certain empire in the Eastern Domain. Father Emperor often said that the Eastern Domain is prosperous. There is no poverty or disaster there. It is like a paradise on earth, and everywhere is a pure land and paradise. Father Emperor yearns for the Eastern Domain very much. The Eastern Domain is better than the Southern Domain? But it doesn't matter. 17. You don't have to worry. I have touched your dowry. I can't just sit back and watch you become a victim of the imperial family's politics, right? Alright, 17, I'm going to go into seclusion here. Xiao Han's heart itched unbearably. He directly put a piece of True Qi spirit stone in his hand into a dried up true point. Boom! This best quality True Qi spirit stone was instantly decomposed into thick and pure True Qi and quickly refined into Xiao Han's spirit turtle True Qi. Princess Mo Hen sorted out her mood. Alright, Yun, I will go out first. I will leave everything to you. After Princess Mo Hen left, Xiao Han went around to a small mountain of True Qi spirit stones and sat cross-legged. He put the best quality True Qi spirit stones into the true point like a taotai. The next day at noon, rays of auspicious qi and light lingered on the surface of Xiao Han's body. Under the black cloak, Xiao Han looked like a person in the fairyland. He he he. Cultivation is indeed inseparable from abundant resources. In the martial Tao, wealth, companions, techniques, and land are all indispensable. Wealth is resources, elixirs, spirit stones, and secret manuals. Companions are fellow cultivators and fellow Daoists. Techniques are the methods to cultivate the martial Tao. Land is the place to cultivate. Wealth is ranked first. It makes a lot of sense. After absorbing several best quality true qi spirit stones, the 9 true points in Xiao Han's body were completely filled with spirit turtle true qi. Lifelike little spirit turtles swam in Xiao Han's true points. They emitted a simple and profound aura. All right. While there is no shortage of resources, I will cultivate that hornless dragon profound ice great qi to perfection. With a thought, Xiao Han directly used the 9 revolutions divine art. He transferred the spirit turtle true qi that filled up the 9 true acupoints to the virtual true acupoints, and then transferred the profound ice true qi from the virtual true acupoints over. Follow your heart. Xiao Han placed a piece of supreme grade true qi spiritual stone into his true meridian. In an instant, rays of light that were filled with frosty air surrounded the supreme grade true qi spiritual stone. Absorb like a whale. Xiao Han was as still as a mountain. In his mind, various incantations, diagrams, and tricks to cultivate the hornless dragon profound ice great qi appeared. Soon, he entered a meditative state like an old monk. A ferocious hornless dragon grew in Xiao Han's true point. It roared and breathed out icy cold air, as if it wanted to break free and eat people. The sun was shining brightly. A team of soldiers led by a level 1 true qi realm captain patrolled outside Ihua Palace. Sir, this is the 17th princess's palace. Should we go in and search? A physical body realm soldier asked the captain. The captain frowned slightly and thought for a moment. No need. First, Xiao Han can't hide in the palace. He doesn't have the guts. Moreover, with his injuries, he has no chance of entering the impregnable palace. Our search is just for show. Moreover, the 17th princess will be marrying to the eastern region next month. She is of noble birth. How can she be willing to leave her homeland? I heard that the 17th princess has already spoken to the emperor many times, strongly opposing this marriage. However, the emperor has already made up his mind. It's impossible to change it. Now that the marriage is imminent, the 17th princess must be very agitated. Why should we go and provoke her? The 17th princess is not favored by the emperor. Not only has she been banished to the cold palace, but she has also been banished to the eastern region. However, it's easy for her to deal with us. Yes. Don't go to Ihua Palace. If the 17th princess throws a tantrum, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Another physical body realm martial artist said in agreement. Beacon Fire Empire, Imperial Palace. The Golden Throne Hall. The Emperor of Beacon Fire Empire sat on the dragon throne. Below him were the civil and military officials. Reporting to the Emperor. According to the information sent by the imperial family, they have searched half of the Beacon Fire Empire but did not find the slightest trace of Xiao Han. Not even the slightest clue. A general reported. The Emperor fell into deep thought and flicked his nails. Pass down the order. Continue the search. It seems that I have underestimated this young man. He was seriously injured but was still able to hide for half a month. He even avoided the pursuit of the imperial family and all the sects in the world. How many secrets does he have? Your Majesty, could that young man be secretly protected by the Pure Cloud sect and brought back to the Pure Cloud mountain range? A civil official said. I don't think so. The sect master of the Pure Cloud sect has personally promised not to interfere in this matter. The Emperor said indifferently. The sect master of the Pure Cloud sect is an experienced evil hero. He has been unhindered in the world for hundreds of years. He killed the demon race as if they were nothing. Search. If the Beacon Fire Empire can't find anything, then enter the neighboring empires. Whether it's a medium-sized country or a small country, dig 3 feet into the ground to find that young man. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The Emperor's dragon face was slightly angry. As you wish. Southern region. The Blazing Sun Empire, which was next to the Beacon Fire Empire. The empire's power was even stronger than the Beacon Fire Empire. Sun Divine Palace. This Sun Divine Palace was built in a scorching hot volcanic area. On top of a volcano that was spewing blazing lava, there was a huge floating golden palace. The sun shone brightly for tens of thousands of miles. A deity sat above the palace, eternally protecting the Sun Divine Palace. A handsome young man stood at the top of the palace, his face like a statue. His entire body was glowing like the sea, and the sound of hymns could be heard. Behind him, there was a sun that seemed to rule over life and death. It was the Emperor of Japan. Emperor, our men have already infiltrated the Beacon Fire Empire. However, in this half a month, there has been no news of that young man from the Pure Cloud sect. Furthermore, the royal family of the Beacon Fire Empire has sent out all their evil heroes to capture him. A golden-armored soldier reported. Continue to investigate. The Emperor's voice was forceful and domineering, filled with an indescribable confidence and fighting intent. We must capture that young man. He has a huge secret on him. We must capture him. Hong. 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 The volcanoes outside seemed to have sensed the rage and tyranny of the Emperor of Japan, and magma began to spew out in all directions. Pure Cloud Sect. The wind was light, and the clouds were ethereal. Pure Cloud Palace. The sect master was rearing auspicious birds and beasts in the garden. There was no fluctuation of true chi around him, but his aura was like that of an immortal. Sect master, during this period of time, junior brother Xiao Han seemed to have vanished into thin air. The entire Beacon Fire Empire is searching for junior brother Xiao Han. Evil heroes from other empires have also infiltrated the Beacon Fire Empire. Sect Master, this disciple is worried that junior brother Xiao Han has already fallen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hide so deeply. Dongfang Qin's face was filled with worry. He's still alive. The sect leader smiled. His celestial appearance was out of this world as he stared into the distant skies. He's truly the most outstanding disciple of our Pure Cloud sect. This sect is getting more and more optimistic about him. Beacon Fire Empire. Imperial Palace. Ihua Palace. Xiao Han was as still as a mountain, sitting quietly in a side hall filled with true chi spirit stones. At this moment, Xiao Han's entire body was emitting rays of icy light. The air around him was frozen. Countless ice crystals fell to the ground with a rustling sound. The temperature in the side hall plummeted. Outside the side hall, the branches and leaves of some plants and flowers were covered with ice. Roar! All of a sudden, a horned dragon rushed out from Xiao Han's body. The horned dragon's head was the size of a water tank. It was ferocious and terrifying. With a poochie sound, it spat out a mouthful of icy cold air, freezing a large amount of true chi spirit stones. Heh! This horned dragon profound ice spirit chi is much stronger than the spirit turtle spirit chi in terms of attack power. As expected of the evil hero's senior brother Dongfang Qin. He obtained a peerless true chi cultivation technique during his adventure. I think if it wasn't for the fear of conflicting true chi, senior brother Dongfang Qin would also cultivate this true chi cultivation technique, right? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han immediately stood up. Cold air radiated from his body, and heavy snow fell from his head. It was a very artistic scene. P.S. Thank you, brothers. Bow. To be continued. Chapter 104. With an abundance of supreme-grade true chi spirit stones, Xiao Han finally cultivated this technique to a certain level. However, it was not perfect. The reason was that Xiao Han's current realm was still low. He had only opened 9 true meridians. His body could not store too much profound ice true qi. The hornless dragon that was formed was only a few feet long and did not have the power to destroy a country. If he met an ordinary true qi realm cultivator, he could rely on the quality of the technique itself to slightly challenge someone of a higher realm. However, it would be difficult to fight against a sly and cunning monster. Right now, I have to keep trying to open the 10th true meridian and reach the peak of the first level of true qi realm. Then, I will try to break through to the second level of true qi realm. Xiao Han knew what his path should be. However, 2 days later, it would be the day that Princess Mo Hen would leave the Eastern Domain. I must leave the Fire Beacon Empire as soon as possible and even leave the Southern Domain. Otherwise, I will always be stuck in my throat. Xiao Han began to think about all kinds of unexpected situations that might happen on the day of the journey. 2 hours later, Xiao Han left the side hall. Xiao Han's residence. Princess Mo Hen came, and the true Qi realm old man with the surname who also came. Xiao Han's entire body and face were covered in a black cloak. Rays of icy light flickered. Yun, we will be setting off in 2 days, Princess Mo Hen said with a worried expression. No matter. We will act according to circumstances. Xiao Han said in a deep voice. That uncle who was called Hu Qinghe. He had opened 30 true meridians and was at the peak of the 3rd level of true qi realm. If he could open the 31st true meridian, he would ascend to the 4th level of true qi realm. His mental state and life structure would undergo a transformation. However, it was very difficult. The 31st true meridian was a heavenly moat. Mr. Yun, your injuries have recovered and your power is full. This old man congratulates you. It seems that Mr. Yun cultivates an ice attribute technique. Hu Qinghe said to Xiao Han. Xiao Han knew that this old man was Princess Mo Hen's confidant. Therefore, he was still polite to him. A mere profound ice true qi is not worth mentioning. It is just a small trick of the Jianghu. This time, thanks to the princess's help, I have a day of recovery. I am just a rogue cultivator of the Jianghu. Since the princess recruited me, I will naturally do my best to protect the princess and escort the princess to the Eastern Domain. Senior Hu. How did you arrange the trip? Now, Xiao Han considered himself to be a loose cultivator that Princess Mo Hen had recruited from the pugilistic world. He stopped hiding and purposely released his hornless dragon mysterious ice true qi to obscure their vision. N. Hu Qinghe looked deeply at Xiao Han. Soon after, he laughed involuntarily. Mr. Yun, the Empire has recently put out a wanted criminal. This person is the youth from the Pure Rain sect, Xiao Han, and his age is similar to Mr. Yun. If it wasn't for the fact that Mr. Yun's true energy cultivation method is completely different from Xiao Han's, I would definitely misunderstand Mr. Yun. It was Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Xiao Han. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat as he replied in an indifferent tone. A disciple of Pure Cloud sect? Never heard of it. Hu Qinghe had a smile on his face. This person has just risen to prominence in the Pure Rain sect with only a stage 1 Jinshi cultivation, but he has already caused a huge disaster. Mr. Yun had never heard of him. It was said that this person practiced a type of spirit turtle true qi. It was of an ancient style, and he was a bladesman. Forget it. Forget about this person. Mr. Yun, this time Her Highness Princess Mo Hen is on a journey. We, the retainers, will all accompany her. In addition, General Nangongyi will personally lead 2,000 elites to escort her along the way. General Nangongyi? Xiao Han was stunned. One of the 10 great generals of the Beacon Fire Empire, General Nangongyi. He is a stage 4 Jinshi expert and a demon hero. He is the cornerstone and pillar of the empire. He is the emperor's favorite, Hu Qinghe said slowly. Mr. Yun should know that the journey from the southern region to the eastern region is arduous. The journey is long and dangerous. For example, those ferocious mountain bandits and pirates. The most worrisome ones are the evil demon clan. If we, the retainers, were to escort Her Highness, it would be difficult for us to overcome the obstacles and successfully reach the eastern region. Hu Qinghe paused for a moment and sighed. We have watched Her Highness grow up. How could we be willing to let her marry to the eastern region? Sigh, the emperor is really cruel. Nangang Yi, Stage 4 Jinshi, Demon Hero. Xiao Han murmured, this Nangang Yi doesn't belong to our camp, does he? Mr. Yun, General Nangang Yi answers directly to the emperor. Moreover, he is a demon hero. This time, he is fully responsible for escorting Her Highness. Seriously speaking, we all have to listen to his orders. Hu Qinghe said with a hint of dissatisfaction. General Nangang Yi, on one hand, is an escort and on the other hand, he is monitoring Her Highness. The entire empire knows that Her Highness is not willing to marry far away. The emperor must be afraid that something will go wrong along the way. He is afraid that we, the retainers, will protect Her Highness and secretly help her escape. This old man has heard that Nangang Yi has the authority to kill us first and report later. Sigh. I understand. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Senior who do we have here? There are 200 maids, 50 gardeners, 50 old nannies, 200 servants, 50 cooks, 50 tailors, 50 musicians, 200 craftsmen, 200 coachmen and 200 coachmen, 500 physical body realm guards, and 5 true energy realm guards under the command of this old man. They are all Her Highness Princess Mo Hen's trusted aides. That's right, including you, Mr. Yun, we have a total of 6 true Qi realm martial artists. Hu Qinghe said in detail. In short, we will protect Her Highness Princess Mo Hen. If we encounter external enemies, or even the demon race, General Nangang Yi will lead the army to defend them. Beacon Fire Empire. Imperial Palace. Imperial Study. The emperor sat behind a desk, flipping through an old book. A eunuch entered the study with a hunched back and said in a low voice. Your Majesty, General Nangang Yi is here. The emperor nodded indifferently. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing a general's armor walked into the study with a majestic gait. This middle-aged man's face was slightly long and narrow, like a horse's, but his eyes were bright and his aura was strong. As soon as he entered the study, the temperature in the room rose significantly. Occasionally, a clump of true fire burned behind Xiao Chen. As the light rose, one could vaguely see figures struggling in the true fire, wailing in pain. It was very tragic. Nangang Yi, your heaven-burning true Qi, is almost complete. The true fire can burn everything, kill enemies without leaving a trace, lock souls from 1,000 miles away, and burn mountains and seas with a single thought. In 2 years, you may be qualified to participate in the Monster Hero ranking competition and gain a place on the ranking. The emperor looked at Nangang Yi with admiration. Nangang Yi stood casually, his aura was like a sword, or a precipitous mountain that pierced through the blue sky. It was no small matter. Your Majesty, you flatter me. This time, you will escort Mo Hen to the heaven-devouring empire in the eastern region. The journey will be difficult. You should take this opportunity to sharpen your fighting spirit and strengthen your spirit. You have opened 35 true meridians. If you can open a few more, you will have a chance to reach the 5th stage of true Qi. The emperor nodded with a smile. Your Majesty, it will be difficult. I have limited talent. I have been stuck at a bottleneck for the past few years, trying to open 36 true meridians without any results. Unless I obtain a heaven-defying treasure or opportunity, it will be difficult for me to improve. Without reaching the 5th stage of true Qi, it will be difficult for me to enter the Monster Hero ranking. Nangang Yi's eyes dimmed. There is a way. Nangang Yi. If you return victorious this time, I will beg the Yaoxia Pagoda to bestow you with some sacred medicine, the emperor said generously. After a pause, the emperor's eyes deepened. It was as if he was looking at a faraway place. Nangang Yi, you know. The ancestral land of the Beacon Fire Empire is in the prosperous eastern region. To be more precise, the Beacon Fire Empire is a branch of the Heaven-Devouring Empire in the eastern region. Back then, a prince of the Heaven-Devouring Empire led his tribe to the southern region and founded the Beacon Fire Empire. He is my ancestor. This time, I have finally contacted the upper echelons of the Heaven-Devouring Empire. I hope to use this opportunity to return to my ancestral land. Your Majesty. Nangongyi hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Your Majesty, are you really willing to let Princess Mo Hen become a sacrifice? The Emperor closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, his eyes were bursting with light. To return to my ancestral land, there must be an ancestral sacrifice. Moreover, the Heaven-Devouring Empire still follows the clan rule of a living sacrifice. If I do not send a living sacrifice, how can I show my sincerity? A living sacrifice is the most honorable ceremony. It can even move the ancestors and gods. This time, Mo Hen's marriage is fake. But, Your Majesty, there is no need to use Princess Mo Hen as a sacrifice, right? Wouldn't it be better to choose some good quality commoner girls from within the empire? Is Your Majesty really willing to sacrifice Princess Mo Hen? Nangongyi asked doubtfully. When Mo Hen was born, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. I asked some powerful experts of the Monster Hero Tower for guidance and actually learned that the birth of this girl will cause the destruction of my empire. If I do not execute her before she is 20 years old, the Fire Beacon Empire will fall apart and be destroyed in a day. My head will also be separated from my body. The Emperor's eyes flashed with fierceness, becoming more and more intense. I would rather betray the world. I cannot let the world betray me. How can I allow a mere Mo Hen to be sacrificed? How can I allow her to overthrow the empire's hegemony? This time, she is the sacrifice. Nangongyi, remember, if there is any change along the way, you can execute Mo Hen and bring her head back to see me. As for the ancestral sacrifice, I will think of another way. Perhaps, I will personally bring the sacrifice to the Heaven-Devouring Empire in the eastern region. In short, this time, if everything goes smoothly, Mo Hen will be able to reach the Heaven-Devouring Empire alive and become the supreme sacrifice for the ancestors. That is the best place for her. If there is any change, immediately execute her. This general obeys. Nangongyi accepted the order. On the day of departure, I will not go to see her off, lest I get upset. I have allowed Mo Hen to live peacefully for so many years. I have already done my best. The Emperor waved his hand. Nangongyi, you go and prepare for the departure. 2 days later, the day of Princess Mo Hen's wedding. The majestic procession set off from the Fire Beacon Empire's palace, winding eastward. There were more than 10 li of people in front and behind. Banners were fluttering, colorful clothes were fluttering, wheels were rolling, and drums were beating. It was the majesty of an emperor marrying off his daughter. Although the current emperor of the Fire Beacon Empire did not come to see her off personally, there were thousands of people accompanying her, including palace maids, musicians, tailors, craftsmen, and guards. The wealth of the dowry was even more dazzling. There were dozens of carriages. In the middle of the huge procession was Princess Mo Hen's carriage, a bronze carriage pulled by 8 flood dragon horses. It was surrounded by Princess Mo Hen's retainers. Xiao Han, dressed in a black cloak, rode a tall and strong flood dragon horse, guarding the left side of the princess carriage. On the right side was Hu Qinghe. There were also Princess Mo Hen's personal guards, true Qi realm martial artists, in front and behind. At the front of the procession was Great General Nangongyi, leading 1,000 elites to open the way. At the back of the procession were Nangongyi's 2 deputy generals, also leading 1,000 elites to bring up the rear. The procession went out of the palace. On the 10 li long street, the common people were cheering. Nangongyi was not riding a flood dragon horse, but a strange beast with the bloodline of an ancient Swanni. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking overbearing. At this time, Nangong Ye's eyes flashed with a mocking expression. Is it very grand? Princess Mo Hen, you probably don't know, but this time you are going to the East Domain. It's not a marriage, but a living sacrifice. You can only blame yourself for having such a bad fate, bringing disaster to my fire beacon empire. And, during this journey, you should behave yourself. If you dare to make any strange movements, this seat will kill first and report later. Suddenly, Nangong Ye's eyes flashed with an evil light. He turned around and glanced at Princess Mo Hen's carriage. His eyes seemed to be brewing something, and he could not help but stick out his tongue. He licked his lower lip. After traveling for several hours, General Nangong, a deputy general, rode a flood dragon horse and rushed up from behind. This person was at the second level of the True Qi realm and was one of Nangong Ye's trusted subordinates. General Nangong, this general just patrolled the area. There is a strange person wearing a black cloak in Princess Mo Hen's personal guard. First level of the True Qi realm. N. A strange person wearing a black cloak? Recently, the entire country has been searching for the youth of the Pure Cloud sect, Xiaohan. This youth seems to have vanished from the face of the earth. It should be impossible for him to sneak into the palace and appear in Princess Mo Hen's escort team. Nangong Yi was stunned and immediately flicked his nails. Go and investigate. See what kind of shady person has sneaked into the personal guard of the princess. N. At the same time, intimidate the princess and the people around her, so that they will behave themselves along the way. There won't be any mistakes. Nangong Yi smiled playfully. You should understand this seat's meaning, right? This general understands. The deputy general smiled evilly. This general will let the princess know that once she leaves the palace, her every word and action must be done according to General Nangong's wishes. Whatever princess temper, she should restrain it as soon as possible. Go ahead. Nangong Ye smiled with satisfaction. Hee. If I sneak in with so many people, I'm afraid no one will notice me, right? As long as I can fool that Nangong Yi, I will be able to sneak out of the southern region without anyone noticing. Those fellows who are chasing after me should give some face to the royal family of the Beacon Fire Empire, right? Now that the emperor is marrying off his daughter, no one will suspect me. Xiao Han silently pondered. However, along the way, I will wear a cloak and cover my face. It will inevitably arouse Nangong Ye's suspicion. He is a demon hero, it will be difficult to fool him. At this moment, Nangong Ye's deputy general, Heng, who was at the second level of the True Qi realm, led more than 10 physical body realm martial artists and galloped to the front of the princess carriage. Princess, please stop. What? What do you mean by this? How dare you stop the princess carriage? Hu Qinghe furrowed his brows and said angrily. The few True Qi realm martial artists beside the princess carriage all changed their expressions. Heng let out a cold snort and looked directly at Xiao Han, who was wrapped in a black cloak. Who are you? I can see that you are not Princess Mo Hen's retainer. Quickly take off your cloak. Impudent. How dare you bully us? Hu Qinghe was already extremely dissatisfied with the princess marrying off to a faraway place. Originally, the princess' personal guards and Nangong Yi did not interfere with each other and coexisted peacefully. Now, Nangong Yi actually sent someone to cause trouble. Hu Qinghe was experienced in the martial world. How could he not know that Nangong Yi wanted to take this opportunity to establish his authority? Nonsense. Heng didn't even look at Hu Qinghe from the corner of his eyes. His eyes were filled with disdain. Recently, the Empire has put out an arrest warrant for a young man from the Pure Rain sect. You are hiding here and there. I'm afraid you are a major suspect. Quickly take off your cloak, or else you will be executed immediately. This is too much. Mr. Yun is a martial artist recruited by the princess. How can you execute him just like that? Where do you think Her Highness is? Hu Qinghe was enraged. Hee. Xiao Han was anxious. He might as well throw caution to the wind. He knew that if he gave in and backed off now, he would definitely attract all kinds of suspicions. He might even be exposed. It was better to do the opposite. Who do you think you are? How dare you disturb the carriage of the princess? I will give you a chance now. Get off your horse immediately, kneel down and beg for the princess's forgiveness. Otherwise, I will break your arms and legs. Xiao Han said sternly. Ha 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 ha. Hang and his subordinates burst into laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. It seems like you really want to die. Then I will fulfill your wish and send you on your way. Xiao Han let out a sinister laugh. Suddenly, a 15-feet-long hornless dragon rushed out from his body. With a roar, it froze the heaven and earth. It spat out a mouthful of icy cold air. In an instant, several physical body realm soldiers under Heng's command were frozen into ice dregs and shattered into pieces. Zhang Heng had never imagined that Xiao Han would attack without warning, and that he would be so ruthless. Moreover, he had opened 14 true acupoints in his body, which meant that he was an ordinary martial artist at the second level of the true Qi realm. Even if he was strong, he would not be as strong as the young genius Lu Feng from Mingjian Villa who was defeated by Xiao Han. Ah! In an instant, Heng was caught off guard. His left arm was frozen, and he screamed in fear. The flood dragon horse beneath him had already been frozen into an ice sculpture. He staggered and fell off the horse. He knelt on the ground and shivered. In less than a breath's time, his jet-black hair was covered with frost, and cold air was rising. That's right. If you are willing to kneel down and beg for mercy, you can be spared from death. Xiao Han's tone was cold. Hu Qinghe and the others sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Xiao Han in silence. They thought to themselves, this Mr. Yun is really a fierce person. It is probably the best for him to protect the princess and prevent her from being humiliated. Chapter 105. Xiao Han knew that the journey from the southern mountain range to the eastern mountain range was long and arduous. Wearing a black cloak, he was too eye-catching. It was impossible for him not to be interrogated by Nangong Yi. Cowering and hiding was not something that could be avoided. It was better to take a risk and fight poison with poison, giving people the impression that he was a wandering cultivator on the run. Therefore, Xiao Han made his move. Filling his 9 true meridians with mysterious ice true qi, he turned it into a hornless dragon and attacked the second-level true qi deputy general, Zhang Heng. Ah! You! Zhang Heng's skin was instantly covered with ice. His left arm was already frozen and trembling. Light surged around his body to resist this powerful icy soul-cold qi. What are you? You dare to attack the princess carriage? You should be beheaded. However, for General Nangong Ye's sake, I will only teach you a small lesson. I will teach you to behave yourself in the future. Xiao Han grinned hideously. Many of Hu Qinghe's and Princess Mo Hen's henchmen now felt happy and relieved, secretly applauding. They also knew that if they did not have a fierce character like Xiao Han, they would inevitably be troubled by Nangong Ye's side along the way. At this moment, boom! 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 Pillars of fire fell from the sky. Fire boiled and lava blossomed. Countless fire crows flew in the sky. Nangong Yi seemed to have walked out of thin air. His eyes were filled with anger and a tsunami-like pressure covered Xiao Han, Hu Qinghe, and the other bodyguards of the princess. General Nangong. Zhang Heng cried out in pain. Nangong Yi looked at Xiao Han fiercely with a murderous aura. A mere first-level true qi cultivator who cultivates mysterious ice true qi dares to be so fierce? Good, very good. The hornless dragon was under Nangong Ye's burning heaven true qi. It continued to melt. Xiao Han's mind moved. The hornless dragon broke down into rays of ice and was absorbed into the true meridians. Looking up, the furious Nangong Yi operated 35 five-pointed star true meridians. They were like 35 blazing fireballs or 35 volcanoes. Like a raging fire, unstoppable. Nan Gongyi, what are you trying to do? Hu Qinghe looked like he was ready to risk it all. The 30 pentagram true acupoints in his body glowed. It resisted Nan Gongye's heaven-burning pressure. General Nan Gongyi, I've been betrothed by Her Highness the Princess. As the saying goes, one should take care of the king's worries and worries. This guy has no respect for his superiors. Since you offended your superiors and offended the princess, I will naturally teach you a lesson. What's wrong with that? Xiao Han said casually. In reality, Xiao Han had resisted most of the pressure released by Nan Gongyi. His entire body was boiling as if he was about to combust. If it wasn't for the indestructible golden body swallowing the hot air continuously, Xiao Han would have already exploded. Nan Gongyi is indeed a hero. His battle prowess was unparalleled, and he had the ability to instantly kill an ordinary Jianghu realm martial artist of the same level. Now that he had provoked him, things would not be good. However, I can only walk as I see fit, Xiao Han thought to himself. Injuring my subordinates is a heinous crime. Unforgivable. Nan Gongye's expression was cold. He slowly reached out with his right hand and condensed the great true qi of the burning heaven into a furnace that was a few acres in size. The surface of the furnace was engraved with ancient inscriptions. The ancestors worshipped the fire god. At that moment, the blazing sun and the golden spears descended from the sky, trying to burn Xiao Han into ashes. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. The frost nightmare dragon once again rushed out of Xiao Han's body. It roared and continuously spat out icy soul frost. Pfft! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from Xiao Han's body. It was the sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. It also sounded like an egg inside his body had cracked. Under the immense pressure from Nan Gongyi, Xiao Han had actually opened the 10th acupoint and reached the peak of Jianghu Stage 1. At the same time, the few broken seals around the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart were triggered at the same time. They exploded into a dense cocoon of martial arts light. It was a spectacular sight. I have no choice but to fight. Once the acupoint was opened, Xiao Han's fighting spirit and fighting intent skyrocketed. He was about to forcibly burn his true qi to increase his strength and fight with Nan Gongyi with the dragon's face fury. The demon monarch palm tattoo on his left arm was ready. He could activate the innate demon technique of the North Profound Demon Emperor's crystal at any time. However, once he used it, Xiao Han's secret would be exposed. He would instantly become the target of everyone and be chased endlessly. At that moment, General Nan Gongyi, Princess Mo Hen's voice sounded. She slowly lifted the brocade curtain and gracefully stepped out. She looked up at Nan Gongyi in the void. General, are you going to bully Mo Hen the moment she left the imperial city? Mr. Yun protected Mo Hen and fought with the general's subordinates. Is it wrong for Mr. Yun to protect Mo Hen? Oh. Nan Gongye's eyes were deeply focused on Princess Mo Hen's otherworldly appearance and alluring figure. His eyes flashed with a touch of lust and he immediately sneered. I did not deliberately make things difficult for Her Highness. It is a long journey to the eastern domain. It is difficult to guarantee that nothing will go wrong. I was entrusted by the Emperor to protect the princess, so I naturally have to be careful. Humph. Her Highness, the rogue cultivator you recruited is really a desperate man. I am afraid that he will harm Her Highness. Because I will eradicate him for Her Highness. To avoid future troubles. General Nan Gongyi, Mr. Yun will not hurt Mo Hen. I ask Mr. Nan Gongyi not to speculate, Mo Hen said coldly. Nan Gongyi. Let's mind our own business. Mr. Yun was hired by the princess. It is not your turn to intervene and deal with him. If Mr. Yun is wrong, the princess will naturally rule. Hu Qinghe was furious. Princess Mo Hen's henchmen were also dissatisfied with the princess's marriage. Obviously, Princess Mo Hen's henchmen were dissatisfied with the princess's marriage. Now Nan Gongye's strength directly caused the henchmen to rebel. It completely aroused public indignation. The atmosphere became tense. The welcoming team suddenly stagnated. It was a mess. Nan Gongyi took a deep look at Imohen, and his eyes flashed with endless ridicule. All right, Your Highness, I'll let it go this time. However, you need to control the loose cultivator you recruit. Next time, he will not be so lucky. Humph. Nan Gongyi fiercely glanced at Xiao Han. She wrapped around him and left with Zhang. Mr. Yun, thank you for protecting Imohen just now. Princess Imohen said to Xiao Han. It's nothing. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Damn it, this Nan Gongyi will not let it go. On the way, he will find a chance to kill me. But I, Xiao Han, am not a person who will stretch my neck to be killed. Xiao Han stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Then, he calmly took out a few pieces of true qi spirit stones from his storage ring. Put them into the true acupoints, decomposed and absorbed. This time, Xiao Han had already stuffed 2 storage rings full of true qi spirit stones, which could replenish his true qi at any time. I need to hurry and improve my strength. Otherwise, I will be in danger of dying at any moment. At the same time, Xiao Han's mind completely calmed down. He silently visualized the peak of the first stage of true qi. The martial arts light cocoon was triggered from the broken seal. The 41st to 50th movement of the indestructible golden body. The 5th movement of the Son of Heaven's fist. Death of the monarch, the 3rd movement of the 7-fragment blade technique. Fragmented intent, however, the 4th seal that was broken, the seal that had traces of the 9 revolutions divine art, did not trigger the 2nd revolution of the 9 revolutions divine art. Xiao Han knew that he was in a precarious situation. He immediately concentrated on visualizing and cultivating. At this time, the welcoming team entered the forest. Looking from afar, one could see a mountain range that looked like a jade dragon. Clouds were steaming and the air was misty. It was like a paradise of immortals. This is the Purity Mountain Range. Hu Qinghe introduced to a true Qi realm guard beside him, one of the top 5 sects of our Beacon Fire Empire. This was the place where the sect was established. This purity sect has stood for 10,000 years and has produced countless heroes. It is no small matter. Xiao Han's body trembled slightly. He stared at the Purity Mountain Range and muttered in his heart. Purity sect. I, Xiao Han, am fleeing this time because I don't want the sect to be surrounded and harassed by various forces. But one day, I, Xiao Han, will come back alive. Purity sect. Palace. Sect Master. Today, a princess of Beacon Fire Empire is getting married and is passing through the Purity Mountain Range. The one escorting the princess is a hero of the imperial family, Nan Gongyi. Dongfang Qin reported to the sect master. The sect master put his hands behind his back and stood at the peak of the mountain. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he stared into the distance. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth pulled into an elegant smile and said indifferently, "What does the emperor marrying off his daughter have to do with us?" "Yes, sect master." Dongfang Qin hesitated for a moment before replying. "Sect master, there is still no news of junior brother Xiao Han. I can confirm that he is still alive," the sect master said mysteriously. At the front of the welcoming team, Nan Gongye's face was filled with hostility as he rode on his strange beast. Behind Nan Gongye, a few deputy generals had murderous looks on their faces. Zhang Heng's left arm was already shattered and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with hatred and resentment as he gnashed his teeth and said, "General Nangong, I beg you to uphold justice for me and kill that evil Jianghu guest." "Humph. We just left the imperial city and you want me to start a massacre? Kill all of Princess Imohen's servants?" Nan Gongyi said unhappily. "No, that's not what I mean. However, I will not rest until that evil man is dead," Zhang Heng said with deep hatred. "Zhang Heng, don't worry. That guy will die without a complete corpse." Nan Gongye's mouth slightly twitched. There is still a long way to go to the eastern region. I can make my move at any time. Jianghu, you don't have to rush. You should at least leave the Beacon Fire Empire's territory before making your move. Humph. I can kill all the trash around the princess like slaughtering pigs and dogs. His heart was filled with endless lust, and he thought, even Princess Mo Hen can be killed. However, before I kill her. Hee hee. Nangong Ye's eyes were filled with lust and filthy thoughts. General Nangong, after injuring Jianghu, that evil man is covered in a black cloak and doesn't dare to show his face, another deputy general said doubtfully. General, is that evil man related to the youth of the Cloud sect, Xiao Han, who is wanted by the entire country recently? That's impossible, Nangong Yi said without hesitation. It's said that the youth Xiao Han cultivates the spirit turtle True Qi. He had a fortuitous encounter and was imbued with it. However, that independent cultivator cultivates the ice attribute cultivation method, which is clearly different from the spirit turtle True Qi. It's impossible for regular cultivators to cultivate two True Qi cultivation methods of completely different attributes. Otherwise, their bodies will explode and they will die without a complete corpse. Moreover, if that independent cultivator was Xiao Han, would he dare to cause trouble? Wouldn't that be suicide? Yes, General is right. The deputy generals nodded. All right, let's hurry. Nangong Yi looked at the direction of the Cloud sect and the Cloud Palace in fear. There's a great figure in the Cloud sect spying on us. It makes me feel uneasy. There's no need to worry, General. The Cloud sect doesn't dare to provoke the imperial family. Although the Cloud sect is one of the 5 great sects in the empire, it's much weaker than the imperial family, one of the deputy generals said boldly. Idiot. Nangong Yi cursed. If you knew the ranking of the current sect master of the Cloud sect on the demon ranking, you wouldn't say such ignorant things. Whatever, you won't understand the world of the demon ranking and the world of the strong. Let's hurry. Chapter 106. The escort team meandered towards the east. They traveled for 5 days. They finally left the Fire Beacon Empire and arrived at an uninhabited wilderness. This was the border between the Fire Beacon Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire, a buffer zone. The mountains were fertile, dotted with a few scattered villages. The mountains were tall and the forests were dense. Clear streams flowed through, withered vines accompanied old trees, and wild beasts roamed about. In these 5 days of traveling, Princess Mo Hen's retainers and Nangong Ye's army lived in harmony. Well water did not interfere with river water. But in the peace, danger was brewing. It was like the eve of a storm. In these few days, Xiao Han only focused on cultivating and kept a low profile. He even hid in a large carriage and was completely alone. However, in these days, Xiao Han discovered that several groups of True Qi realm martial artists had come to investigate. Fortunately, Nangong Yi dealt with them. And Xiao Han's disguise was very good. There were no flaws to be found. In a large carriage, black curtains blocked the light, causing Xiao Han to be in complete darkness. Xiao Han sat cross-legged, silently circulating his Xian Qi. At this time, every pore on Xiao Han's body was flashing with golden light. Below his skin, there was a surging sound like a tide. His eyelids lifted slightly, and his eyes emitted the feeling of a blazing sun. Repeatedly visualizing the 41st to 50th movement of the indestructible golden body has greatly nourished my flesh. Moreover, the more I practice this indestructible golden body, the more mystical it becomes. Xiao Han's thoughts flashed. The 41st to 50th movements of the indestructible golden body are much more complicated and profound than the previous 40 movements. There are many obstacles when visualizing them. However, once I've mastered them, the bones in my body actually show signs of transforming into golden bones. Xiao Han looked inside himself. He discovered that the flawless bones in his body that seemed to be carved out of white jade were actually glowing with a golden color. It was as if they were plated with a layer of golden powder, shining brightly. Moreover, on the surface of the golden bones, there were some indistinct bone runes. Every time he visualized the movements of the indestructible golden body, the golden color of the bones became a bit deeper and the bone runes became a bit deeper. Now, the 100 movements of the indestructible golden body have been practiced halfway. Even the bones are gradually changing. Those bone runes. I can vaguely understand what's so special about it. When the flesh shell is attacked by the enemy, it directly absorbs a portion of the enemy's strength and transforms it into its own flesh shell strength. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Senior Brother Fong once said that it was impossible for a mortal's body to possess too much power, or it would explode. For most people, a few hundred cauldrons of force was their limit when tempering their physical body. There would be no more breakthroughs. At that time, he would try to break through the acupoints and cultivate his true qi. However, I have refined the indestructible golden body to this place. His flesh shell already far exceeded that of an ordinary person, comparable to a savage beast. His bones turned golden, producing profound and mystical bone texts. Breaking the shackles would allow his body to be tempered into an even more tyrannical strength. Don't worry about your body exploding. One golden bone runes appeared one after another. Under Xiao Han's will, it appeared on his skin, overflowing with light and vibrant colors. It was dazzling and had an ancient feel to it, making Xiao Han look like an ancient golden god. It was no small matter. From now on, as long as I persevere in cultivating the indestructible golden body and activate the golden bone runes when I'm attacked by the enemy, the strength of my physical body would increase without end. Of course, if I were to bear too much power all at once, would also turn into ashes. Son of Heaven's Divine Fist 5th Form, Monarch wants your minister to die. Son of Heaven's Divine Fist, emphasis on momentum and not on technique. This move, Monarch wants your minister to die, is also a kind of momentum. It is a kind of tyrannical momentum that looks down on the world. The essence of this move is that a punch will greatly weaken the opponent's defense. It will disintegrate the opponent's fighting spirit and even cause the opponent to hallucinate. If the monarch wants his minister to die, the minister has no choice but to die. As for the 7-fragment saber art's 3rd form, intent shattering form, it is a little difficult to comprehend. This form can only be practiced by a saber user who has comprehended the saber intent. Moreover, this form is not simple. It is a saber intent that shatters one's self. It has a kind of concept from having a saber to not having a saber. When the saber intent shatters and is reborn, what will be born? Xiao Han was temporarily unable to comprehend the intent shattering form. Moreover, being in this state, he did not dare to reveal any traces of being a saber user. He also did not dare to release his saber intent and shatter the saber intent. I have already grasped the doorway to the first 50 moves of the indestructible golden body and the 5th form of the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist. Monarch wants your minister to die. However, the intent shattering form still requires a period of time to slowly comprehend. One step at a time, haste makes waste. In addition, my true qi cultivation has already reached the peak of the first level and opened 10 meridians. Right now, I need to work hard to open the 11th true meridian and reach the 2nd level of true qi. However, the 11th true meridian is a bottleneck. It cannot be easily opened. However, once it is opened, it will be a great path. Xiao Han opened the curtain and jumped out of the carriage. He turned around and mounted a dragon horse, still wearing a black cloak. Mr. Yun, we are currently at the border between the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. In a few days, we will be able to enter the territory of the Blazing Sun Empire. Hu Qinghe smiled and said to Xiao Han. Xiao Han had risked his life to stand up for Princess Mo Hen, injuring Nangong Ye's Deputy General Zhang Heng. This caused all of Princess Mo Hen's retainers to admire Xiao Han. Now, they completely regarded Xiao Han as one of their own. The Blazing Sun Empire? Xiao Han was surprised. Yes, the Blazing Sun Empire, one of the 7 great empires of the Southern Domain. It has a population of over 20 billion, and its national strength is several times greater than the Beacon Fire Empire. Hu Qinghe said in a low voice. Mr. Yun, although this old man is not a fiend hero, I have heard that the number of fiends in the Blazing Sun Empire is several times that of the Beacon Fire Empire. According to ancient legends, below the group of immortals are the fiends, and below the fiends are all living beings. Although this old man has never seen an immortal, and does not know if there are any immortals in this world who cannot die, the fiends are indeed the most tyrannical existences in the Jianghu continent. To put it simply, how to evaluate the strength of a sect, or even a country, is to look at the number of fiends in that sect or country. Yes, Senior Hu, the Blazing Sun Empire has many fiends, right? Xiao Han said with a smile. Yes, not only are there a lot of them, but there are also many outstanding fiends. For example, the famous Great Sun Emperor, Dragon Bone Saint Blade, One-Page Golden Book, and so on. All of them are supreme experts who dominate a region. Killing the fiends is as easy as drinking water and eating rice. Hu Qinghe said with a face full of admiration. Then, he pouted at the front of the group with an indignant expression and said in a low voice. Although Nangongyi is also a fiend, he is a second-rate fiend. He only knows how to act like a tyrant in a small place like the Beacon Fire Empire. He is not even ranked on the fiend hero ranking. The Great Sun Emperor and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade are in the Blazing Sun Empire? Xiao Han's heart twitched slightly. These were all invincible figures who swore to kill Xiao Han. Xiao Han had seen the Great Sun Emperor once in the Western Domain. Later on, he had seen him a second time in the Setting Sun Mountain Range when they surrounded the North Mystic Demon Emperor and fought against Demon Emperor Qinglin. He was indeed a supreme expert with the dignity of a god. His combat power surpassed that of senior brother Fang Ling and senior brother Dongfang Qin. Mr. Yun, there's no need to worry. Although the Blazing Sun Empire is powerful and prosperous, it's not to the extent of making it difficult for Her Highness Princess Mo Hen's wedding procession. When Hu Qinghe heard Xiao Han's tone change, he promptly consoled him. The long snake-like welcoming team arrived at a mountain range in the distance. Dozens of sneaky men were crouching on a hill. Holding his breath and focusing his energy, he stared fixedly at the welcoming party. His eyes were filled with greed and passion. Brothers, it's the wedding procession of the Beacon Fire Empire's princess. TSK, even from 100 miles away, I can still feel the pure waves of true qi. It was a top-grade true qi spirit stone. A top-grade true qi spirit stone without any impurities. A bearded man swallowed his saliva. Another pointy-faced man pointed with his finger. According to my experience, there are at least 10 large chariots. It's filled with high-quality true qi spirit stones. It was a woman in her 30s. She was extremely beautiful and charming, but she had a pair of triangular eyes. It was very unappetizing. TSK. The marriage of the Beacon Fire Empire's princess is naturally grand. The dowry is frighteningly plentiful. Another short man with an extremely valiant expression said. The Beacon Fire Empire has been in the southern region for countless years. Their foundation is more abundant than many large sections. Wouldn't it be a great loss of face if the dowry of the princess is not enough? Apart from the top-grade true qi spirit stones, the other dowry also makes people envious. Medicinal herbs, jewelry, pills, which one of them isn't priceless? Tisk TSK. Look at those servant girls. Each of them is so beautiful. Wow. I'm afraid those servant girls are not even 16 years old. They are so tender. I'm dying of greed. A white-clothed young man's eyes glowed with golden light as he swallowed his saliva. There's no need to say anything about the princess. She must be as beautiful as a fairy. Otherwise, let's do it. I don't want spirit stones, medicinal herbs, or pills. I only want the princess and those beautiful little servant girls. De Shimao, shut up. Don't stop when you see a woman. The news of the Beacon Fire Empire's princess marrying far away had spread like wildfire in the southern region. How many people were eyeing the princess dowry? But who would dare to do it? Let me tell you, the one escorting the princess this time is a hero from the Beacon Fire Empire's imperial family, Nangongyi. This person cultivates the grand true energy of burning heaven and is extremely powerful. With a wave of his hand, he can burn mountains and boil seas. You can't afford to offend him, otherwise, you won't even know how you died. An old man glared at them. TSK. He is at the true Qi realm. We are also at the true Qi realm. We don't have to be afraid of him. That Nangong Yi is only at the 4th level of true Qi. Even though our cultivation is slightly weaker, if we attack together, we might not lose to him. The triangular-eyed girl mumbled. So many top-grade true Qi spirit stones and pills are enough for us to cultivate for years. What we, the rogue cultivators of the Jianghu, lack is true energy spiritual stones. Third Lady Gongsun, I think you have been blinded by lard. Below the group of immortals is the demon hero, and below the demon hero are all living beings. They are all at the true Qi realm, but the strongest demon hero can instantly kill those at the same level. The old man said in a deep voice. Do you know what a demon hero is? You've never seen one before, right? Let me tell you, every fiend hero is selected from the top figures in the realm of true Qi. They are bloodthirsty and full of battle intent. They are all geniuses. Even when facing the demon race, the demon hero can fight without batting an eyelid. Can you do that? Yes, I heard that the demon hero cultivates the strongest true Qi. They can go to ancient countries, secret realms, and search for treasures that ordinary martial artists are not qualified to enter. Moreover, the mortality rate of the demon hero trials is very high. Those who survive and become demon heroes are all top figures. I think we shouldn't have any crooked ideas. True Qi spirit stones and pills may be good, but we need to be alive to enjoy them. The short man with a fierce expression sighed helplessly. No. We are the top bandits in the entire southern mountain range. Even the armies of some middle-sized countries turn pale at the mention of us and flee at the sight of us. Now that we see a fat sheep passing by us, we can't just stand by and do nothing. The bearded man said fiercely. The man in white, De Shimao, also pounded his chest and stamped his feet. No. I must have sex with Her Royal Highness. We can be husband and wife. Then my life will not be in vain. Even if I can't get Her Royal Highness. It will be great to get a few pretty maids to play with. I have never played with a beauty in the palace in my life. How dare you? De Shimao, you are so lustful. You should restrain yourself. Didn't you kidnap a princess of the Prairie Fire Nation and ravaged her for 7 days and 7 nights before you let it go? The old man scolded. The Prairie Fire Nation is just a small country in the southern mountain range. It can't be compared to a giant like the Beacon Fire Empire. The princess of the Prairie Fire Nation is in the Beacon Fire Empire. At most, she is the daughter of a rich family. She is not even fit to carry the shoes of the princess of the Beacon Fire Empire. De Shimao said anxiously. All right. The first master will make the decision. The old man waved his hand. The first master participated in the demon hero trials. Although he did not become a demon hero in the end, he survived. To be able to survive the cruel demon hero trials. That is something to be proud of. Yes. The first master was also a talented genius back then. He may not be afraid of Nangong Yi. As long as we eat this fat sheep, we won't have to do business for a few years. Princess Mo Hen's escort team. At the front. Nangong Ye's lips curled into a mocking and disdainful sneer. He rode on his strange beast. A few true Qi realm generals came over on their horses. General Nangong, I can feel it. There seems to be someone spying on us in this barren mountain range. A third-level true Qi realm general said in a low voice. In this world, there are always some very stupid people. Nangong Yi raised his eyebrows. This is the border between the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. I have long heard that there are some bandit groups lying in wait here. However, their existence can act as a buffer between the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. That is why the two empires have not sent troops to eliminate them. As he spoke, Nangongye's eyes narrowed. When he opened his eyes, they shone with a bloodthirsty and violent fighting spirit. It is too monotonous and boring to travel like this. I need something to relieve my boredom. Bandits. Although killing bandits is not as satisfying as killing demons, but I like the pleasant sound when I burn my enemies. After saying this, Nangongyi showed an indescribable excitement and eagerness. His expression was extremely ferocious. If those bandits don't dare to attack, then so be it. But if they do, I will torture and kill them all. A few of the generals showed slight fear in their eyes. They thought to themselves, General Nangong is indeed a demon hero. He is completely fearless in the face of danger. He even wants the enemy to attack. He is too murderous. One of the generals was a little cautious and smiled awkwardly. General Nangong. I wonder if there is a demon hero among the bandits. If there is, then it will be a little troublesome. Ha 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 ha. Nangongyi laughed. How can a demon hero become a bandit? The so-called mountain bandits were all unorthodox loose cultivators of the Jianghu and dregs who had betrayed their sections. The most outstanding among them might be able to step into the realm of Jinshi, but the Jinshi cultivation methods they cultivated were all trash. I can torture and kill hundreds of bandits of the same level with just one hand. After a burst of laughter, Nangongyi looked towards Princess Mo Hen's carriage and said in a barely audible voice. Your Highness, live a few more days. Once we leave the Blazing Sun Empire, I will let you die in endless happiness. I will let you have a taste of being a woman before you die. Ha 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 ha. In this vast wilderness area, in the middle of the mountains, an extremely well-hidden stronghold was built on top of a canyon. The terrain was dangerous, easy to defend and hard to attack. Thousands of physical body realm martial artists guarded every corner of the stronghold. In the stronghold, there were also hundreds of strong dragon horses. In the center of the stronghold, there was a wooden pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was a dazzling array of jewels and jadeite stones. On the wooden shelves, there were all kinds of pills in small bottles. A few large chests emitted true qi waves. It was obvious that they were filled with true qi spirit stones. A bald man was sitting on a large chair made of animal skin, like a crouching tiger or a coiled dragon. This bald man was missing an eye. His remaining eye emitted a cold light like that of a primordial python, sinister and cunning. The true qi in his body surged like a great river. From the true acupoints in his body, a sparkling river rushed out. A giant true qi python floated up and down in the river. The snake's eyes were like copper bells, quietly observing the surroundings. A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar said with a smile, First Master, the Beacon Fire Empire's princess has appeared in this wasteland. In about 3 days, they will enter the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. There were sword qi waves on his body. The air around his body twisted and rippled. Yes, the Beacon Fire Empire, that is a colossus. The bald man's voice was extremely hoarse, like the noise of a crow. Yes, the one escorting the princess this time is a demon hero, Nangongyi. First Master, you have participated in the demon hero selection competition before. You should know the battle strength of a demon hero. This time, I'm afraid we can only watch as the fat sheep slip away. The scholar shook his head with slight regret. Although there are more than 10 brothers in the true qi realm in the stronghold, to put it bluntly, they are just a motley crew. If they encounter a demon hero, they will be instantly killed. Demon hero selection competition. The bald man's only eye suddenly revealed an expression of fear and lingering fear. The corner of his eye twitched crazily. Yes. I have participated in the demon hero selection competition. It was really difficult. I almost lost my life and was consigned to eternal damnation. This eye of mine was destroyed in that terrifying selection competition. However, the princess's dowry. I am very interested in it. What I am more interested in is that demon hero. The bald man stuck out his extremely long tongue and swept his lower lip. His only eye emitted a gloomy light, revealing endless greed and selflessness. First Master, you covet the demon hero, what kind of logic is this? The scholar was uncertain. Pfft, the bald man burst into laughter. He patted the position of one of the true acupuncture points on his body. You are really too stupid. Do you think that the most precious wealth in the princess's wedding procession is the dowry? Ha 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 ha. Let me tell you, every demon hero is a huge treasure trove. As long as the demon hero is killed, countless secret treasures will burst out from their true acupuncture points. There is even a possibility of obtaining a peerless secret technique. Ha 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 ha. Of course, this matter cannot be done by force. I will think of a small way. P.S. Today, I originally planned to update about 3 chapters with 3,000 words per page. However, I encountered some matters in the afternoon and didn't have time to write. Therefore, I can only continue to update 2 chapters. The second chapter has 5,000 words. From tomorrow onwards, I will strive to maintain 3,000 words per page and strive to update 3 times. Work hard. Give me a few monthly tickets. Chapter 107. When the scholars suddenly heard that the bald first master actually wanted to take advantage of a demon hero, his face instantly turned yellow. He stammered, "Big. First master, a demon hero. Demon hero, really has such a considerable amount of wealth? Well, you're not a hero, so there are many things you don't understand." The one-eyed man's face glowed. When I was young, I made a great wish to become a swordsman. Do you really think I want to eradicate the demon clan? Bullshit. Let me tell you, this world is very, very big. Other than the north, south, east, west, and middle regions, there are also endless mysterious and vast territories. There are all kinds of mystic realms, ancient countries, historical remains, and countless natural treasures, opportunities, and karmic luck. There was even a legend that an immortal's abode was left behind in this mountain and river. However, ordinary martial artists were not qualified to enter these areas. Unless it was the evil hero. The life of the evil hero is full of legends. Endless battles with the demon clan, adventures, treasure hunting, and success. I can responsibly say that every evil hero's true cave must have stored an unimaginable amount of wealth. So that's how it is. But, great leader, if you recklessly make a move against a demon hero, if you don't have full confidence, I'm afraid you'll invite a calamity of death. The scholar's face was already filled with horror and fear. He had seen the devil hero fight with his own eyes. That kind of efficient and deadly fighting style, and the rock-steady mind, were fresh in his memory. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. No matter what, we have to take a gamble this time. The one-eyed man said evilly. Lead the princess wedding procession to that ghost town. What? That dead city. That dead city at the border of the Blazing Sun Empire. The scholar's face revealed an incomparably terrified expression. Leader, that ghost town, has demon chi, and it seems like there's an almighty demon being sealed there. For so many years, even the demon heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire didn't dare to rashly step into that place. Baldy's deceitful. I was brewing a shocking plan. That city. 10 years ago, it was an extremely prosperous border trading city. It had a dense population and all kinds of businesses were thriving. However, the demon race had stirred up trouble, and in one night, it had become a ghost town. Later on, a powerful hero entered the ghost town alone and sealed the demon race. That's right. In the Blazing Sun Empire, there was once a time when it caused a great uproar, but in recent years, it has long since died down, and no one is interested in it. The scholar continued. First master, this subordinate doesn't understand. Since the demon race has already been sealed, why hasn't the Blazing Sun Empire rebuilt that trade city? Heh heh heh. That's because the vitality of the sealed demon race hasn't been completely extinguished. The muscles at the corner of the bald one-eyed man's eyes twitched crazily as if he was recalling an extremely frightening matter. I once went to that dead city to investigate. It was already in ruins. A high-level demon was nailed to the square in the city by a powerful demon hero with a bone arrow, which almost completely destroyed its vitality. But nothing was absolute in this world. Perhaps because that demon was too powerful, there was still a breath of demonic chi left, and it seemed to be brewing and struggling all this time. He wanted to break the seal on the bone arrow. Last month, I went to the ghost town again and discovered that the bone arrow was sealed. It's already starting to loosen. That demon might break free at any time. Then, this subordinate is even more confused. The scholar was doubtful. That powerful hero at that time. Why didn't he completely kill that demon race? Moreover, since the first master also noticed that there was still a breath of demonic chi left in that demon and it was constantly struggling for its life, then other observant people must have also noticed this point. Why didn't the Blazing Sun Empire send a demon hero to directly cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? To eliminate that demon race? The bald one-eyed man pondered for a few breaths before he knocked on the armrest of the chair and said, I also don't know about these matters. But according to my analysis, that powerful hero must have spent a lot of effort to seal it with a single arrow. Perhaps, he didn't have the strength to kill that demon race at that time. As for the Blazing Sun Empire and the other demon heroes, why didn't they enter the ghost town afterwards and completely eliminate the weeds and the roots? Perhaps they didn't dare to. They had a very deep fear. Didn't dare? The scholar wasn't an idiot. He rolled his eyes and understood. First Master, what you mean is that the demon race was sealed by the demon hero with a single arrow. Whether it was dead or alive, it had already become the prey of that powerful hero. If the other demon heroes rashly interfered, it would be tantamount to provoking that demon hero. Perhaps that's what you mean. The bald one-eyed man nodded slightly. The scholar drew in a breath of cold air. This is simply too domineering. Great Master, the Blazing Sun Empire has the Great Sun Son of Heaven and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade, but they were actually intimidated by a single bone arrow and didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Then, how strong is the hero who shot the arrow of sealing? Yes, I don't know either. In short, he should be slightly stronger than the Great Sun Emperor and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade. Otherwise, the Great Sun Emperor and the others would have already entered the ghost town and removed the sealed bone arrow. The one-eyed bald man waved his hand. However, these are not important to our plan. The most important thing is that the sealed demon race will most likely break free from the seal soon. Then, as long as we lure Nangongyi into the ghost town. He. Perhaps there will be a good show to watch. First Master, you mean to use the demon race that is trying to break free from the seal to fight against Nangongyi first. After that, we will take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits? The scholar's eyes slightly brightened. First Master, this is also a good idea. Nangongyi is a demon hero who loves to kill demons. Seeing that the great demon's seal is about to be broken, he might not be able to control himself and make a move. Although I don't know the level of that great demon, if we bring its corpse to the demon hero pagoda, we might be able to exchange it for a supreme treasure. Nangongyi is the demon hero of the Beacon Fire Empire. He doesn't know much about the ghost town. Let's see if he dares to make a move. The best case scenario would be when Nangongyi enters the ghost town and the great demon breaks the seal on its own. That would be wonderful. Ha 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 ha. The one-eyed bald man burst into laughter. His laughter was bone-chilling. But, First Master, that demon race has been sealed for 10 years and its life force has withered. Even if it could break free from the seal, it would be on the verge of death. I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough to pose a threat to Nangongyi, right? The scholar rolled his eyes and said. That demon still has the strength to fight. Its demonic chi is extremely terrifying. The one-eyed bald man's facial muscles twitched. Every time I go to the ghost town, I would be attacked by the demonic qi and be scared to death. Although that demon only has one breath of demonic qi left, it is still able to fight against a low-stage true qi realm human. It's hard for me to imagine. At its peak, it must be an extremely terrifying existence. Perhaps, it could turn mountains and rivers into powder with just a single thought. There are a total of 3 paths to enter the Blazing Sun Empire. Listen to my command and let the brothers start working. Burn the Yellow Springs poison smoke on the other 2 paths and leave the path of the ghost town to Nangongyi. We will follow the tail. Wait for an opportunity to act. The one-eyed bald man made his decision. Don't worry. Once this is done, there will be no lack of benefits for our brothers. The rich dowry, the endless top-grade true qi spirit stones, and the great treasure that Nangongyi brought with him. Do it. The scholar clenched his teeth. Yes. First Master. Do it. This subordinate will immediately order the brothers to prepare sufficient Yellow Springs poison smoke. Princess Mo Hen's escort team. Xiao Han was wearing a black cloak and riding a flood dragon horse. He was slowly moving to the left of the princess's carriage. These days, I have been trying to break through the 11th true meridian. I can probably feel the throbbing of the 11th true meridian, but I still need some time to accumulate and have an opportunity to break through. He couldn't be too hasty in this matter. Moreover, I have sealed my blade intent and won't be exposed in the slightest. As a result, I don't have enough strength to break through the true meridian. If I can use my blade intent as I please. If I use the power of the void to forcefully break open the true meridian, I'm afraid it will take twice the effort for half the result. Xiao Han silently thought. Moreover, after continuously visualizing the first 50 movements of the indestructible golden body, Xiao Han's body was full of vitality, and the strength of his flesh shell was increasing day by day. The bones in his body glowed with a golden light, and the bone texts emitted a strange light. With the strength of my flesh shell and the addition of bone texts, I'm afraid I can use my body to block ordinary true qi attacks. Xiao Han nodded to himself. Mr. Yun. Hu Qinghe rode to Xiao Han's side and took out a map. We are about to enter the territory of the proud Sun Empire. Xiao Han nodded slightly. He also looked at the map. Mr. Yun, please take a look. There are 3 paths to enter the proud Sun Empire. 2 of them are mountain paths, and the other path leads to a city. After passing through this city, you will reach the border of the proud Sun Empire. After entering the proud Sun Empire, if you do not stop and travel at full speed, you will reach the border of the proud Sun Empire and the Flame Scar Empire in 10 days at most. After passing through the Flame Scar Empire, you will travel for a few days and pass through the territory of a few small countries. Then, you will completely leave the southern region and enter the eastern region. Hu Qinghe explained. Senior Hu, have you been to the eastern region? Xiao Han smiled and asked. Never been. This old man has never left the southern region in his life. Hu Qinghe slightly narrowed his eyes. For a martial artist of this old man's level, the southern region is very big. I will never be able to travel the entire southern region in my entire life. As for the eastern region, that is an extremely prosperous and civilized place. Their civilization is flourishing, and they view our southern region as barbarians. Sigh, if Princess Mo Hen marries to the eastern region, I'm afraid she will suffer a lot of grievances. As he spoke, Hu Qinghe gave Xiao Han a meaningful glance. His eyes revealed traces of instigating and hinting. He said in a low voice. Mr. Yun, us family servants do not wish for Princess Mo Hen to marry to the eastern region. I wonder what Mr. Yun thinks about this? This old man has other intentions. I'm afraid he wants to escape with the princess. Xiao Han laughed in his heart. Then, he said without batting an eyelid. Senior Hu, let's leave the southern region first. At the front of the escort team, Nangongyi rode on a strange beast majestically. General Nangong, it seems that those bandits do not dare to make a move. They must be afraid of General Nangong's prestige. A deputy general said with a relaxed expression. Another deputy general also smiled and said, "How could mere bandits dare to stop General Nangongyi? General is a demon hero, the strongest among martial artists. He can instantly kill ordinary martial artists of the same level with just a thought. Those bandits are not idiots. Why would they be willing to dig their own graves?" Ha 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 ha. Several deputy generals laughed loudly as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. They were only at the true Qi realm. They were not as aggressive and battle-hungry as the demon heroes. It would be best if there were no complications along the way. "General Nangong, we are about to enter the border of the Blazing Sun Empire. There are 3 paths." A deputy general took out a map. "There are 2 mountain paths and a city. However, I have heard that this city was once haunted by the demon race. It is a ghost city and has been desolate for 10 years. Even now, there is still a demon aura. I have heard of the ghost town before. It is said that there was a great demon that was stirring up trouble and wreaking havoc in the human world. However, it was sealed by an evil hero." Nangong Ye's eyes were glowing with a blazing and restless light. At this moment, report. A scout galloped over on a horse. "General Nangong, there is a mountain path ahead that is burning with yellow poisonous smoke. It is a poison that can corrode true Qi. It is called Yellow Springs Poisonous Smoke. It is thick and does not disperse. It has almost filled the entire mountain path. We cannot pass through. Report." Another scout galloped over to report. "General Nangong, the mountain path to the west is filled with raging poisonous smoke. It is over 100 feet high and is extremely difficult to pass through. We must first clear the poisonous smoke before we can pass through." Report. "General, there is a ghost city ahead. There is demon aura everywhere and no signs of life. General, this." Several deputy generals were stunned. Ha 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 ha. Those bandits couldn't hold it in anymore. They want to lure me into the ghost city? Ha 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 ha. The corner of Nangong Ye's mouth revealed a disdainful smile. So stupid, ha 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 ha. As a demon hero, why would we be afraid of a ghost city that has been haunted by the demon race? General, why don't we use our true Qi to completely clear the poisonous smoke on the 2 mountain paths? A deputy general carefully suggested. Why waste time and true Qi? We will enter the ghost city directly. We will pass through the ghost city and enter the border of the Blazing Sun Empire. Nangong Yi waved his hand and declared heroically. General, enter the ghost city. Nangong Yi said sternly. If there are any demons hiding in the city, I will kill them all. Chapter 108. Princess Mo Hen's escort team, under the leadership of demon hero Nangong Yi, began to make a detour and advance towards a dead city at the border of the Proud Sun Empire. This was a city that was almost abandoned by the Proud Sun Empire. It was filled with demonic energy and evil. However, through this city, one could enter the boundless and beautiful territory of the Proud Sun Empire. It was the only way for Princess Mo Hen to marry in the East Domain. At this moment, Nangong Ye's true Qi surged and divine light wrapped around his body. His expression was a mixture of excitement and gloominess. A few of the Jinshi realm deputy generals perked up, released their Jinshi and followed behind. In the middle of the team. Nangong Yi changed his route. Hu Qinghe looked at the map and said in confusion. He abandoned the 2 mountain paths and directly entered the border city? No matter. We will reach the Proud Sun Empire soon. If there is any sudden situation, Nangong Yi will naturally take care of it. Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Elder Hu, Mr. Yun, I have heard that this border city of the Proud Sun Empire is a bit strange. A true Qi realm guard suddenly said. Xiao Han and Hu Qinghe looked at the guard at the same time. It is said that this was once a rich and fertile city, an important trading place. However, 10 years ago, the demon race caused trouble and it became a dead city in one night. It will no longer be rebuilt. The guard said cautiously. There is such a strange thing? Wuxia's expression slightly changed. Heh. Everyone, no need to panic. Nangongyi is a demon hero. Whether it is a dead city or a demon land, what does it have to do with us? Xiao Han smiled. For some reason, Xiao Han was becoming more and more fearless towards the demon race. Subconsciously, there was a desire to kill the demon race. That's right, if he didn't kill the demon race, the demon emperor tattoo on his left arm wouldn't be nourished. The life demon art of the North profound demon emperor crystal. If the movement was illusory, he wouldn't be able to display his peak strength. I hope there won't be any accidents. Wuxia said worriedly. We just need to protect the princess. Xiao Han was even more certain. Noon. The team finally arrived at the dead city. It was indeed a flourishing city. The city walls that rose and fell like a mountain ridge, the wide moat, and the terrain that was like a crouching tiger and coiling dragon all told the world of its former glory and resplendence. But at this time, the water in the moat had already dried up, and a thick layer of moss had grown on the mottled city walls. What was even more frightening was that the entire city was deathly silent, as if it was a ghost town from the Nine Nether. Wisps of demonic chi shot up into the sky from the city. A large part of the clear sky was tainted with filth and filth. Dark clouds rose in all directions, and a demonic wind blew in the city, whistling like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. A terrifying aura spread out. In the team, there were some maids and craftsmen who did not know martial arts. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. They did not dare to enter the city. Even the foreheads of the physical body realm martial artists were dripping with cold sweat. This city is filled with twisted demonic chi. Xiao Han closed his eyes. This is indeed demonic chi. Wuxia licked his dry lips. Nangongyi, what does he mean? He actually chose this path. Senior Hu, left bodyguard, protect the princess well. Don't move even half a step away. The demon egg in Xiao Han's heart began to spin. After breaking the fourth seal, Xiao Han's ability to sense demonic chi and demonic clan creatures had been greatly enhanced. It had increased by a large margin. He could vaguely sense that there might be living demons in the city. It was not as simple as a dead city. With that, Xiao Han urged his horse forward a few steps. At the front of the line. Heh! Such a strong demonic aura. The true chi in Nangongye's body made a slight sizzling sound as he read the demonic aura. The deputy generals exchanged glances with each other. They all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. General, are we really going to enter this ghost city? One of the deputy generals stammered. A bunch of idiots. Nangongyi said disdainfully. According to my experience, I have killed many demon clan members. Although the demonic aura in this city was thick, it was impossible for a demon general-level demon to be hiding there. Let's enter the city. Nangongyi waved his hand, and the group surged into the ghost town. Cross the drawbridge. Enter the city. In the city. The sky suddenly turned dark. To be more precise, the demonic aura that had accumulated in the sky above the city all year round had formed a dark cloud that blocked the sunlight. The city was extremely cold, causing people to shiver in their bones. Boom! 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 The true chi realm experts in the group all ignited their true chi, causing light to radiate in all directions, illuminating the dark environment and driving away the irritating cold. In the middle of the group, Xiao Han looked left and right. There was no living person in this city, not even a single animal or mouse. Many buildings had collapsed and turned into ruins. Under the decaying bricks and debris, human skeletons could occasionally be seen. Woo-woo-woo, waves of demonic wind swept across, sounding like the sobbing and whimpering of ghosts. Those delicate and pretty maids and craftsmen had pale faces. Most of them had closed their eyes and lowered their heads as they walked. Their shoulders were trembling non-stop. Damn it, bad luck. Wuxia Xianxia and the few true Qi realm guards frowned and cursed. They released their true Qi and enveloped Princess Mo Hen's carriage. This was a foolproof plan. In front, a little further ahead, there are signs of the demonic aura, very weak. Normal true Qi realm martial artists would not be able to detect it, but it can't hide from the demonic egg in my heart. Xiao Han was very sure. He was already tensed up. The inextinguishable golden body in his body shone brilliantly, glistening brilliantly. Moreover, the demon emperor tattoo on his left arm was also trembling slightly. At the front of the group. Nan Gongyi frowned deeply and muttered. So strange, there doesn't seem to be any living demonic aura in this city, but why is it filled with demonic aura all year round? They continued forward. Finally, the group arrived at the edge of a huge plaza in the center of the city. They stopped. Suddenly, Nan Gongye's pupils shrank and his scalp went numb as he stared at a stone pillar in the middle of the plaza. The few true Qi realm generals behind him also widened their eyes and looked over without blinking. They saw that on the huge pillar that required several people to encircle, a human. It was a guy in ragged clothes of medium height. He was nailed to the stone pillar by a bone arrow that looked like white jade. Its head was drooping. Its thick black hair completely covered its face. Its hands were very long and withered. Each of its 10 fingernails was more than a foot long. They were sharp and flashed with a threatening cold light. Clouds of demonic aura rushed out from its body. It poured into the vault of heaven and covered the sun. It was so dense that it didn't disperse. General, that thing that was nailed to the stone pillar, doesn't seem to be, not a human, but a demon's corpse, in the entire city. The evil demonic aura is being emitted from this corpse. This ghost city was born 10 years ago, which means, the demon corpse has been emitting demonic aura for 10 years. Even today, the demonic aura is still so dense. It's so intense that even the wind can't disperse it. Then this demon must have been extremely terrifying when it was alive, too terrifying. One of the generals stuttered. The true Qi in his body was a little unstable. General, that bone arrow. Another general said with a trembling voice. The bone arrow that was shot into the demon's body was white and flawless. It was emitting a bitter and ancient aura. Its entire body was extremely dazzling. There were countless light spots swimming around it. The clouds were steaming and the colors were overflowing. It was brilliant. It seemed to be an arrow made from the bone of some ancient beast. The bone arrow was engraved with some mysterious and profound talisman characters. The word treasure was emitting a divine light and carried an extremely powerful sealing power. Roars and roars of ancient beasts could be heard. Accompanied by chanting, the talisman characters engraved on the bone arrow were emitted. Solemn. Immortal. Indestructible. Great. Supreme Being. These words. None of them could perfectly explain the power of the bone arrow. This bone arrow actually killed and sealed this demon with monstrous demonic aura. How powerful is it? One of the generals said in shock. This bone arrow contains a power that can make the mountains and rivers tremble. It was shot by the most powerful devil hero. I don't know who the owner of the bone arrow is. However, he must be the most powerful expert on the devil hero ranking. Who is he? Nan Gongye's eyes revealed an expression of searching his guts and guts. Suddenly, his voice trembled. Could it be him? In the middle of the group. Such a powerful force. That bone arrow contained the mighty power to suppress the heavens. No wonder the demon heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire didn't dare to pull the arrow out after so many years. Wuxia Xianxia guarded the princess's carriage with all his might. The demon egg is spinning faster and faster. This represents the fluctuation of a demon's life. The supreme demon on the stone pillar is not a demon corpse, but It's alive. That demon seems to come back to life at any time. Xiao Han calmly urged his horse forward and approached the edge of the plaza. Outside the ghost town, hundreds of flood dragon horses stopped outside the city. There were also hundreds of strong mortal body realm martial artists riding ordinary horses behind the flood dragon horses. The one in the lead was the bald, one-eyed man. Streams of true energy rushed out of his head, and a snake head poked out. It flicked its forked tongue in and out, wantonly emitting a bone-chilling light. Behind the one-eyed man, there was a scholar, a short man, a white-clothed man, de Shimao, and a triangular-eyed woman. All of them were like wolves and tigers, waiting for something. Nangong Yi and the others have entered the city. The one-eyed man's voice was hoarse. I wonder if that supreme demon can break the seal. Leader, if that demon awakens and fights with Nangong Yi, then we will attack from behind and snatch the dowry and the princess. I can't wait anymore. The white-clothed man, de Shimao, rubbed his hands and said. At the ghost town plaza. Something's wrong. This demon doesn't seem to be completely dead. Nangong Yi finally found a clue. My true chi detected an extremely weak life fluctuation of the demon. What? It's still alive? Many of the deputy generals were terrified. At this moment. Wang. 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 The bone arrow trembled. It moved. Unbelievable. It actually moved. A deputy general pointed at the right shoulder of the demon corpse. General, it moved. Wu, a demon wind blew. Its hair began to flutter in the wind. Ugh, a long and hoarse voice came from the demon corpse. No one could describe the evil and cruelty of this voice. Then, the demon corpse moved. It raised its withered right hand. It raised it for a while, then softened. It raised it again, then drooped again. Finally, it raised its right hand and grabbed the bone arrow. It actually wanted to pull the bone arrow out. In an instant, the runes engraved on the bone arrow began to burn. Golden light shone brightly, and rays of light and auspicious chi soared into the sky. Clouds were steamed, and a loud divine voice was heard. Ah! The demon corpse let out a painful scream, as if it had suffered a great injury. Endless demonic clouds covered the sky. The demonic chi in the city was swallowed like a whale, and all rivers flowed into the demon corpse. Roar! A deep demon roar was heard. It was trying to pull the arrow out. Demon race, stop struggling on your deathbed. You must be the most powerful existence in the demon race. You might be a top-notch demon general, or even, a demon sovereign. The bone arrow did not kill you completely, so you've been trying to break free from it for the past 10 years. Unfortunately, you've stumbled into me, Nangong Yi. Die. Die completely. Perish. Nangong Yi suddenly made his move. He reached out his right hand, and a true energy palm the size of a few acres hit the demon corpse. The true inferno chi was boiling, the light was like the sea, the true fire was like the tide, and the talisman was released. At this moment. Buzz! A talisman enshrouded in demonic aura appeared in the air and imprinted itself onto Nangong Ye's palm made of chi, causing the palm, which was moving at a speed faster than the speed of sound, to freeze in mid-air, unable to advance any further. The next moment. PFFF. It finally pulled out the bone arrow that had been sealed for 10 years. Roar. A demon roar that was several times more violent than before burst out. The ground in all directions cracked, the houses collapsed, and the void was shaking. I finally broke free, this damned seal. It raised its head. It had a pair of eyes that emitted a monstrous demonic chi. It was a pair of dark green demonic eyes. Demonic runes were flickering in the eyes. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. It roared. Chapter 109. The demon that had been sealed by the bone arrow for 10 years had finally broken free. It pulled out the bone arrow. It called itself an emperor, but it turned out to be a demon emperor. Demon emperors were the true powerhouses of the demon race. Every demon emperor needed countless demon heroes to surround them in order to have a chance of killing them. This demon emperor floated in the air, its black hair billowing in the demonic wind. Its dark green eyes were flashing with extremely evil demon runes. It had the sharp face of a middle-aged man and was so skinny that it looked like a bag of bones. Its high cheekbones gave off a very cold feeling. Its ferocious demonic energy engulfed the entire city. The sky darkened. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The sun and moon dimmed. Buzz, the demon emperor's body let out a demonic sound, and a crystal appeared in between its brows. It was a crystal that was as dazzling as an amber gem. It was extremely beautiful, flawless, and contained countless ancient demon runes and characters. It was describing the origin and civilization of the demon race. It was a demon emperor crystal. But it was full of spiderweb-like cracks, and some parts had even turned into powder. It was a demon emperor crystal that had been shattered. Demon emperor crystal. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Instead of retreating, he quietly approached the plaza. After a very short moment of shock, Nan Gongyi displayed the calmness and accomplishment of a devilish hero. The huge palm of genuine qi turned into flames and merged into his true acupoint. His whole body also floated up, and with a wave of his right hand, he signaled the deputy generals to lead the team back. So it's a demon sovereign who was sealed for 10 years by the most powerful demon hero with a bone arrow. Even the demon sovereign crystal was shattered by the arrow. Nan Gongye's expression became more and more calm, but the greed and fiery light in his eyes became more and more intense. He spoke with confidence. That day, the North Mystic Demon Emperor was severely injured and was trapped in the Sunset Mountains by the demon heroes of the Beacon Fire Empire. The North Mystic Demon Emperor's body was severely injured, but its Demon Emperor crystal was not shattered. But you, ha 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 ha. How pitiful. Nan Gongyi laughed in high spirits. The Demon Emperor crystal is the most important part of a Demon Emperor's body. Even your Demon Emperor crystal was shattered and could not be repaired. What other power do you have? Ha 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 ha. I, Nan Gongyi, may be a demon hero, but I'm just a stepping stone. If I don't have heaven-defying luck in my life, I won't be able to survive. It's impossible for me to get the lowest ranking on the Hex ranking list. But I didn't expect that luck would come. Nan Gongyi closed his eyes. Kill the Demon Emperor. To think that I, Nan Gongyi, would one day kill a Demon Emperor. However, the only regretful thing is that your Demon Emperor crystal has already been shattered into powder, leaving less than 1/10 of its original value. Forget it. Even so, I, Nan Gongyi, will never be able to fully enjoy it. Die. Die in my hands. Boom. Nan Gongye's 35 5-pointed star true meridians emerged. Tens of thousands of streaks of light, the blazing sun was like fire, condensing into a several mu large furnace in midair, able to burn all things. It could refine everything. Xiao Han stared at the Demon Emperor crystal that had appeared between the Demon Emperor's eyebrows, and a hint of disappointment welled up in his heart. After the North Mystic Demon Emperor died, the Demon Emperor crystal that was left behind was intact. And this guy? A piece of Demon Emperor crystal had hundreds and thousands of cracks. A part of it had even been shattered into powder, and I don't know if it's still valuable. However, I will try everything I can to get this Demon Emperor crystal. When it fights with Nan Gongyi, it'll be best if both of them are injured, and then. He. Human, you talk too much. I am going to eat you. A true Qi realm martial artist can heal my injured body. The Demon Emperor let out a hoarse and cryptic voice. Its demonic aura was rising and its evil aura was radiating in all directions. Heaven-burning great true Qi. Sky-scorching cauldron. Die. Nan Gongyi suddenly took out his true Qi cauldron and suppressed the Demon Emperor. The cauldron was like a millstone, crushing the air and shrouding the Demon Emperor's head. It emitted a suction force, trying to pull the Demon Emperor into the cauldron and forcefully burn him into ashes. Puff! 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 The Demon Emperor's hair and body exploded with sparks. Its body swayed unsteadily like a candle in the wind, and it could be sucked into the cauldron at any time and slowly refined. It was truly a dragon swimming in shallow waters. A dignified Demon Emperor was about to be refined to death by an unknown swordsman. At that moment, buzz! A demonic talisman appeared from the Demon Emperor crystal in between the Demon Emperor's brows. It was as big as an acre and directly imprinted on the cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron was sealed and froze in midair like a piece of scrap metal. Nangongyi was shocked. All of a sudden. Bang! The Demon Emperor moved its body slightly and appeared in front of Nangongyi, throwing out a punch. This punch was like a falling star, collapsing the mountains and cracking the ground, crushing the rules. Puff! Nangongyi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was thrown back dozens of feet like a sandbag, smashing into a stone house. No one would have thought that a dying Demon Emperor, whose Demon Emperor crystal was shattered, would be able to unleash such a terrifying combat strength at the brink of death. A centipede dies but does not fall down. However, after sending Nangongyi flying, the demonic aura around its body thinned, and the Demon Emperor crystal in between its brows dimmed. It seemed like there was not much demonic energy left. Roar! The Demon Emperor let out a weak and painful growl. Suddenly, its dark green demonic eyes emitted a hint of surprise and excitement, and its aura locked onto Xiao Han as it growled in a low voice. You, human, what do you have on you? This emperor is very interested in the things you have on you that can help this emperor recover his vitality. Reconstruct my peak demonic body. Come over here for this emperor. The Demon Emperor moved its body and moved towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not panic. He was already prepared to fight. However, Xiao Han's eyes slightly moved. He clamped his legs on the Flood Dragon horse. The Flood Dragon horse let out a long neigh and galloped out of the city. You can't escape. You are still too weak. The Demon Emperor did not care about Nangongyi's life or death, nor did it devour the others in the team. Its demonic body tore through the air, creating a wave of air, and chased after Xiao Han. The other true Qi realm martial artists in the team saw that Nangongyi was injured, and they were all scared out of their wits. They stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han had already galloped out of the city on his serpent horse. He galloped all the way to the far east of the city. The Demon Emperor chased after him like a maggot. He escaped to a wasteland outside the city. Roar! The Demon Emperor roared, and the serpent horse under Xiao Han's legs went limp. It foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. At the same time, Xiao Han's body floated in the air. Xiao, the Demon Emperor's right claw clawed at Xiao Han. Puchi! It crushed Xiao Han's body. The Demon Emperor was startled. However, what was crushed was only Xiao Han's afterimage and mirror image. Illusory movement. Human. Why do you have demonic qi? You are emitting demonic qi. This is the North Mystic Demon Emperor's illusory movement. This. The Demon Emperor was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Xiao Han was already standing 10 zhang away. On you. You really have the Demon Emperor's secrets and treasures. After eating you, I will definitely be able to repair the broken Demon Emperor crystal. The Demon Emperor walked towards Xiao Han step by step. It was already very weak, and the Demon Emperor crystal between its brows was broken and dim. Xiao Han did not say a word, but his body was surrounded by icy light. In an instant, a 5 zhang long hornless dragon rushed out from Xiao Han's body, breathing in and out the icy cold qi. The air was filled with ice crystals. Level 1 True Qi. With my injured body, I can barely handle it. The demon emperor's dark green eyes were filled with endless cruelty and cruelty. However, at this moment, boom! True qi burst out from Xiao Han's body again. It was a true qi that was completely different from the black ice dragon true qi. It was antique and as stable as a mountain. It was the spirit tortoise true qi. In an instant, the spirit tortoise true qi started to burn. The raging true fire wrapped around Xiao Han. The clouds were steaming. The power in Xiao Han's body kept on increasing. There was no end to it. Bang! Xiao Han took a step forward, and the ground cracked and collapsed. Sinking. What? The demon emperor was shocked. Burn the spirit tortoise true qi in 10 true meridians. The demon emperor was enraged. Increase my power by 10 times. Xiao Han was like an angry Vajra. The air in all directions crawled and trembled. Die. In less than a breath's time, Xiao Han appeared in front of the demon emperor in a flash. He threw a punch. Bang! Suddenly, the demon emperor's body was covered with cracks. Puff. 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 The demon's body shattered like porcelain, splitting into pieces. The broken demon emperor crystal in between his eyebrows burst out of his body. Xiao. Before the demon emperor crystal fell to the ground, the demon emperor palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm flashed with a bewitching and glass-like demonic light. The shattered demon emperor crystal was sucked in. And it was instantly embedded into a notch on the demon emperor palm. At the same time, the broken demon emperor's body turned into rays of light and merged into the demon emperor palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. Buzz. 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 One after another, the demon veins were awakened. Demonic light flashed on Xiao Han's left arm. However, after burning through the spirit turtle's true qi in all 10 of his true acupoints, Xiao Han immediately collapsed. He dropped to his knees and constantly gasped for air, gasping heavily for air. Damn it. If I didn't have a lot of supreme grade true qi spirit stones in my storage ring, I wouldn't dare to burn all my true qi like this. However, it's all worth it. Killing a severely injured demon sovereign in an instant has greatly tempered my spirit. With the experience of killing a demon sovereign this time, it's only a matter of time before I break through the 11th acupoint. Xiao Han took out the supreme grade true qi spirit stones from his storage ring and put them into the dried true acupoints. At the same time, he transferred the 10 dried true acupoints. Xiao xiao xiao, the hornless dragon turned into rays of light and rays of light. Thousands of strands merged into Xiao Han's true acupoints. Xiao Han instantly became energetic. His body was surrounded by icy light and cold air. Cultivating 2 types of true qi at the same time allows me to burn one of them without any worries. Xiao Han smiled. At this moment, he realized that the demon emperor crystal, which had almost been shattered into powder, was constantly being repaired in the groove of the demon emperor palm. The powdery particles had already solidified and were as good as new. At the same time, the bandits who had been waiting outside the city all along. There seems to be a battle. Brothers, let's enter the city and have a look. The bald one-eyed man waved his hand and a group of bandits rode into the city. Xiao Han straightened his black cloak and returned to the city in a leisurely manner. I wonder if Nangong Yi is dead or not. Even if he's not dead, he's probably heavily injured. After killing this dying demon emperor, I obtained the demon emperor crystal and its life essence, awakened a large number of demon veins, and even comprehended a natal demon technique in this demon emperor crystal. Ha ha ha. I'm not afraid of Nangong Yi anymore. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 110. Xiao Han used everything he had to kill a dying demon emperor. At the same time, the tattoo on his left arm absorbed the demon's body and was greatly nourished. Demon veins awakened one after another. A demon emperor is indeed a demon emperor. Even though he is dying, his bloodline is extremely noble. Demon soldiers and demon generals can't compare to him. Xiao Han thought as he returned to the city. Including the 8 demon veins I awakened before, I now have a total of 100 demon veins. This is unbelievable. This is just a dying demon emperor that has been sealed for 10 years. If it was a demon emperor at its peak, it would have awakened more than 1,000 demon veins after being absorbed by the tattoo on the demon emperor's palm. However, a demon emperor at its peak is not someone I can kill. At least with my current combat power, I can only run away if I encounter a demon emperor at its peak. Xiao Han looked inside himself. On the demon emperor's palm, there were 100 demon veins filled with demonic energy. They emitted a pure luster, like 100 mines and spirit rivers filled with spirit chi. They contained the power to shatter mountains. There was a demon emperor crystal in each of the 2 grooves. It was as bright as the stars. The demon talisman flashed. The demon emperor crystal that had been smashed into powder had already been repaired. Sky demon god investiture. This was a natural demon art that Xiao Han had just learned. The North Xian monster emperor's illusionary movement was a ghostly movement art that was similar to teleportation. The natal monster investiture art that killed the monster emperor just now, the sky monster god investiture, was to use the monster talisman to seal the opponent. Not only could it seal the opponent's attack, but it could also seal the opponent's body. If this demon art was used to its peak, it could seal the strongest opponent for thousands of years. Xiao Han suddenly remembered that Nangong Ye's heaven-burning Grand True Qi was temporarily sealed by the dying demon emperor, which allowed him to take advantage of the opportunity to injure Nangong Yi. Of course. Even if the 100 demon veins on Xiao Han's left arm were filled with demonic energy and he channeled all of it into the demon emperor crystal, he still could not use the sky demon god investiture to its peak. He was still far from it. He needed to awaken more demon veins. I have already mastered 2 demon emperor secret techniques. Each has its own merits. Once the demon emperor palm strikes out, it will have the strength of 10,000 cauldrons. It can be said that my combat strength has increased tremendously. Xiao Han was very satisfied with today's harvest. Back in the city. At this time, Xiao Han saw a group of aggressive martial artists. They surrounded the princess escort team. The one leading them was a malevolent and evil bald man with a single eye. His entire body was surging with true energy, and his light was like a sea. There was a huge python floating above his head, ready to devour anyone that it saw. 37 pentagram true acupoints flashed and vanished within the body of the one-eyed bald man. He was an expert at the 4th level of true qi. He had even opened 2 more acupoints than Nangong Yi. However, his aura was nowhere near Nangong Ye's. He shouldn't be a fiend hero. A normal true Qi realm martial artist. Behind the one-eyed bald man, there were more than 10 Jinqi realm experts of varying cultivation levels. There were level 1, level 2, and level 3 true Qi cultivators. These people. Xiao Han's impression was that they were a group of rogue cultivators. A mob. Hu Qinghe and several guards guarded Princess Mo Hen's chariot tenaciously, their expressions extremely tense. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Both sides seemed to be ready to go to war. Boom! A majestic true fire soared into the sky. Nangong Yi was enveloped within it. His face was as white as paper, and there were bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely miserable and angry. However, the 35 acupoints in his body were boiling and emitting a red glow. It seemed like his battle strength was not affected. However, a thick medicinal fragrance was emitting from his body. Oh, this Nangong Yi was hit by the Demon Emperor and is obviously injured. However, he seems to have consumed a type of divine medicine that forcefully suppressed his injuries. He will not lose his battle strength and be at the mercy of others. Xiao Han knew in his heart. He stood by the side without making a sound. General Nangong Yi. The one-eyed man spoke in a hoarse and cryptic voice. Congratulations, General Nangong Yi, you have defeated the great demon that was sealed here. He, but General Nangongyi, you seem to be injured as well. You bunch of bastards, how dare you scheme against me? Driving the wolf to devour the tiger, killing with a borrowed knife. This is a good move. It's just a despicable method. In the face of absolute strength, it can only be crushed. Nangongye's eyes were filled with disdain. Streaks of fiery light surrounded him, forming into the image of the ancestors worshipping the fire god. It was extremely solemn and ferocious, sweeping across the moon and heaven. The group of true Qi realm experts behind the one-eyed man, seeing that Nangongye's battle strength was not affected, couldn't help but look at each other in shock. A few of them even wanted to take the opportunity to slip away and kept throwing glances at the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man's eyes twitched a few times, as if he was making a decision. After a few breaths, he smiled and said, General Nangongyi, I can see that your injuries are not light. You only consumed a treasure medicine that temporarily suppresses your injuries. According to what I know, this kind of medicine that suppresses injuries seems to be able to maintain your battle strength, but the side effects are extremely severe. General Nangongyi, you must be unable to display your peak battle strength right now, right? To put it bluntly, you are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Why don't we make a deal? Give me half of the princess's dowry, and I will leave immediately. I will not waste time. Ha. A bunch of bastards dares to negotiate with me. What a joke. All of you shall die. Nangongyi made a grabbing motion with his right hand. Fiery light surged like a great river, instantly condensing into a burning heaven cauldron the size of a few acres. It shrouded the sky and directly charged towards the one-eyed man. Who? It was as if there were volcanoes erupting within the cauldron, and it was as if there were 10,000 horses galloping. Its momentum was vast and mighty, emitting an extremely strong suction force. In an instant, dozens of physical body realm experts behind the one-eyed man were sucked into the cauldron. They screamed in pain and were turned into ashes within a breath's time. Nangongyi. Do you think I am afraid of you? The one-eyed man was enraged. The true Qi python above his head was like a crazed devil. It opened its bloody mouth and shot out explosively, directly entangling the burning heaven cauldron. Clang! 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 The true Qi python wanted to squeeze the cauldron until it exploded. Its body grinded against the cauldron, producing the sound of metal being cut. The cauldron's light was dense, roasting the true Qi python until it sizzled and smoke rose. Brothers. Go. The one-eyed man was emboldened. He grabbed with his right hand, and a misty green true Qi palm the size of an acre grabbed directly at Nangongyi. At the same time, the true Qi realm experts behind the one-eyed man all unleashed their ultimate moves. They all attacked Nangongyi together. In an instant, sword Qi rumbled, saber shadows overlapped, and sunlight bloomed. Ultimate moves were everywhere. Nangongye's true Qi realm deputy generals also rushed over to help, each using their ultimate moves. Bang! 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 Light exploded in the sky, treasured flames rolled, and it was hard to tell who would win. A few breaths later, both sides stopped fighting. Nangongye's face was extremely ugly, as if he was dead. The deputy generals were also sweating, having exhausted their true Qi. It was the smell of exhaustion and exhaustion. On the other hand, the bald one-eyed man's side was also retreating. He did not gain the upper hand. The one-eyed man spat out blood, his face as pale as paper. He had been seriously injured. As expected of the fiend hero, he is almost at his limit. Even with the support of treasured medicine, his combat power is still so terrifying. The one-eyed man wanted to retreat, but he did not want to give up. It was very contradictory. At this time, Nangongyi shouted at Hu Qinghe and the princess's guards. Why don't you attack? A bunch of trash. Suddenly, Nangongye's eyes flashed with ferocity as he sneered at the one-eyed man. Don't you want the princess's dowry? I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Attack and kill the princess's guards, and I will consider giving you some true qi spiritual stones and pills. What do you think? Nangongye had long wanted to eliminate the few guards of the true energy realm by the princess' side. If his strength had not been damaged, it would have been a piece of cake. But now, he had been struck by the demon emperor and was heavily injured. He had to rely on the elixirs to hold on, and now he had to fight with the one-eyed man. His injuries had worsened, and he had no choice but to borrow the one-eyed man's strength to eliminate the few obstructing personal guards by the princess' side. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to recover some of his combat power and slaughter the bandits in one go. The one-eyed man spat out another mouthful of blood. He choked and roared, Nangongye, do you think I don't dare? Heh. Nangongye folded his arms, not saying a word as he stood by the side, watching the fire burn. What? Wuxia and the others were shocked. Nangongye, you are despicable. Wuxia pointed at him angrily. First Master, that Nangongye seems to be on bad terms with these guards. He wants to use us to kill them. The scholar came over and whispered. Only that old man is a little tricky. He is at the peak of true Qi realm and has opened 30 meridians. I will deal with him personally. You guys deal with the others. Finish them quickly and kill them. Let's see what Nangongye has to say. The one-eyed man was ruthless. In an instant, dozens of true Qi realm bandits locked their Qi onto Wuxia and the other true Qi realm guards. Everyone, fight! Wuxia's body glowed as a river of true Qi rushed out of his body and flowed above his head. There were only 4 true Qi realm guards beside Wuxia. Their cultivation levels were not high, they were only at level 1 and level 2. Moreover, although this group of mountain bandits were not demons, they could be considered to be brave and good at fighting. They were people who licked blood from the tip of their blades. They had killed many people, and there was a baleful aura in their true Qi that was overbearing. In terms of numbers and momentum, they firmly suppressed Wuxia and the others. Protect the princess with our lives. Wuxia's old face was solemn. He did not think that the few people on his side were enough to deal with dozens of bandits. He was determined to protect the princess even if he had to risk his life. This Nangongye is really despicable. However, it seems like he is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Sooner or later, he will die. Xiao Han sighed and said loudly. Senior Hu, let this junior handle them. As he spoke, Xiao Han walked towards the group of bandits. The group of bandits turned to look, only to see a strange person wrapped in a black cloak, walking over with a murderous aura. First Master, this is? The scholar exclaimed. The bald one-eyed man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as a fierce look appeared in his single eye. It's just level 1 true Qi. Deshimao, make your move and tear this guy apart. The white-clothed man, Deshimao, nodded and dismounted from his horse. He walked towards Xiao Han step by step. Bandits, kill this man, and I'll give you some supreme-grade vital energy spirit stones, Nangongye suddenly said. Xiao Han and the white-clothed man, Deshimao, stopped at the same time and stood 10 meters apart. Chapter 111. Xiao Han observed for a while and noticed that there were 18 true meridians surging within this white-robed Deshimao's body. He was a level 2 true Qi cultivator. Literature expo. Furthermore, these bandits were all slightly injured when they joined forces to attack Nangongye, causing them to expend a portion of their true Qi. Xiao Han looked at the bandits and then at Nangongye, who was floating in the air with a weak and dispirited aura. All of a sudden, Xiao Han felt as though everything was under his control. It was a very strange feeling, causing Xiao Han to be slightly immersed in it. If I use the demon god's palm and use the sky demon god's sealing technique, I'm afraid that no one here is a match for me. Nangong Yi is indeed a formidable martial artist and a true demon hero. However, he is severely injured at the moment and has overdrafted his life force after consuming precious medicine. He is like a lamp that has run out of oil. I'm afraid it won't be difficult for me to kill him. The feeling of controlling life and death is very good. Xiao Han squinted his eyes slightly. The 10 true meridians on his body were shimmering with a cold mist. Level 1 True Qi Cultivator. Die. De Shimao sneered and did not put Xiao Han in his eyes. Suddenly, his body exploded. The 19 true meridians exploded with thousands of rays of light. Bestial roars could be heard and the illusions of tigers, leopards, wolves, snakes, eagles, bears, lions, and other wild beasts appeared. His right hand turned into a true Qi beast palm the size of a water tank. It looked like a tiger or a bear with a domineering aura that could devour mountains and rivers. 100 beasts true Qi. De Shimao slammed his palm towards Xiao Han. A series of sonic booms rang out. However, bang! Unexpectedly, Xiao Han did not block or evade. Instead, he used his meaty shell to forcefully take on this mountain-splitting beast's palm. Pfft! A piece of black cloth on Xiao Han's chest was smashed into powder. It was annihilated into nothingness. He took 5 steps back. Each step created a deep pit under his feet. However, under Xiao Han's skin, golden light shone brilliantly, glistening and dazzling. There were profound and ancient bone texts that appeared. Mr. Yun. When Hu Qinghe and the other guards saw that Xiao Han was instantly hit, they all collapsed and cried out involuntarily. The one-eyed man and the other bandits looked at each other and laughed. However, then, everyone was shocked to find that after Xiao Han used his flesh shell to take on the palm, surprisingly, he did not die from being torn into pieces. Xiao Han stood as straight as a javelin. Not only did it not shatter Xiao Han, but it also allowed the golden light to absorb a portion of the palm force and nourish Xiao Han's body. The golden skeleton glowed even more resplendently. Pure flesh shell strength, increased to 1,000 ding. Xiao Han commanded. However, I can barely withstand an attack from a level 2 True Qi cultivator. But I can't take the attack of someone at the 3rd level of True Qi, and my body will explode. Xiao Han took a few steps forward, visualizing the first 50 movements of the indestructible golden body in his mind. His entire body shone with golden light. His skin flickered with multicolored splendor and bone texts. Why aren't you dead? De Shimao's expression changed drastically. The mountain bandits who were laughing were also dumbfounded at the same time, their faces filled with shock. Hu Qinghe and the others, on the other hand, were surprised and apprehensive. It was another accident. Body refining technique. It's a technique to temper the body. Nangong Ye's expression changed. Such a technique is a treasure. It can only be found by chance. I didn't expect this rogue cultivator to be so secretive. What is his background? You. What kind of treasured clothes are you wearing? It's impossible that I can't kill you. Die. De Shimao roared. His palm shone brightly, and his aura surged as he slapped the air. Bang! Xiao Han was hit by another palm. Buzz! His golden bones rang, and bone texts bloomed. His physical strength had increased to 1,500 ding. Not good. A portion of my true qi was absorbed by him, and when it entered his body, it was absorbed without a trace. De Shimao seemed to have woken up from a dream. Third Lady Gongsun, you and De Shimao attacked together. Kill this bastard. The one-eyed bald man roared. Yes. First leader. The triangular-eyed lady rushed out, and a cloud of multicolored light spurted out from her head, and a willow leaf saber floated in the air. She had opened 24 true meridians in her body, and was a level 3 true qi cultivator. Let's see if you can block my saber qi with just your flesh. Third Lady Gongsun shouted fiercely, and the willow leaf saber in the multicolored cloud trembled slightly. A lingering and gentle crimson saber light struck down at lightning speed towards Xiao Han. This saber seemed gentle, but it contained the power to split mountains. It was no small matter. Boom! Xiao Han did not retreat, but advanced instead. He used the imperial chariot technique, and his physical body crushed through the air. Waves of air billowed out, and he had already arrived in front of Third Lady Gongsun. In an instant, a 5-zhang-long hornless dragon rushed out of his body, and icy cold qi gushed out. The air became damp, cold, and viscous. The chill was bone-chilling, and ice crystals flew in all directions. In the sky, large snowflakes fluttered down, and the entire area within a radius of several zhang changed color, becoming a vast expanse of white. Every snowflake contained the profound ice true qi, and when a snowflake touched Third Lady Gongsun's body, it began to freeze. In less than a breath's time, the surface of Third Lady Gongsun's body was covered with a thin layer of ice. The next moment, puff! A saber jumped out of Xiao Han's true meridian. Xiao Han slashed horizontally, and Third Lady Gongsun, who was about to struggle out of the layer of ice, was cut into two at the waist. Before blood could spurt out, the hornless dragon spat out a cold breath, and blew Third Lady Gongsun's body into ice shards, and her bones were crushed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the hornless dragon quickly turned into endless ice, and entered Xiao Han's true meridian. Xiao Han stood with his saber, and the elegance of a peerless saber master was revealed. With a saber in hand, he was lawless. The wild saber qi was like an evil dragon, and it soared into the sky, stirring up the winds and scudding the clouds, and shaking the mountains and rivers. Xiao Han could not care less about hiding now. There was no need to hide too much. He could just draw his saber and start killing, and nothing was forbidden. However, if he did not draw his saber, it would be impossible to kill all these bandits. Saber Master? Nangong Ye's body trembled, and his eyes showed that he was deep in thought. But he did not speak, and only looked deeply at Xiao Han. Third Lady. Seeing their comrade die, the bandits were enraged. That scholarly bandit moved, and directly rushed towards Xiao Han. The sword qi above his head was dense, and a stream of sword qi, which was like a long river, slashed towards Xiao Han's head with a force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. This scholar's cultivation was similar to Third Lady Gongsun, and he also had 24 true meridian opened, and his true qi was at the third stage. Xiao Han used the imperial chariot movement technique, and rumbled, and the air was dispersed. It crushed the air until it rolled away, like the sound of a river beating against the shore. Bang! 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 Streams of river-like sword qi chased after Xiao Han relentlessly, blasting huge craters in the ground. But strangely, Xiao Han only dodged. He held his saber in his hand, and did not counterattack. Mr. Yun, seems like he can't hold on anymore. Elder Hu, let's go. The princess's retainer, the left bodyguard, said anxiously. Wait. Mr. Yun seems to be doing this on purpose. I don't know what he's doing, but there must be a deeper meaning. Wait a little longer. Hu Qinghe frowned. Go to hell. Torrential River True Qi Sword. The scholar and Third Lady Gongsun were lovers. Now that Third Lady Gongsun had died in Xiao Han's hands, the scholar was naturally enraged, and he used his strongest attack. To kill Xiao Han. Boom! 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 9 streams of torrential river sword qi fell from the sky, and the waves were turbulent. Countless strange phenomena appeared, and flowers bloomed and fell. The sword qi surged. Xiao, at this moment, the saber light in Xiao Han's right hand flashed a few times. The saber light was activated by the profound dragon ice true qi, and it was like an ice blade, slashing out fiercely. The air froze, and the sound of glass shattering could be heard. This guy's sword technique is not orthodox. In terms of sword technique quality, he is not even as good as Lu Feng from Mingjian Mountain Villa. But his true qi is more abundant. Xiao Han slashed a few times, and he found a gap to dodge the torrential river sword qi. But the ice blade light was instantly swallowed by the tsunami-like sword qi, leaving nothing behind, and Xiao Han was in an extremely sorry state. If not for the domineering movement technique, Xiao Han would have been hit by the sword. What is he doing? Nan Gongyi stared at Xiao Han, as if he wanted to see through Xiao Han. Shockingly, he is trying to break through the 11th true meridian. I can feel the saber intent. He is trying to use the saber intent to cut through the void to forcefully break through the 11th true meridian, and reach level 2 true qi. This guy. Nan Gongyi was a demon warrior after all, and he immediately saw through Xiao Han's intention. Indeed, Xiao Han was currently activating his saber intent to cut through the 11th true meridian. Previously, he had killed a demon emperor with his own hands, causing Xiao Han's already flawless spirit to be tempered and refined once again. Removing the impurities, he would definitely be able to break through the 11th true meridian. He Lu, ***, you guys attack together. The one-eyed man saw that the scholar's attacks were futile, and he immediately ordered the 2 true Qi realm bandits beside him to join the battle and kill Xiao Han. Yes. Of the two, one was level 2 true Qi, while the other was level 3 true Qi. They rushed forward, their true Qi shrouded in mist, and they were about to unleash their ultimate attack on Xiao Han. Let's attack together. De Shimao also roared and took a step forward. Now, Xiao Han was surrounded by 4 true Qi realm bandits. As if facing a great enemy. Xiao Han's spirit was as tense as a bowstring. At this moment. Open. The invisible saber intent took advantage of the situation. Pooh. Xiao Han's body emitted the sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. A pentagram true meridian appeared. The 11th true meridian was broken through. True Qi realm 2nd level. Then. Pooh. 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 The 12th, 13th, and 14th true meridian exploded one after another. In an instant, Xiao Han had broken through several true meridian, causing the speed of his thought process, as well as his level of life, to undergo a transformation. Die. The saber in Xiao Han's right hand flashed. But there was no saber flash. The next moment, originally, the 4 bandits were charging at Xiao Han in a row, intending to kill him in one blow. However, something strange happened. Their bodies stopped at the same time, and their legs became heavy and stiff. It was as if they had been imprisoned and bound. With the 4 bandits as the center, the space within a radius of 2 zhang suddenly froze. Traces of ripples appeared. Bang! That piece of space exploded without any warning, directly shattering into pieces. Space turbulence and fragments swirled and twisted like a storm. Pooh! 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 The 4 bandits were covered with cuts and bruises, and fresh blood spurted out. The second style of the 7-fragment saber technique. Void-shattering style. It directly shattered a piece of space. This was the first time that Xiao Han had used this ultimate blade technique. Xiao Han, who had reached level 2 true Qi, could instantly shatter the space within a radius of 2 zhang with this move. What? This saber technique is actually this terrifying. The saber techniques I've seen before were only as powerful as this. Nan Gongyi was getting more and more frightened, and his heart was filled with suspicion. However, although this saber technique was powerful, it consumed a lot of true Qi. The mystic ice true Qi stored in the 10 true meridian in Xiao Han's body had already been used up by now, and only 6 true meridians still had true Qi left. The 4 bandits struggled out of the shattered space, their bodies covered in blood. They roared like wild beasts, and gathered all their remaining strength to attack Xiao Han. Pooh! The invisible saber intent flashed, like a whale out of the sea, or an eagle soaring through the sky. Wherever the saber intent passed, the ground cracked and the air was shattered, unable to reform in a short period of time. With a flash of the saber intent, blood splattered 7 feet away. The 4 bandits did not even have the chance to make a sound before their bodies were cut in half by the invisible saber intent. After my cultivation level increased, my thinking speed increased, and the strength of my soul was nourished and strengthened. My saber intent actually became a bit more condensed. A casual slash of saber intent is almost 15 zhang. Xiao Han held the saber in his hand, and walked step by step towards the remaining bandits. Colliding with the princess's carriage and trying to steal her dowry, all of you must die. Chapter 112. Xiao Han had killed 5 true Qi realm bandits with his first level true Qi cultivation. In the midst of the battle, he had opened several acupoints and stepped into the second level of the true Qi realm. It was truly shocking. Of course, to be honest, killing bandits above his level was not something to be proud of. Bandits were not like the direct disciples of sections. Their cultivation methods were crude and inferior, and they lacked true Qi's spiritual stones. They were a typical motley crew that bullied the weak and feared the strong. This guy. The one-eyed man and the other true Qi stage bandits were completely stupefied. Not only did they not pounce towards Xiao Han because of the death of their comrade, their fighting spirit had instead become dispirited, and their fighting spirit was gradually being defeated. Let's go. This guy has hidden his strength, he's not easy to deal with. Let's retreat first. The one-eyed man ordered and was about to lead his subordinates to scatter. At this moment, boom! Nangongyi grabbed with his right hand. A giant palm made of true Qi appeared out of nowhere and came crashing down like a raging fire. Ah! 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 Large groups of bandits were instantly set ablaze. With a crackling sound, their bodies exploded and died without a complete corpse. Xiao 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 xiao, Xiao Han's right hand turned into a blur. Hundreds of saber auras stacked in front of him and slashed out. Pu, the powerful true Qi saber aura was dozens of feet long. Like a rainbow, it was like an army of thousands of horses, cutting through everything, killing people and ghosts. Mixed with a trace of saber intent, it seemed to possess an immortal aura as it rushed towards the bandits. Qi! 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 Enveloped by this powerful saber aura, many physical body realm bandits were slashed into a bloody mist, leaving no trace behind. Even true Qi realm bandits were dismembered. Blazing Sky Furnace. Nangongyi used his strongest move, the furnace that could incinerate everything. It devoured all the surviving bandits, including the one-eyed man, and turned them into ashes. The invading bandits were all annihilated. The members of the escort team were relieved, but they quickly turned to look at Xiao Han and Nangongyi quietly. I'm afraid you're not just an ordinary wandering cultivator. Nangongyi looked at Xiao Han with interest. Swordsman. Your Excellency is actually a peerless swordsman who has comprehended saber intent. In the entire Beacon Fire Empire, the bladesmen who comprehended saber intent were all bladesmen. Not many. I heard that the youth from the Cloud sect, Xiao Han, has comprehended saber intent. Sir, it's time to take off your mask. Streaks of dawn fire. It coiled around Nangongye's body like a fire dragon. He floated in mid-air, his eyes spitting out beams of fire. He looked like a god. Xiao Han did not make a sound, but the tattoo on his left arm began to throb slightly. General Nangongyi, you can try lifting my mask yourself. I will definitely not disappoint you. Nangongyi was heavily injured, so Xiao Han was not afraid. However, it seemed necessary to spare Nangongye's life for now. After all, Xiao Han was still in the southern domain and was in a dangerous situation. There were many variables. Should he continue to stay in the welcoming team and bluff his way through? Until he left the southern region, or directly exposed his identity and activated the demon god's palm. Start a massacre. Xiao Han pondered for a while. Furthermore, Xiao Han had promised to protect Princess Mo Hen, so he couldn't just leave like that. For a bladesman who comprehended saber intent, killing people above his level is as easy as eating and drinking water. Furthermore, I'm injured, so you don't seem to be afraid. Nan Gongyi said slowly. But, you just killed those bandits above your level. Did you use up a large amount of true energy? Moreover, you used saber intent consecutively, which exhausted your spirit. I'm afraid you don't even have 50% of your original combat strength? Your Excellency should know that I am a demon hero and cannot be measured by common sense. To be honest, I still have some precious medicines that can reduce my lifespan in exchange for combat strength. Your Excellency, are you still as calm as water? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed. General Nangong, are you threatening me? I'll say it again, you can try. Xiao Han's voice was very calm. His black cloak covered his face, making it impossible to see his expression, making him seem even more unfathomable. Nan Gongyi hesitated for a moment. The corner of his eyes twitched slightly before he smiled. All right, everyone take a step back. Let's continue our journey first. We'll decide after we pass through the blazing Sun Empire. Xiao Han and Nan Gongyi smiled at each other with ulterior motives. Then, they returned to their respective groups. Nan Gongyi sat on the strange beast at the front of the group and waved his hand. Let's go. Xiao Han returned to the side of Princess Mo Hen's chariot and quietly mounted a flood dragon horse. The group prepared to set off again and pass through the city. At this moment, General, what should we do with this bone arrow? A true Qi Realm Deputy General's figure flashed and jumped to the center of the plaza. At this moment, the bone arrow that had sealed the Demon Emperor for 10 years was stabbed into the ground in the center of the plaza. The bone arrow was white and flawless, emitting a bitter and desolate aura. The runes engraved on the bone arrow possessed a supreme aura that made the mountains and rivers tremble. As deep as the sea. General, this bone arrow is really mystical. It's not an ordinary item. The Deputy General bent down to pull the arrow out. Don't pull it out. Nan Gongyi screamed. Unexpectedly, his warning was a step too late. The Deputy General seemed to want to pull out the bone arrow and claim credit in front of Nan Gongyi. Without thinking, he grabbed with his right hand and pulled. In an instant. Buzz! The bone arrow emitted a godly sound and Buddhist chants, and a huge rune appeared, directly enveloping the Deputy General. Bang! The Deputy General knelt on both knees, a complicated rune appearing between his eyebrows. His eyeballs were motionless, like a stone statue, and he still held the bone arrow in his hand. He could no longer feel a trace of life from his body. Damn it! It's been sealed. Nan Gongyi's facial muscles twitched. Too stupid. Even the demon heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire do not dare to easily pull out this bone arrow. Go. Go around the plaza. The escort group nervously went around the plaza and then quickly left this ominous city. Xiao Han looked back and thought, this bone arrow contains a terrifying seal. It seems to have the same effect as the Sky Demon's investiture. However, with my current demon power, I am still unable to release a seal as strong as this bone arrow. But I believe that this day will come. Mr. Yun. At this moment, Hu Qinghe whispered in Xiao Han's ear. Mr. Yun, I'm afraid we're in danger on this journey. You saw for yourself just now, Nan Gongyi actually went crazy and instigated the bandits to kill us. This is utter treason. I don't know if we can make it to the East region alive. Xiao Han took out a few supreme-grade true energy spirit stones from his storage ring and stuffed them into the dried-up and newly opened true meridians. He licked his lips and said, if Nan Gongyi was not injured, he would have attacked me just now. Plus, he would definitely want to get rid of the princess's henchmen. He is stalling for time, waiting for his injuries to recover. Hu Qinghe was a little frightened. Then. Mr. Yun, what should we do? Now that all my true meridians are empty, I need to refine a few supreme-grade true energy spirit stones to replenish my energy. Plus, the Blazing Sun Empire has many powerful monsters, including the Emperor of Japan and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade. So, let's endure for now. Once we pass through the Blazing Sun Empire and enter the wasteland, we will immediately attack and kill Nangongyi. A gentleman does not stand in front of a collapsing wall to strike first, to gain the upper hand. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with an uncontrollable killing intent. Once we leave the Blazing Sun Empire, attack immediately. Mr. Yun, are we going to attack Nangongyi? Hu Qinghe was shocked. There's no other way. Are we going to wait until Nangongyi recovers before killing us? Xiao Han was determined to kill Nangongyi this time. But in the Blazing Sun Empire, he did not dare to attack, nor did he dare to use his demonic techniques as he wished. That's true. Hu Qinghe finally nodded his head heavily. Rather than being killed by Nangongyi, we might as well kill him. Originally, we didn't want the princess to marry to the Eastern Domain. This time, we might as well throw caution to the wind and kill Nangongyi, then escape with the princess. It's better than marrying to the Eastern Domain, a foreign country. Mr. Yun, everything depends on you. Hurry up and absorb the top-grade True Qi spirit stones to recover your True Qi. Yun, you must protect Mo Hen. At this time, Mo Hen also lifted the curtain, revealing her beautiful and delicate face. She was so beautiful that it made people feel suffocated, making people feel pity for her. General Nangongyi doesn't seem to have good intentions. Xiao Han nodded slightly. 17, don't worry. I will definitely strike first and eliminate Nangongyi. With that, Xiao Han did not waste any more time. He silently circulated his profound art, and strands of pure True Qi were refined into the Spirit Turtle True Qi and the Great Hornless Dragon Profound Ice True Qi, which were stored in Xiao Han's dried-up True Acupoints. At the front of the group, Nangongyi's face was hazy, his eyes filled with killing intent. General Nangong, that guy, is he really the Xiao Han wanted by the entire country? A deputy general asked carefully. This seat does not dare to confirm. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. However, that's not important. Nangongyi said coldly. When this seat recovers, and my combat strength is at its peak, I will lift his mask and take a good look. That physique tempering technique of his, this seat wants to obtain it. If he really is Xiao Han, that's even better. He stole the North Mystic Demonic King Crystal, it's a great treasure. If this seat obtains it, I can exchange it for countless resources and secret techniques at the Yaoxia Pagoda. Pausing for a while, Nangongyi lowered his voice and said. In the Blazing Sun Empire, do not be ostentatious. Let's keep a low profile and ignore that guy for now. In the Blazing Sun Empire, including the Emperor of Japan, many of the strongest heroes are coveting Xiao Han. If that guy is really Xiao Han, all the more we cannot let the Emperor of Japan and the rest take him away. The Emperor of Japan, Dragon Bone Saint Blade and the rest are all vicious and cunning. If they interfere, how would I stand to gain? Yes, General Nangong, leave the Blazing Sun Empire's territory and enter an uninhabited wasteland. I believe at that time, General's injuries will be healed. The Deputy General nodded heavily. Nangongyi thought for a while and said softly. Listen, pass down the secret order. Leave the Blazing Sun Empire and enter an uninhabited wasteland. Begin the purge. Kill all the servants around the princess. Leave none alive. This. General, kill them all? The Deputy General was shocked. The journey to the eastern region is too far and too arduous. We've only just entered the Blazing Sun Empire, and we've already lost so many men. I'm afraid there will be more problems before we enter the eastern region. Forget it, Sai. This seat has failed to live up to the Emperor's expectations. There's no need to go to the eastern region, it'll save the princess the trouble. Nangong Ye's eyes flashed with killing intent and a maniacal sinister light. Ominous City Plaza. The deputy general who pulled out the arrow had lost all signs of life. He knelt in the middle of the plaza, his hands still holding onto the dazzling bone arrow that was intertwined with divine light and runic symbols. Right at this moment, whang! The bone arrow let out a divine sound and actually broke free from the deputy general's hand. Following that, it flew up into the sky and chased after the princess entourage. Chapter 113. According to the speed of the escort team, it would take around 10 days to cross the Proud Sun Empire. They would arrive at the border between the Proud Sun Empire and the Blaze Scar Empire. After entering the Proud Sun Empire, Nangong Yi kept a low profile. He tried his best to lead the team along empty mountain paths, avoiding the prosperous cities of the Proud Sun Empire. He would not interact with the various sects of the Proud Sun Empire either. It seemed that Nangong Yi did not dare to be too ostentatious after his injuries. However, news of the Beacon Fire Empire marrying off a princess had reached the Proud Sun Empire long ago. As a result, the Proud Sun Empire did not seem too curious about this team. Occasionally, a few true Qi realm cultivators would come to ask around, but Nangong Yi easily dealt with them. 7 days passed just like that. Xiao Han currently sat cross-legged in a large carriage. Xiao Han's body shone with golden light, bone inscriptions faintly visible. He was cultivating the invincible golden body. Xiao Han's pure physical strength had increased to 1,500 cauldrons. He was completely different from a normal person. He was comparable to a savage beast in the truest sense of the word. A normal person's physical body could not withstand such violent strength. It would definitely explode. However, Xiao Han's physical body would only grow stronger the more he cultivated. There was no limit. Using the invincible golden body now is very interesting. I can absorb other people's true qi and convert it into my own physical strength. Xiao Han smiled. As expected of one of the martial arts used to seal the evil egg. I've refined the essence and taste. Now, my body is full and sturdy, and my weight far exceeds 500 kilograms. My bones are especially heavy now that they've turned into golden bones. As for his true qi cultivation, Xiao Han had opened 14 true acupoints. With the replenishment of supreme-grade true qi stones, the spirit turtle true qi and hornless dragon profound ice true qi had filled his true acupoints and virtual acupoints. He could change them as he pleased. The difference between the first and second stage true qi was not just the number of true acupoints opened. It was related to the speed of thought and the transformation of the soul. Simply put, after breaking through the barrier of the 11th true acupoint and reaching the second stage, Xiao Han's thought process was roughly twice as fast as when he was at the first stage. This increased Xiao Han's speed and reaction time to dodge the enemy's attacks. At the same time, his attack speed also increased. His soul was firm and full. His blade intent was solid. In addition, his lifespan had increased. Fang Ling had once told Xiao Han that those in the martial Dao could have at least 300 years of lifespan after tempering their bodies to the peak of perfection. After that, he would enter the Zhenqi realm. Every time he opened a true acupoint, his lifespan would increase by roughly 30 years. In other words, Xiao Han could easily live up to 700 years old. Martial artists could overcome the natural aging process. The saber intent is getting sharper. It had almost reached the peak of the initial success stage. However, saber intent was very mysterious. How could one reach the threshold of middle stage saber intent? It's too ethereal. When Xiao Han was pondering over the saber intent, he was the most confused because the saber intent was formless. However, he knew that once his sword Dao reached the middle stage, his combat power would increase by at least a level, perhaps even more. Also, the third form of the 7-fragment saber art, the intent-shattering form. How does it shatter my saber intent? Let him undergo nirvana rebirth? It is extremely dangerous to shatter your own saber intent. If you are not careful, your saber intent will be completely destroyed. Furthermore, your comprehension of the saber Dao will not improve for the rest of your life. The martial Dao was too vast and profound. Xiao Han's martial Dao path was not a simple path. However, Xiao Han excelled in diligence and perseverance. He continued to comprehend and study the martial Dao. He would not give up easily. At the front of the group, Nangong Ye's pale and dispirited face was slowly regaining some color, as though he was in high spirits. His aura was like a rainbow. His eyes shone with the aura of being in control of everything. General Nangong, have you recovered from your injuries? A deputy general asked carefully. Fortunately, I do not lack healing medicines. I have recovered by 70%. Nangong Yi laughed coldly. 70% of my combat power is enough to kill that guy. Even though he had comprehended the saber intent, there are thousands of Daos. Saber intent and sword intent are not the only things that are ethereal and unreal. I have opened 35 true acupoints at 4th stage true Qi. That guy has opened 14 true acupoints at 2nd stage true Qi. The gap between us is too big. It is not enough to describe it as the difference between heaven and earth. Yes, General. You are 2 levels ahead. Killing that guy will be as easy as blowing off dust. Don't worry, General. I have already given the order. Once we enter the border between the Blazing Sun Empire and the Blazing Scar Empire, we will start to eliminate all of Princess Mo Hen's henchmen. However, how do you plan to deal with Princess Mo Hen? Bring her back to the Beacon Fire Empire? Oh. Nangong Yi said secretively. Princess Mo Hen, there is no need to return to the Beacon Fire Empire. I have my own way of dealing with her. His Majesty will definitely be satisfied with my method. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Yi could no longer hold back and let out a wild laugh. He was in high spirits. Thinking that he did not need to travel to the eastern region, Nangong Yi felt relaxed. 3 days later. The escort team finally crossed the Blazing Sun Empire and entered a deserted wilderness. This was a region surrounded by barren mountains, majestic and majestic. These mountains lacked vitality, giving off a grayish-brown impression. There were many rocks scattered in the mountains. Occasionally, there would be a few meters long wand flying across the sky. Set up camp and rest here until noon. Nangong Yi ordered. He looked at a few of his trusted subordinates and signaled with his eyes. Then, Nangong Yi strode towards the center of the team, where Princess Mo Hen's carriage was. According to the plan, Nangong Yi would take Xiao Han away and break all of his bones in the mountains. He would interrogate him to find out what he wanted, such as a body refinement technique. Then, he would kill Xiao Han. At the same time, the subordinates would lead the soldiers to slaughter all the henchmen of the princess, leaving only Princess Mo Hen alive for the time being. Mr. Yun, Nangong Yi is coming this way. Hu Qing's eyes flashed with hidden killing intent, but there was more nervousness and apprehension. He had followed the rules all his life and had never thought of making a move against a swordsman. Moreover, judging from his appearance, Nangong Ye's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was possible that he had already recovered from his injuries and recovered his peak combat strength. Can I have a word with you? Nangong Yi looked at Xiao Han with a smile that did not reach his eyes. I have some confidential matters to ask you alone. Oh. Xiao Han's eyes swept around and found that the subordinates and soldiers under Nangong Yi were holding weapons in their hands. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. A large number of soldiers vaguely formed a pincer around the henchmen of the princess. Some soldiers used greedy and evil eyes to stare at the voluptuous figures of some pretty maids, gulping down saliva. The atmosphere was really strange. Xiao Han could even smell the killing intent. What? This Nangong Yi seems to want to slaughter the henchmen of Princess Mo Hen. Those soldiers and subordinates are ready for battle, their eyes filled with the excitement of killing. Xiao Han was moved. He did not expect that Nangong Yi would be so cruel. Before reaching the eastern region, he wanted to start a massacre and kill the innocent henchmen of the princess. General Nangong, could it be that you want to start a massacre? Xiao Han said in a clear voice. His voice spread far and wide, echoing in the mountains. You are crazy, you want to kill all the henchmen of the princess. Ah. What does this mean? General Nangong wants to kill us? Many of the guards, craftsmen, maids, painters, and tailors were all shocked out of their wits, as they looked left and right in fear, as though they had lost their souls. Ha 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 ha. Nangong didn't deny or hide anything. He let out a long and evil laugh. You people betrayed the empire and defected to the enemy. You despised the imperial family of the Beacon Fire Empire. You deserve to die 10,000 times and your 9 generations will be exterminated. Today, under the secret order of His Majesty, I will execute all of you. Your corpses will be exposed in the wilderness. Ah! Hearing Nangong Ye's words, at least half of the henchmen of the princess fainted in fear. The other half trembled like sifting chaff, their faces ashen. Hu Qinghe and a few True Qi realm guards roared and cursed while blocking the carriage of Princess Mo Hen, swearing to defend with their lives. Mo Hen lifted the curtain and asked sternly. General Nangong, you gave a false order. What is your intention? However, she was born weak and kind. At this time, she was already weeping like a pear blossom. She was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She almost fainted. Your Highness. Ha ha ha. Nangong laughed arrogantly, full of disdain and the supreme pleasure of controlling the whole situation. Nangong, let's fight. Suddenly, Xiao Han's body rose up and floated in the air. His whole body was covered with icy light. Ice crystals rustled and fluttered down. A single blade was already in his hand. The blade's aura swept across several li, swallowing mountains and rivers, destroying everything. Ha 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 ha. Forget it, I will defeat you here, destroy your cultivation, and interrogate all your secrets. Nangong also floated in the air. The 35 pentagram true meridians in his body shone brightly. The burning heaven great true Qi shone through the ages, incinerating everything. I don't care if you're a hidden rogue cultivator of the Jianghu or Shaohan, I will cripple you and make you experience all kinds of pain and torture. At the same time, I will show you the difference between you and me. Once upon a time, there was a mayfly that dreamed of. Nangong continued to talk, trying to destroy Shaohan's confidence and will to fight. Bullshit. Shaohan roared, interrupting Nangong. Demon hero. Today, I will kill a demon hero with my own hands. There is a saying, below the group of immortals is the demon hero, below the demon hero are all living beings. But today, I will slaughter the demon hero. No matter who it is, since they want to kill me, they must pay the price. I don't believe in fate. My fate is decided by man, not by the heavens. If the heavens want to destroy me, I will destroy the heavens. Suddenly, an unparalleled domineering and violent fighting spirit burst out from Shaohan's body. Silence reigned all around. Even the soldiers who were ready to start a massacre were scared. They were completely intimidated by Shaohan's aura. Nangong, today, I will kill you like a pig or a dog. Shaohan laughed coldly. How dare you? This was completely presumptuous. Die. Go to hell. Nangong made a grabbing motion with his right hand. A giant palm made of true fire grabbed at Shaohan with a sea of light. The speed of the true Qi giant palm print was extremely fast. It was way faster than a low-level true Qi cultivator's reaction speed. Splat. This time, it caught him. Shaohan's body was torn into pieces and burned into nothingness. But this was just an afterimage and a mirror image. In the next moment, Shaohan's real body appeared behind Nangong. What? Moving like an illusion? Beixian Demon King's movement is like an illusion. You are Shaohan. You really are Shaohan. How dare you expose your demon qi? You are asking for death. Nangongyi roared. Go to hell for your father. Burning true qi. Dragon Face was furious. The king wants his subject dead. Nangongyi suddenly felt a huge wave of qi coming at him from behind. He turned around to look. Xiao Han's entire body was bathed in the true qi fire, his aura and strength were rising. Lawless. Killing gods and immortals. Chapter 114. Xiao Han knew that he and Nangongyi would not rest until one of them was dead. Therefore, he used his most powerful attack right from the start. He even used the secret technique of the demon race. He did not hesitate to expose his identity. Because Xiao Han knew that if he did not go all out, he would not be able to defeat Nangongyi, and he would be killed instead. After all, the difference in cultivation level between the two could not be ignored. At this moment, Xiao Han had arrived behind Nangongyi with an illusory flash. He immediately ignited all the spirit turtle's true qi in his 14 true acupoints. The strength of his body rose steadily, explosively increasing by 14 times. Mountain reclamation. Boom! Dragon Face was enraged. Xiao Han was determined. Without hesitation, he threw a punch at Nangongyi, as if he was putting his life on the line. The punch was so powerful that it created a hurricane. It even sucked all the air within a few meters, forming a vacuum field. Nangongyi was at the 4th stage of true qi, so his reaction speed was extremely fast. He could only feel that Xiao Han's punch was unavoidable. The meteorite-like fist grew larger and larger in his eyes. This punch is a bit powerful, but it's not enough. Amidst his shock, Nangongyi displayed the combat skills of a demon warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. A wall of fire was erected in front of Nangongyi in an instant. The great burning heaven true qi went all out to defend. Within the wall of fire, shadows of fiery trees, silver flowers, wind, forest, and fire appeared. Xiao Han's dragon face was furious. He burned all the true qi in his body to increase his strength. The true qi in his 14 acupoints was burned, increasing his strength by 14 times. However, this was only a form of pure strength. It did not mean that Xiao Han could defeat an enemy 14 times stronger than him. One must know that the golden-armored demon warrior and Nangongyi both cultivated extremely high-quality true qi cultivation methods, which meant that their attacks and defenses were enhanced. In the blink of an eye, bang! Earth-shattering. Falling meteorite. Collision of stars. Xiao Han's punch. His anger and strength reached its peak. It landed directly on the wall of fire formed by the great burning heaven true qi. Crack, 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 numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the wall. Pft! 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 Balls of flames were blown away by this punch. It's not bad for you to be able to slightly break through my defense with your current realm. But I can see that you burned all of your true qi in exchange for such great power. With a single punch, all the true energy in your body would be exhausted. You would be completely overdrawn. If you can continue to unleash this kind of power, then even I will be a little afraid of you. Alright, time to be executed. I'll capture you, cripple your cultivation, break all your bones, and slowly interrogate you. Nangongyi kept on laughing sinisterly. He could tell that Xiao Han was at the end of his tether. However, the ruler wants the subject dead. Xiao Han took advantage of the moment when his true qi was about to run out and his strength was about to dry up to strike out with the Son of Heaven's divine fist. If the monarch wanted his subjects dead, this was a form of domineering will. He brought out the might of a monarch to the extreme, striking out with the Tao of a monarch and subject, causing his opponent to hallucinate mentally. His opponent was like a subject meeting the emperor. He was sentenced to death and had no choice but to die. What? Suddenly, under the general trend of the emperor wanting the minister to die, Nangongyi felt the world spinning around him and his vision blurred. He realized that he was kneeling in the throne room and had committed countless crimes that were too numerous to be listed. He had even implicated his entire family and clan. Nangong Ye's tears fell uncontrollably as he spoke with a trembling voice. Your subject deserves to die. Your subject deserves to die, bang. In the next moment, Nangong Yi felt a sharp pain in his chest and his entire body was sent flying. He suddenly came to his senses and discovered that he had been punched by Xiao Han at close range. Even the general armor on his body had been struck with thousands of spiderweb-like cracks. Nangong Ye's entire body was embedded in the middle of a giant stone mountain. The mountain began to tremble and rocks flew everywhere. Hew, hew, hew. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly collapsed. He felt dizzy and exhausted and almost fell from the sky. The spectators below were all dumbstruck and silent. No one expected that Xiao Han would send Nangong Yi flying in one move. If this was spread out, it would be the biggest joke in the world. No one would believe it. However, it was happening in reality. Pfft. Suddenly, the stone mountain began to burn. Waves of heat filled the sky. The mountain rocks were burned into lava and dripped down like mercury. Nangong Yi, bathed in true fire, walked out of the sky like a demon god. His general armor was shattered and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely wretched and ferocious. Good, you are indeed powerful. That punch contained the Tao of a ruler and minister. It looked down on the world and was unparalleled. It made me hallucinate. If your cultivation level was higher, you could have crushed me in one move. That should be your last attack before you die, right? Alright, that's it. Your true energy has been used up. Everything is over. As for your body refinement technique and this tyrannical fist technique, they'll all belong to me. Nangong Yi walked towards Xiao Han in the sky. Every step he took caused the air to solidify and left behind a series of footprints. Nangong Yi quickly stuffed an ancient holy medicine into his mouth and his aura began to rise. Above his head, flames spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. The grand blazing cauldron was formed. The scorching cauldron was like a scorching sun. It moved slowly, crushing and roasting the air as it moved towards Xiao Han. A pressure as heavy as a mountain came crashing down on him. Monster hero, it is indeed difficult to kill. Xiao Han let out a breath. In the next moment, the 9 revolutions divine art was activated. The true acupoints in his body rotated and the spirit turtle true chi was moved away from the empty acupoints. It was replaced by the vigorous black ice dragon true chi. Boom! Endless frost shot out from Xiao Han's body. There was snow in the world. What? Nangong Yi was shocked. He couldn't even speak properly. You actually cultivated 2 types of true chi at the same time. You are not afraid of the collision of different types of true chi and the explosion of your body. Furthermore, I noticed that the true acupoints in your body have undergone a subtle change, causing your already dried up true acupoints to be filled with black ice true chi in an instant. When the old energy was used up, new energy was born, like a withered tree coming back to life. You have too many secrets. You are a living treasure. Heaven burning cauldron, suppress for me. Suppress with all your might. Boom! The cauldron suddenly became as big as a mountain in an instant. It was majestic and hot. Nangong Ye's heaven burning true chi is indeed powerful. Right now, my black ice dragon true chi has yet to reach completion and is far from being able to withstand the heaven burning cauldron. Furthermore, even if I burn all my true chi again and use the Son of Heaven's divine fist, I might not be able to kill Nangong Yi. After all, he is already prepared. Besides, I do not dare to burn the black ice dragon true chi as well. If I do that, I will have no way out. Forget it. I will use that move. In the face of such a huge crisis, Xiao Han displayed his calm side. Everything in the world became silent. In the next moment, whoosh! 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 Xiao Han's left arm flashed with demonic light. Buzz! A demonic sound was heard. A demonic wind swept across. An ancient demonic talisman the size of an acre appeared. It was dark green and shone with demonic light. And it was accompanied by obscure and distant chanting. Heavenly demonic god sealing. In an instant, the heaven-burning cauldron was sealed by the demonic talisman. The demonic talisman had drained the demonic monarch's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. The demonic energy contained in all the demonic veins. It could seal the heaven-burning cauldron for 5 breaths' time. The cauldron that could burn everything. Now, it had turned into a pile of scrap metal. My true chi. It's sealed. Nangong Ye's heart was in turmoil. He could only feel that the heaven-burning cauldron that was formed by his true chi had suddenly lost its connection with his soul and true meridians. It was like a clay ox entering the ocean. It's the demonic technique of the demon emperor in the dead city. Xiao Han, how did you learn it? Who are you? Nangong Ye's rock-solid mental defense was finally broken. Xiao Han had too many trump cards. Every trump card was so strange and couldn't be measured by common sense. The heavenly demonic god sealing can still last for 4 breaths' time. Kill. Xiao Han's body moved like a savage beast and appeared in front of Nangong Yi. Bang! He threw a punch. It landed heavily on Nangong Ye's body. All of Nangong Ye's true chi had been released and sealed. Therefore, his defense was at its weakest. Although his flesh was stronger than anyone below the realm of true chi, it still could not withstand Xiao Han's punches. Puchi. The armor on Nangong Ye's body was instantly shattered. Bang! Xiao Han threw another punch. Nangong Ye's clothes were shredded into dust. Bang! 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 Xiao Han's punches were like a storm. Nangong Yi was forced to retreat step by step. Blood gushed out of Nangong Ye's mouth like a mountain spring. There were also broken teeth and broken eyeballs, all of his bones were shattered. At this moment, puff! The demonic talisman dimmed down. It lost the seal and suppression on the heaven-burning cauldron. The heaven-burning cauldron turned into rays of light and was about to return to Nangong Ye's true meridians. However, die. With a thought, Xiao Han's saber intent slashed out like an evil dragon. Nangong Ye's head was sent flying. Blood spurted several feet into the air. I can't believe that I would die in the hands of someone like you. The head clenched its teeth and uttered a sentence before exploding. Nangong Ye's headless body fell to the ground. The countless strands of true inferno chi suddenly lost control. Boom! The true inferno chi exploded into the sky and tore the clouds apart. The heavenly wind blew and the earth shook. Finally, Nangong Ye's true inferno chi disappeared from the world. At the same time, puff! 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 The true meridians in Nangong Ye's body were all destroyed. Pieces of spiritual stones, books, maps, and pills all fell out. Xiao Han was surprised. Nangong Ye's true meridians have quite a lot of items. Xiao Han fell to the ground. Nangong Ye's subordinates and soldiers all retreated in fear. Nangong Ye's death had destroyed their willpower and turned them into a pile of loose sand. Chapter 115. After killing Nangong Yi, Xiao Han quickly cleaned up the spoils of war. From Nangong Ye's true meridians, piles of true chi spirit stones burst out. There were also some medicine bottles. And a few books. Xiao Han picked up one of the books and looked at it. On the title page, there were big ancient characters. However, Xiao Han did not look at it carefully. He just threw it into his true meridians and stored it. In addition, Xiao Han also found a few feathers of birds and a few maps. Devil Hero Token? Xiao Han picked up a palm-sized black token from the ground. It was covered with ancient seal characters and runes, depicting the fight between the ancient people and the demon race. It exuded an ancient aura, exuding a solemn and mystical aura. Under the 3 ancient characters, Devil Hero Token, was the name Nangong Yi. This Devil Hero Token seems to contain a very mysterious aura and incredible power, but I can't activate it. Xiao Han murmured to himself. Then, he threw the Devil Hero Token into his true meridians and put it away. Seeing Xiao Han devouring Nangong Yi's belongings, the deputy generals and soldiers did not dare to be angry or speak. They wanted to escape, but they seemed to be intimidated by Xiao Han's power. Their lives were in his hands, and they did not have the strength to move. Xiao Han killing Nangong Yi had already left an almost invincible impression in the hearts of the deputy generals and soldiers. They were anxious, afraid that Xiao Han would jump out and kill them. Suddenly, bang! A Jinshi realm deputy general's knees buckled and he knelt down, his entire body trembling in fear. Mercy, please, please forgive. Princess Mo Hen and young hero Xiao Han, please have mercy and spare my life. With this, a large number of people immediately knelt down. Some of the soldiers even kept kowtowing like pounding garlic. The retainers of the princess also looked at each other in dismay. The princess stretched out her white jade-like hand. She opened the curtain and walked down with light steps. Yun, you are that Xiao Han, right? Princess Mo Hen said softly. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and gratitude, but not much fear. Mr. Yun. Oh, no, young hero Xiao Han. Hu Qinghe also walked towards Xiao Han. Young hero Xiao Han is truly remarkable. In the Beacon Fire Empire, he was wanted by the entire empire. All the fiendish heroes of the imperial family were sent out to hunt down young hero Xiao Han. Young swordsman Xiao Han actually sneaked into Princess Mo Hen's wedding procession and crossed the sea by deceiving everyone to arrive here, completely distancing himself from the Fire Beacon Empire. Furthermore, young swordsman Xiao Han even killed Nangong Yi. This old man truly admires such methods. I believe that young hero Xiao Han will definitely become a great figure in the future. Along the way, Xiao Han and Hu Qinghe were quite familiar with each other. Thus, even though Xiao Han was in the Beacon Fire Empire, he was still a friend of Hu Qinghe. Hu Qinghe firmly believed that Xiao Han was not an unpardonably evil person. In fact, he was many times purer than the sanctimonious demon hero Nangong Yi. Xiao Han stood up and lifted his cloak. That young and slightly immature face was completely exposed under the sunlight. He seemed somewhat harmless, but his eyes were pitch black and intelligent, as unfathomable as an ancient well. Princess Mo Hen, Senior Hu, Xiao Han was forced to conceal his identity. Also, Xiao Han is not an evil person. He would never harm any of you. As for killing Nangong Yi, it was truly a fluke. Xiao Han knew his own situation very well. Killing Nangong Yi this time was extremely difficult. He had burned up the spirit turtle true qi in 14 of his true acupoints and depleted the demon qi in 100 of his demon veins. He had used all his trump cards and killed Nangong Yi in the end. If he had hesitated or made a wrong move, he could have been killed by Nangong Yi instead. Then, Senior Hu, where should I go now? I'm afraid I can't go to the east anymore. I also need to avoid the endless pursuit. Xiao Han frowned deeply. Also, what should we do with Nangong Yi and the other soldiers? These soldiers and generals should all be killed and silenced. Furthermore, they attempted to slaughter the servants of the princess. They deserved to die. However, Xiao Han was not willing to kill those who could not defend themselves. This. Hu Qinghe thought for a while and said cautiously. Why don't we find a secluded place and settle down the princess first? If possible, we can escape to the north or west. The true martial continent is boundless. The Beacon Fire Empire is just the tip of the iceberg. It cannot cover the sky. I believe that we can escape. At this moment, a Another guard in the true Qi realm looked up and said in surprise. Why are there two suns in the sky? What is going on? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat and he looked up. There were indeed two blazing suns floating in the sky. The two suns were the same size. The sunlight shone on the earth and brought warmth. Suddenly, from one of the suns, a man in a golden robe walked out with his hands behind his back. His face looked like it was carved out of stone. He was naturally able to attract light, causing all the light and heat in the world to gather on his body. He stood out like a crane among chickens. There was an innate pride in his eyes. His temperament was filled with the grace and coldness of a leader. The great Sun Emperor. The strongest among the heroes. He actually tracked and appeared here. At this moment, the great Sun Emperor walked down from the sky step by step. A blazing sun followed closely behind and hung above his head. A deity appeared in the blazing sun. His eyes were closed and he looked solemn. However, as soon as they opened their eyes, they would inevitably unleash a world-destroying might that illuminated the ages and swept through the world. Rays of sunlight were reflected from every pore on the great Sun Emperor's body. These rays of sunlight showed the ancestors worshipping, the harvest of the 5 crops, the palace, the towns and villages, all kinds of things. These rays of sunlight had the taste of the common people. The golden sunlight covered the area where Xiao Han was. The strong pressure directly covered it. It caused everyone to wish for nothing more than to kneel down and prostrate themselves in worship. Their bodies had already been deprived of the right to walk and move. The great Sun Emperor, it's him. Now, Xiao Han's heart was completely cold. The great Sun Emperor's battle power had surpassed the pure rain sects Dongfang Qin and Fangling. The feeling of looking up to a high mountain gripped Xiao Han. Xiao Han. The great Sun Emperor walked down leisurely. With his body as the center, a large area could be seen. Indistinctly, Sanskrit chants and hymns could be heard. He was like a deity. His eyes were like stars and were covered in golden light. High above, he spoke indifferently as if he was going to judge someone's life and death. To think that you actually sneaked into the wedding procession of the Fire Beacon Empire's Emperor's daughter. You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Even I was almost fooled by you. If it wasn't for you releasing some demonic energy during your battle with Nangong Yi and activating illusory movement, I might have been fooled by you. But, Heaven's Net has long arms. You won't be able to escape. Heaven's Net has long arms? When Xiao Han heard the great Sun Emperor's words, he felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, the great Sun Emperor's attitude of controlling everything made Xiao Han feel disgusted and conflicted. Great Sun Emperor, I, Xiao Han, am not a sinner nor a demon. Why do you say Heaven's Net has long arms? Xiao Han, you killed Nangong Yi. So you think that you are someone important, right? The great Sun Emperor said sarcastically. Although Nangong Yi was a demon, he was at the bottom of the cannon fodder. He was lucky. In the selection of the demon, he hugged someone powerful and luckily survived. That's why he became a demon. You killed him. That's nothing. Alright, let's talk about the truth. I already know everything. You don't have to quibble anymore. Follow me. I will decide your life and death. You, what right do you have to decide my life and death? I, Xiao Han, am not guilty. Xiao Han's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, causing blood to flow out. If I say you are guilty, then you are guilty. The great Sun Emperor's eyes were like torches as he looked at Xiao Han. I can kill you with a flip of my palm like killing an ant. Therefore, you are guilty. You abandoned yourself and fell into the demon Dao. You deserve to die. The great Sun Emperor said casually. This demon, Xiao Han. Xiao Han is not a demon. He is a human. A human like us. Princess Mo Hen finally mustered up her courage and said under the pressure of the great Sun Emperor. Princess of the Beacon Fire Empire, shut up. You have no right to speak in front of me. Even the Emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire can only listen to my orders obediently. The tone of the great Sun Emperor was as if he was in control of everything and looked down on all living beings. This is really unfair, to decide someone's life and death so casually. Hu Qinghe murmured indignantly. There is no fairness in this world. The so-called fairness comes from the place where one's fist can hit. This Xiao Han has fallen into the demon Dao. There is demon Qi on his body, and he even used the demon emperor's natal demon technique without permission. He must be executed. The great Sun Emperor frowned slightly. However, I will interrogate you about your secrets to prevent other humans from imitating you in the future, from abandoning themselves and going astray like you. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han was so angry that he laughed. Sanctimonious. After all this talk. Isn't it because you are coveting the secrets on my body? What slaying demons and devils? Those are all excuses. Hypocrite. The great Sun Emperor frowned slightly. Golden light burst out from his eyes and the shadow of the sun, moon, and stars appeared. He was obviously angry. At this moment, well said. What a hypocrite. An extremely lazy voice sounded. Great Sun Emperor, you are already a few hundred years old and you are still coveting the secrets of a young man. Really? Can I say some vulgar words? A young man of medium height, wearing clothes cut from animal skin, walked over from afar. He looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. His appearance was ordinary, but there was a hint of a cynical smile on the corner of his mouth. It made him radiate a strange charm. He held a wooden bow in his hand and carried a quiver of arrows on his back. Those were white bone arrows chiseled from the bones of animals. Each arrow was engraved with runes and seal characters. They surged with power that caused the mountains and rivers to tremble. His leather boots were stained with ancient leaves that came from the depths of the great wilderness. He seemed to have come from the great wilderness. As he walked, the bone arrows in the quiver gently knocked against each other, making a clear sound like wind chimes. It's you. The great Sun Emperor's expression changed drastically. His voice was slightly trembling, showing his deep fear. You didn't enter the great wilderness. Rumor has it that you have already died in that ancient territory. You idiot. The young man frowned in disdain. How could I die? Oh right, since you all think that I am dead, why don't you dare to pull out the bone arrow that sealed the demon emperor? What a useless piece of trash. What? This young man is holding a wooden bow in his hand and carrying a quiver of bone arrows. He is the supreme expert that sealed the demon emperor. He destroyed the demon emperor crystal with one arrow. Xiao Han's expression was also shocked. Oh. Xiao Han, right? The young man looked at Xiao Han and his attitude was slightly intimate. I heard that junior brother Dongfang and junior brother Fong Ling admire you very much. Even the sect leader thinks highly of you. Not bad. You are indeed a very pleasing young man. Ah. You are? Xiao Han's mind went blank. He blurted out, you are the direct disciple of our Pure Rain sect. Eldest senior brother? Who said I am not? The young man smiled lazily. Then, he looked at the great Sun Emperor. You over there, are you going to scram or do I have to make you scram? Chapter 116. Xiao Han was truly shocked. These true disciples of the Pure Rain sect were all arrogant. From Fong Ling to Dongfang Qin and this eldest senior brother in front of him, they were all arrogant and unruly. Especially this eldest senior brother who directly asked the great Sun Emperor to get lost. How domineering. However, the son of the sun was enraged. His calm and indifferent face instantly turned purple. Above his head, there was a blazing sun, and the eyes of the god sitting solemnly in it moved slightly, as if he wanted to open his eyes. Buzz. 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 The eldest senior brother's quiver and the bone arrows on his back were like living creatures. They slightly trembled and jumped, emitting the monstrous and ferocious aura of ancient divine beasts. The clouds moved in all directions, and the mountains and rivers changed color. In the air, the roar of ferocious beasts resounded and bursts of Zen music penetrated into the souls of people. It was as if the eldest senior brother was not carrying the bone arrows, but a nest of giant ferocious beasts. However, the eldest senior brother's expression didn't change. He didn't show his emotions and was even as lazy and frivolous as before. Great Sun Emperor, do you want to try? Xiao Mingchu, you. Finally, the battle intent and rage of the Emperor of the Great Sun was defeated. Deep fear could be seen in his almost golden pupils. This is the Blazing Sun Empire. Retract your arrogance. It's not that your Fire Beacon Empire has a famous evil hero. Seriously speaking, the evil heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire are superior to your Fire Beacon Empire in both quantity and quality. Xiao Mingchu. So, eldest senior brother is called Xiao Mingchu. Xiao Han murmured. TSK TSK. Great Sun Emperor, the Blazing Sun Empire does have evil heroes that are stronger than me. However, I will kill you today and escape into the great wilderness. Is there a problem? Don't tell me that I, Xiao Mingchu, don't even have the chance to escape. Aren't you looking down on me too much? Ha 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 ha. Do you want to try? Xiao Mingchu's eyes revealed his eagerness and eagerness. Heh. The great son of heaven finally gave in completely. He looked at Xiao Han coldly, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. It was as if he was venting all the resentment that had accumulated in his chest on Xiao Han. She was thoroughly venting her anger on him. However, he did not dare to make a move. Xiao Mingchu had indeed made him hesitate to take action. Xiao Mingchu, even the sect master of your Pure Rain sect has promised not to interfere in this matter. Yet, you are here to interfere. The great son of heaven spoke coldly. However, even if I don't make a move, I can't. The world was so big, there should be countless evil heroes who would take action. Xiao Han knew the secrets of the demon race, and he would definitely attract many heroes to fight for him. Xiao Mingchu. You protected him this time, but you can't protect him forever. Sooner or later, he will be left alone and easily killed. You don't have to worry about this. Xiao Mingchu stretched his back and said softly. As long as he becomes a hero and makes contributions, he will be protected by the hero tower. No one dared to kill him at will. As far as I know. There are some evil heroes who, in order to increase their combat power, will resort to unscrupulous means and keep demons as their servants. They even extract demon power for their own use. Xiao Han, use one or two of the demon race's secret techniques. It's just a small matter. Ha 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 ha. The great son of heaven suddenly laughed wildly, his laughter was filled with disdain and sarcasm. He looked at Xiao Han with deep disdain. Him? He can become a hero? Ridiculous. Utter nonsense. Perhaps he had some innate talent, but it was definitely not outstanding. Xiao Mingchu, you also know that the selection of the demon hero is getting harder and harder, and the death rate is getting higher and higher. This year's selection of the demon hero, there will be the young generation of the mysterious ancient country and the great wilderness. Their bloodline is naturally stronger than ours, and they even have the royal bloodline that looks down on the world. Do you think that this Xiao Han can fight against those naturally powerful races? Surprisingly, Xiao Mingchu did not deny what the great son of heaven said. But Xiao Han must become a hero. Otherwise, he will die in the endless pursuit. Good. Xiao Mingchu, since this is the case, I, the great son of heaven, will not pursue Xiao Han anymore. Why don't we make a bet? The great son of heaven's eyes lit up. Do you dare to bet? Sigh. Great son of heaven, don't provoke me, this is very clumsy and childish. Xiao Mingqiu yawned. You want to bet whether Xiao Han can become a hero or not? Let's bet on this. The great son of heaven had a look of confidence. Do you dare to accept? What do you want to bet? Xiao Mingqiu scratched his hair. In fact, we don't dare to really kill each other, so it is impossible to bet with our lives. But there are still many things we can bet on. How about this, before this year's selection of the demon hero, we will discuss the bet again. Ha 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 ha. This time, you will definitely lose. Therefore, I need to think about what I can win from you. The great son of heaven laughed very happily. Alright, I, Xiao Mingqiu, accept the bet. Since this is the case, can you get lost? Xiao Mingqiu waved his hand. The great son of heaven took another look at Xiao Han and flicked his nails. Xiao Han, you are really lucky, you can live for another 2 years. 2 years later, die in the cruel selection of the demon hero. As soon as he finished his words, the great son of heaven turned into a ray of sunlight and rushed to the sky, disappearing without a trace in a breath. The dragon's head was nowhere to be seen. Big senior brother. Little brother thanks big senior brother for your help. Xiao Han hurriedly said. Alright, come with me. Xiao Mingqiu waved his hand at Xiao Han and brought him around a bald rock mountain. Xiao Mingqiu found a patch of grass and sat down. He plucked a piece of hay and put it in his mouth, giving off an uninhibited and relaxed aura. Xiao Han followed suit and sat down. Junior brother Xiao Han, if you don't become a hero now, only death awaits you. The great son of heaven is right, I can't protect you forever, the same goes for sect master. Xiao Mingqiu's face showed a rare serious expression. Yes, all along, ever since I went with senior brother Fong Ling to the West region to kill Demon Emperor Qing Lin, I have always been fascinated by the demon hero. I swore in my heart that I would become a demon hero too. Below the immortals are the demon heroes, and below the demon heroes are all living beings. Xiao Han said seriously. Sect master let you go this time, avoiding the endless pursuit, just to train you, so that you can stand out in this year's demon hero trials. Xiao Mingqiu scratched his hair. His hair was very messy. But sect master seems to have underestimated the difficulty of this year's demon hero trials. I came from the great wilderness and received news that some of the hidden big clans. Some of the powerful clans in the great wilderness have produced many talented young people in recent years. These people will participate in this year's demon hero trials, making the already cruel trials even more intense. The death rate will climb to a new peak. More terrifying than the previous years. Most of the younger generation in the east, south, west, and north regions will die in this trial. This? Xiao Han frowned. Xiao Han, this world is very big, and there are many experts that you don't know about. There were some strange races that were born with terrifying innate talents. It's very eye-catching. Xiao Mingqiu looked at Xiao Han seriously. In countless mysterious regions, there are powerful clans that you don't know about. There are powerful tribes that you don't know about, ancient countries that have supreme experts who can change the color of mountains and rivers, and make heaven and earth tremble. Eldest senior brother, I believe you. I believe you. Xiao Han nodded his head heavily. Then he gritted his teeth and said. However, no matter what, I must become a demon hero. I will step on anyone who stands in my way. I will trample them to death. Whether it is the experts of the ancient countries or the barbarians of the great wilderness, none of them can stop me from becoming a demon hero. Ha 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 ha. You have a strong fighting spirit. That's not bad. No wonder even the sect master favors you so much. Seriously, the sect master rarely values a disciple so much. Xiao Mingqiu looked at Xiao Han with a thoughtful expression. According to the sect master's original plan, you will go to the East region to train for 2 years. But it may not be able to guarantee that you will advance by leaps and bounds. Eldest senior brother, where should I go to train? The West region? The West region is a barren desert, and there are few human countries. The demon clan is rampant. Should I go to the West region alone? Xiao Han said. When the West region was mentioned, Xiao Han could not help but think of Demon Emperor Qing Lin, who was secretly watching him. The West region, the West region. Xiao Mingchu said slowly. The West region is still a little lacking. You only have 2 years. After a pause, Xiao Mingchu stood up. He spat out the dried grass in his mouth, patted the dried grass on his body, and stretched. Let's go. I'll bring you to a place. After saying that, Xiao Mingchu walked forward with Xiao Han following behind him. Where is eldest senior brother bringing me? To train between life and death. Xiao Mingchu stopped and looked at Xiao Han. The laziness in his eyes faded and was replaced with a cold light, like that of an ancient divine beast. In these 2 years, you might die in training. You have to think carefully. But I have to remind you that your current speed of improvement is far from enough. You can't compare to the younger generation from the mysterious countries. Of course, you can also go to the West region to kill the demon clan. Then I will follow eldest senior brother. I am willing to accept the training between life and death, Xiao Han replied. All right. I'll bring you there, Xiao Mingchu said simply. But, eldest senior brother, how should we settle the princess and the others of the Beacon Fire Empire? If we abandon them here, we don't know if they will attract trouble. They are all very weak and do not have the ability to protect themselves. Moreover, from Nangong Ye's attitude, the emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire did not seem to care about the life and death of Princess Mo Hen and her retainers. This is worth pondering. Princess Mo Hen once did me a favor. Let them go with me. I can settle them in a safe place, but only for 2 years. After 2 years, if you are still alive, then you can take them away, Xiao Mingchu said. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Xiao Han nodded and expressed his thanks. Back at the camp. When Nangong Ye's generals and soldiers saw that Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu had temporarily left, they all scattered and ran for their lives. Only Princess Mo Hen and thousands of her retainers were left in the camp. Princess, Senior Hu, this time, you too can follow my Cloud Sex eldest senior brother. He will settle you in a safe place, Xiao Han went over and said. At this moment, heavens. This is. Hu Qinghe's eyes bulged as he looked at the sky in shock. Princess Mo Hen and her retainers were also frightened out of their wits. Xiao Han followed their gaze and looked over. Tens of thousands of divine lights surged out from Xiao Mingchu's true meridians and turned into a divine bird in the sky. It was about 10 acres in size, brightly colored and had very beautiful feathers. Its head was like a chicken, its jaw like a swallow, its neck like a snake, its chest like a swan, and its tail like a fish. Divine flames burned on the divine bird's feathers. It emitted an ancient aura that made the heaven and earth tremble. Its entire body flowed with 5-colored divine light. This looks like a phoenix. Xiao Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Let's go, junior brother Xiao Han. Let them come up, I will take you away, Xiao Mingchu stretched his waist and said. P.S. There will be no updates for today. In the afternoon, I noticed that I had a cold, so I need to spend some time to sort out the plot. According to the monthly votes, I still owe a few chapters. But don't worry, it's written in black and white, I will not go back on my word. I said with integrity. Chapter 117. Xiao Han didn't expect his first senior brother's true chi to take the form of a divine bird similar to a phoenix. A colossal creature. Moreover, it was extremely agile. The bird's eyes had a monstrous ominous glint. Its cries could pierce through gold and crack stones. When its wings flapped, thunderstorms were generated. It was like a living creature. It must be a supreme expert at the high level of the true Qi realm to be able to use true Qi to take the form of such a lifelike first senior brother's cultivation is truly unfathomable. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. However, with a flash of the saber intent, Xiao Han's eyes shone like the stars. There will be a day when my cultivation is comparable to first senior brothers. I will even surpass first senior brothers. I, Xiao Han, have cultivated from a living target to where I am today. I've killed demon emperors, elite demons of the human race. Nothing is impossible. Let's go. I'll bring you guys to a place. Xiao Mingqiu said lazily. That place is a hidden paradise where you can avoid being hunted down. Under Xiao Mingqiu's arrangement, Xiao Han, Princess Mo Hen, Hu Qinghe, and many family servants abandoned their mounts and carriages. They carefully climbed onto the back of the true Qi divine bird with hearts full of admiration and admiration. Among the princess's many dowries, only the carriages filled with top-grade true Qi spirit stones were left behind by Xiao Han and moved onto the bird's back. The divine bird let out a cry and turned into a ray of light. It flew high up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. Xiao Mingqiu lazily sat on the bird's head. His body emitted a treasure light that enveloped everyone on the bird's back, preventing them from falling to their deaths from the wind. The divine bird soared tens of thousands of meters into the sky. With an unimaginable speed, it drew an untraceable arc across the sky. First senior brother. Xiao Han walked over and sat beside Xiao Mingqiu. What is the life and death training that first senior brother mentioned? Are you going to bring me to hunt the demon race and savage beasts? Xiao Mingqiu didn't answer the question. Junior brother Xiao Han, your physical body is quite good. With more than 1,000 cauldrons of strength, you should be cultivating a body refining technique, right? Xiao Han was stunned and immediately nodded. I had a little fortuitous encounter and obtained a body refining technique that can refine the bones and organs of the body. However, it was difficult for him to contend against a Jinshi realm expert. Cultivating true Qi is the orthodox way. Not necessarily. Xiao Mingqiu's gaze suddenly became very vigilant. His eyeballs turned and looked left and right. Then, he put his arm around Xiao Han's shoulders. He spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Junior brother Xiao Han, you only have 2 years. 2 years later, you will participate in the Devil Hero trial. If you can't become a devil hero, you will have to face the devil hero. Not only will you die, I will also be humiliated by the great son of heaven, and I will even lose an item to him. Thus, in these 2 years, I will urge junior brother Xiao Han to work hard in your cultivation. Also, I can tell you a secret. Huh? Secret? Xiao Han saw Xiao Mingqiu's cautious look. It was as if he was afraid that others would hear him. He found it funny and a little nervous. Eldest senior brother. What secret? Xiao Mingqiu said in an extremely low voice. This secret was discovered and concluded by me. Even junior brother Dongfang, junior brother Fangling, and even the sect master. I've never revealed anything. Now that it's a matter of great importance, I'll tell you. The stronger the body, the more powerful it is. The easier it is to break through the acupoints. Xiao Mingqiu whispered to Xiao Han. Body. Xiao Han instinctively blurted out. Shu. Xiao Mingqiu nervously made a shushing gesture. Junior brother Xiao Han, the technique cannot be passed to 6 ears. Shush, shush. Xiao Han looked left and right and laughed involuntarily. Eldest senior brother, no one will hear what we say. Princess Mo Hen and her servants are far away. How can they hear us? Senior brother is being too meticulous. Xiao Han felt that although his eldest senior brother was unfathomable, he would occasionally show a childlike temperament, simple and simple. In short, junior brother Xiao Han, this secret is not a small matter. Xiao Mingqiu was still very cautious. The stronger the body, the easier it is to break through the acupoints. Why is it that the younger generation of the ancient countries and the powerful clans of the great wilderness have an easier time cultivating compared to the martial artists of the four regions? On one hand, it's because they are naturally strong, vigorous, and abnormal. On the other hand, their bodies are too terrifying. Some of the most powerful experts of the ancient clans can tear apart fierce beasts with their bare hands when they were young. They are talented. After having a strong body, they can cultivate their true qi and break through the acupoints with irresistible force. Xiao Mingqiu laughed dryly. Of course, this secret might not be only known by me. Eldest senior brother, it seems like this. When I was in the physical body realm, I trained my body to the fullest. My bones were sparkling and translucent, and my internal organs were like diamond and iron. After I broke through the first acupoint, I actually burst my acupoints one after another, and only stopped after I broke through the 9th acupoint, Xiao Han added. Yes. Xiao Mingqiu slapped his thigh. Junior brother Xiao Han, I can see that you have cultivated a body tempering cultivation technique, so your body is different from ordinary people. Therefore, in these 2 years, I will mainly help you continue tempering your body, making it comparable to a desolate beast, immortal and indestructible. With a strong body, breaking through acupoints will be easier. Ah. So the physical body realm and the true qi realm actually have such a complementary relationship. Xiao Han came to a sudden realization. He thought to himself, I've learned something new this time. In the past, senior brother Ling had never talked to him about these things. He might not know as much as eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, in 2 years, can my body be comparable to an ancient beast? Do I need to find treasures to nourish my body? No, I will bring you to an ancient village of the great wilderness. You don't need to ask too many questions for now. In short, you will understand once you get there. Xiao Mingqiu said mysteriously. Ancient village of the great wilderness. Xiao Han licked his lips. Eldest senior brother, what does the great wilderness look like? The great wilderness is boundless. It is many times larger than the north, south, east, west, and the hero region of the central region. There are countless secrets and ancient countries in the great wilderness. There are also extremely powerful tribes and even primordial species. Xiao Mingqiu said frankly with assurance. With my cultivation, I can only roam around the periphery of the great wilderness. I don't dare to go too deep. Otherwise, I will be killed by mysterious and powerful beings. Oh right, there are also demons in the great wilderness. Legend has it that in the depths of the great wilderness, there is a demon emperor that hibernates in a cave. Perhaps, the extremely powerful demons of the human race will go to the depths of the great wilderness to train, but I do not dare to lose my life in vain. Xiao Han was dumbfounded. Eldest senior brother, you're already very strong. Heh. Junior brother Xiao Han, your horizons are still too small. You don't even know what a true expert looks like. You haven't had the chance to see it yet. Alright, let's talk about the matter at hand. This time, I'll bring you to an ancient village in the wasteland and let you live there for a period of time. Once you've adapted to the life there, I'll bring you to go through life and death training. After a pause, Xiao Mingqiu added. This world is huge, but generally speaking, the true super experts are all extremely powerful. There are 2 places where it can be born. One is the deepest part of the great wilderness, the other is the central region, the Devil Hero region. Devil Hero region? Xiao Han did not understand. His knowledge was too shallow. Yes, the north, south, east, and west regions are nothing. The central region was truly a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The experts were as numerous as trees in a forest. The central region was known as the Devil Hero domain, and it was the base camp of the Devil Heroes. All the Devil Heroes of the Jianghu continent would appear and walk in the Devil Hero domain. Among them were the legendary heroes. However, ordinary Devil Heroes would rarely have the chance to see them, Xiao Mingqiu said solemnly. The Devil Hero Tower is the authority organization that controls billions of devil heroes, and it sets the rules of the Devil Hero world. Someone once said that the master of the Devil Hero Tower was an immortal, but this is only a legend. It has never been proven. Xiao Han, you're not a devil hero now, so you don't have the right to enter the central region, the Devil Hero region. Alright, Xiao Han. I've told you so much now, but you can't accept it. Work hard on your cultivation. Maybe one day, you'll become a famous person in this world. Xiao Mingchu encouraged him. Yes, Xiao Han said with a determined look. Don't worry, eldest senior brother. You won't lose to the great Sun Emperor. I'll do my best to become a devil hero. Alright. Then work hard on your cultivation. There's still a long way to go before we reach the great wilderness ancient village. I'll take a nap first. Xiao Mingchu yawned, leaned back, and laid down. Soon, he started snoring. You can sleep like this? Xiao Han was speechless. Then, Xiao Han walked away and found a place on the broad back of the bird. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate silently. For a moment, Xiao Han's entire body was shining with golden light and bone texts were flickering. The supreme-grade True Qi Spirit Stone was constantly being refined in Xiao Han's dried-up True Acupoint. The 100 demon veins on the Demon Emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm, which had been drained of demon power, were throbbing slowly. Traces of glass-like demon light flickered, slowly producing demon power. At the same time, Xiao Han was recalling and digesting the experience of the battle with Nangong Yi. Just like that, 10 days and 10 nights passed. Xiao Mingchu actually slept for 10 days and 10 nights. On this day, Xiao Han, look at the sky in front, those rays of light are so beautiful. Princess Mo Hen came to Xiao Han's side, stretched out her slender jade-like finger and pointed at the blue dome of the sky. That place was enshrouded with 7-colored rays of light. It was as bright as the stars, misty and extremely graceful. It was a spectacle. However, when the divine bird flew closer to the sky full of rays of light, Xiao Han suddenly felt a terrifying repulsive force. It seemed that the rays of light wanted to repel Xiao Han by 1,000 miles. Soon, not only Xiao Han, but also Hu Qinghe and the other True Qi realm martial artists, even Princess Mo Hen and the ordinary people who were not familiar with martial arts, deeply felt this inexplicable and powerful repulsive force. Young hero Xiao Han, it seems that we can't enter the world behind the rays of light, that seems to be a door. It repel people by 1,000 miles, Hu Qinghe stammered. Ah. Finally, Xiao Mingchu stretched and finally woke up. In front of us is the great wilderness. Ordinary people don't have the authority to enter the great wilderness and will be blocked by the barrier. You must have the Devil Hero token. This is the key to open the door. Xiao Mingchu turned his right hand and a palm-sized Devil Hero token appeared in his hand, flashing with a mysterious energy. Misty light refracted. Eldest senior brother, I also have a Devil Hero token. Xiao Han took out Nangong Ye's Devil Hero token from his True Acupoint. However, Nangong Ye's Devil Hero token was like a dead object in Xiao Han's hand. It was dim and did not move at all. Oh. Junior brother Xiao Han, after the Devil Hero died, his Devil Hero token became useless. It's just a piece of scrap metal. This Devil Hero token is bound to the Devil Hero's soul. Alright, throw away that broken thing in your hand. Xiao Mingchu shrugged. Ah. Is that so? Xiao Han threw away Nangong Ye's Devil Hero token helplessly. Alright, I will bring you into the great wilderness world. Xiao Mingchu also threw out his Devil Hero token. Suddenly, a strange light appeared and a door was broken open in the light screen. The divine bird carried Xiao Han and the others in a flash. I entered the great wilderness world? Xiao Han was shocked. The next moment, when he opened his eyes, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Chapter 118. This was an extremely vast and endless world. Boundless and boundless. It exuded an ancient and primitive aura. There was also a hair-raising sense of danger. There were huge mountains that were tens of thousands of feet high. There were endless mountain ranges. There were lakes filled with spiritual qi. In the primeval forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. There were some ancient trees that were thousands of meters tall. Their luxuriant branches and leaves covered thousands of acres of land. This could be an ancient tree that had grown for hundreds of millions of years. It was two vicissitudes. In the sky, there was a bird with bright feathers gliding. It was unknown what species it was, but it was full of vitality and had an ancient aura. The bird's eyes were filled with lightning and flames. Beside the lake, there was a huge beast drinking water. Dong! 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 A 20-meter-long fierce tiger came out from behind a 10,000-meter-high stone mountain. It stepped on the ground and caused an earthquake. It looked up at Xiao Han and the others and roared. The tiger's eyes shot out beams of light that could penetrate gold and crack stones. However, the divine bird formed by Xiao Mingchu's true qi let out a slight bird cry and the huge tiger trotted away, as if it was very unwilling. On the back of the divine bird, Princess Mo Hen, Hu Qinghe and the others were all frightened and trembled. Xiao Han's mouth was dry. Eldest senior brother, is this the great wilderness? It's really, so desolate. There are so many magical and terrifying creatures. Thinking that he had to temper himself in this great wilderness for 2 years, Xiao Han was nervous and excited. But at the same time, Xiao Han thought that the geniuses of the younger generation of the ancient tribes and mysterious countries that grew up in this kind of environment should be very terrifying. Perhaps they were not comparable to the disciples of the sects in the north, south, east and west regions. Junior brother Xiao Han, don't be nervous. This is just the outer area of the great wilderness. There are not too many fatal dangers here. Xiao Mingchu's eyes revealed a very relaxed expression. It was as if he had returned to his warm hometown. Xiao Han was surprised. Eldest senior brother, you seem to have lived in this great wilderness for a long time? Yes. Xiao Mingchu nodded. Many years ago, I left the sect and sneaked into the great wilderness to gain experience. I am not like junior brother Dongfang and junior brother Fang Ling who stayed in the north, south, east and west regions to cultivate. I like the excitement of the great wilderness. The divine bird began to descend. Ah, that is? Suddenly, Xiao Han discovered that in a wasteland not far away, there was a huge figure. It was the skeleton of a giant beast. The skeleton was extremely malevolent. It was 100 zhang in length and sparkling white like jade. It exuded an overflowing malevolence, and the air around it began to ripple and distort. The dense savage aura made one's scalp go numb. Oh. This skeleton was not bad. It can be used to chisel bone arrows. Xiao Mingchu's right hand shot out like lightning, and a huge palm of true energy grabbed the skeleton. In the next moment, the 300 feet long skeleton disappeared without a trace. No one knew how Xiao Mingchu had managed to keep this huge skeleton. It was unbelievable. Seeing Xiao Mingchu's means, Princess Mo Hen, Hu Qinghe, and the others were nearly scared silly. Very soon, the divine bird flew lower and lower. After flying close to the ground for tens of miles, the divine bird transformed into tens of thousands of beams of splendid light, merging into all of Xiao Mingchu's true meridians. Everyone followed Xiao Mingchu's lead. He began to walk. Xiao Han did not know Xiao Mingchu's cultivation level. He tried to observe Xiao Mingchu's vitality to see how many true meridians he had opened, but he could not tell. Xiao Mingchu's body was bright and deep like the sea. Unfathomable. Xiao Mingchu walked in front. The old horse led the way. The group passed through a primitive jungle that was overgrown with hazel bushes. Beside a natural lake in the forest, Xiao Han and the others saw a group of colorful sika deer. Each of them was a few zhang long, and it was a marvelous sight. However, the giant Sika deer did not take the initiative to attack. Both sides were peaceful. Out of the forest. Suddenly, Xiao Mingchu's ears trembled a few times. He stopped and signaled Xiao Han and the others to be quiet. In the next moment, Xiao Mingchu took out a wooden bow and took out a bone arrow from the quiver on his back. He drew the bow and knocked the arrow into the shape of a full moon, aiming at the sky. However, apart from the pure white cotton clouds and the blazing sun, there was nothing else in the sky. Everyone felt puzzled. However, at this moment, Gua, a bird cry came from the east side of the sky. Very quickly, a 20-meter-long swan flew over with lightning speed. The feathers on its body were fiery red, burning with flames. Its aura was so strong that it caused the earth to tremble. At this moment, Xiao Mingchu moved. A bone arrow shot towards the swan flying high in the sky. After the bone arrow left the bow, it instantly transformed into a flood dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Endless divine light wrapped around it. It roared and roared, its killing intent shocking the sky. The sky suddenly darkened. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning lingered around the fierce flood dragon formed by the bone arrow. It was as if there was only this arrow left in the world. The light pierced through the sky. Numerous runes appeared, like dazzling and blazing fireworks. Gua. The swan let out a tragic cry. It had a premonition of its impending death. It wanted to fly higher. However, pooh. The fierce flood dragon directly pierced through it. A huge rune enveloped the swan. It completely sealed its life force. Xiao Mingchu actually killed a fierce swan with an ancient aura with one arrow. Boom! Without waiting for the fierce swan's corpse to fall, Xiao Mingchu's right hand grabbed the huge swan's corpse with his true chi palm. The bone arrow that killed the fierce swan was like a living creature. It circled in the sky and flew down. It was inserted into the quiver on Xiao Mingchu's back obediently. This swan is quite fat. It is enough for the villagers of the ancient village to eat for more than 10 days. The bird's bones can be chiseled into bone arrows. Xiao Mingchu said casually. It was as if he'd only killed a wild boar or wild dog earlier, and not a ferocious and vigorous vicious swan. Eldest martial brother, you are really a terrifying hunter. Xiao Han sighed in admiration. Junior martial brother, please don't laugh at me. Xiao Mingchu shrugged his shoulders indifferently. The creatures in the outskirts of the Great Desolate are not scary. That swan's bloodline is not pure. Seriously speaking, its combat power is far inferior to a demon emperor. Junior martial brother Xiao Han. After this trial, if you can kill all kinds of fierce beasts and birds in the outskirts of the Great Desolate, the possibility of you becoming a demon hero in 2 years will greatly increase. Xiao Mingchu smiled and said. Yes. Xiao Han nodded. Xiao Han knew that with his current combat power, even if he used all his strength and used the illusory movement and sky demon god investiture, he might not be able to kill the fierce swan. Moreover, he might be torn apart by the fierce swan. If he could kill the fierce beasts in the outskirts of the Great Desolate, it would prove that Xiao Han's combat power had greatly increased. Eldest martial brother, how should I cultivate when I reach the ancient village? Xiao Han asked Xiao Mingchu with great interest. No need to cultivate. Xiao Mingchu raised his head and smiled. Junior martial brother Xiao Han. As long as you can adapt to the life in the ancient village, you will have completed the trial. Adapt to the life in the ancient village? Xiao Han was doubtful. Yes, I will arrange for you to live in the ancient village for 1.5 years. I hope you can adapt to the life in the ancient village as soon as possible. Xiao Mingchu smiled mysteriously. The ancient village is very well hidden. Even the monsters who train in the Great Desolate, or even the natives of the Great Desolate, might not know about it. I accidentally discovered it a few decades ago. The ancient village is isolated from the rest of the world, and the villagers are very simple and kind. Junior martial brother Xiao Han. If you can live in the ancient village for 1.5 years and integrate into the lives of the villagers, then after you walk out of the ancient village, you will be able to easily kill that fierce one. Moreover, your true meridian points will be continuously opened. You will be able to improve even further. Oh right, eldest martial brother, you said before. You will help me refine my body. Then, are you going to the ancient village to refine your body? Xiao Han asked repeatedly. You will know when you get there. Xiao Mingqiu refused to reveal the truth. In the next 3 days, Xiao Mingqiu brought Xiao Han and the others to walk through desolate places. They even went around a long and narrow valley. The further they walked, the more desolate it became. Eventually, there were no birds or wild beasts to be seen. It was as if they were walking to a place where humans and beasts were extinct. On the morning of the 4th day, everyone came to the side of a huge lake. The lake water was very strange. It was ink-black and viscous. It emitted a fishy smell that made people want to vomit. Ah! Xiao Han, this lake water is so smelly. Princess Mo Hen pinched her nose and mumbled to Xiao Han. It is quite smelly. Xiao Han frowned. Each of you drink a liter of lake water. Suddenly, Xiao Mingqiu stopped and pointed at the dirty and smelly lake water. You must drink a liter. Ah! Everyone looked at each other. This lake water was unbearably smelly. Just smelling it made people want to vomit, not to mention drinking it. Moreover, they had to drink a liter of it. Eldest martial brother, this can't be, right? Xiao Han was bewildered. He looked at Xiao Mingqiu, trying to discern if Xiao Mingqiu was playing a prank. However, Xiao Mingqiu's expression was very serious. Since he knew Xiao Mingqiu, this was the first time Xiao Han saw him so serious. Drink quickly. Xiao Mingqiu urged. Next, we will enter a mysterious ancient village. That place is very strange. If outsiders do not drink a liter of the lake water, they will die after entering the village. Drink. Xiao Han observed for a while. After confirming that Xiao Mingqiu was not joking, he said to Princess Mo Hen, Hu Qinghe, and the others. After speaking, Xiao Han also squatted down and wanted to drink the lake water. Junior martial brother Xiao Han, you don't need to drink. Xiao Mingqiu immediately said. Xiao Han raised his head and looked at Xiao Mingqiu. Eldest martial brother, didn't you say that outsiders will die after entering the ancient village without drinking a liter of the lake water? Junior martial brother Xiao Han, you will not die. Your corporeal body is much stronger than theirs. Moreover, for the sake of the trial, you must not drink this lake water. Xiao Mingqiu smiled mysteriously. Let them drink it. Princess Mo Hen obviously believed in Xiao Han now. Thus, she did not say much. She took a water pouch from the maid behind her, squatted down, and filled the pouch with stinky lake water. Then, she pinched her nose and began to drink. Seeing that the princess had started to drink, the others did not hesitate and drank to their heart's content. However, this lake water was obviously very unpleasant to drink. The more they drank, the uglier their faces became. Some even vomited. Remember, you must drink a liter of the lake water. Otherwise, you will die in the ancient village. Xiao Mingqiu cautiously reminded. 17. What does the lake water taste like? Xiao Han curiously asked Princess Mo Hen. Very bitter, very bitter. It's like drinking medicine. Princess Mo Hen stuck out her tongue and continued to drink. A few corporeal body warriors and young servant girls drank a few mouthfuls. When they really could not drink anymore, they pretended to drink and began to whisper. It's too bad. I don't want to drink a liter. It will kill me. What ancient village is that? It can't be that we will die the moment we enter, right? This evil hero must be scaring us. Young hero Xiao Han did not drink this stinky water. Moreover, we drank a few mouthfuls. We should be fine. 2 hours later. Alright, everyone drank enough, right? Then let's go. The ancient village is just in front. Xiao Mingchu led the crowd around the stinky lake and continued forward. The road ahead was getting more and more desolate. Moreover, there were no longer any plants growing. Everywhere was filled with a kind of pitch-black stone that was like iron. Other than this stone, there were no other substances. Chapter 119. This place is so desolate, and I can't feel the slightest bit of vitality. Princess Mo Hen walked beside Xiao Han carefully with a nervous expression. However, her bright and beautiful eyes were filled with a lot of relief and happiness. That's right. If she didn't meet Xiao Han, this supreme man, when she was praying to the gods, then Princess Mo Hen would have been married to the eastern region without any suspense. Or perhaps, she would have been killed by the fiendish Nangang Yi on the way. Thus, even though she was in the mysterious and dangerous Great Wilderness, for Princess Mo Hen, it was definitely better than any other result or any other place. Moreover, the strongest man in her heart was by her side to protect her. Thus, Princess Mo Hen was not afraid. She was even more accepting of the Great Wilderness than Wuxia and the other family members. Don't be afraid. My Daoist Xiang is here. He is familiar with the Great Wilderness and will deal with all kinds of dangers. Xiao Han comforted Princess Mo Hen. At this time, Xiao Han saw that the ground under his feet was filled with crisscrossing cracks and dried-up ravines. It was a ghastly sight. Along the way, there were more and more strange stones that were as black as iron and emitted cold light. A black stone that was half a zhang tall was erected in front of Xiao Han, blocking the way. Xiao Han did not take a detour. Instead, he stretched out his hand and pushed, wanting to push that black stone away. Unexpectedly, it didn't move an inch. Xiao Han's flesh had 1,500 ding of pure strength. It could be said that with a flick of his finger, he could shatter a huge stone. But now, when he pushed with all his strength, he actually couldn't move a black stone. What? How is this possible? Xiao Han was shocked. He immediately took a deep breath and pushed both of his palms out. All the muscles and bones in his body resonated and shone with golden light. Indistinctly, the sound of wind and thunder and tides surged up. All the muscles, bones, and skin were stretched out and the strength of his body was pushed to the extreme. This push. He actually only managed to move the black stone by 1.5 feet. This black stone is so heavy. Even if it's made of metal, it can't be so heavy. Xiao Han was getting more and more surprised. His whole body was flowing with light and with the support of true qi, he was able to lift the black stone. Unbelievable. It's at least 2,000 ding. Xiao Han gasped. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, stop playing around. These black stones are extremely heavy to begin with. Let's hurry, we're almost at the ancient village, Xiao Mingchu urged. Then, Xiao Mingchu ordered the princess's servants to leave the carriages filled with top-grade true qi spiritual stones here. Don't bring it to the ancient village. After Xiao Han had lived in the ancient village for 1.5 years, he would come out to collect it. No human or other creatures would come here. It was isolated from the outside world, so there was no need to worry about these top-grade true qi spirit stones being lost or stolen. They continued on their way. 2 hours later, my true acupoint seems to have been sealed by some mysterious and terrifying power. Wuxia screamed. I can't even use a single strand of Jinqi. My true acupoint has been sealed so tightly that it has lost connection with my soul. The other true qi realm guards also cried out in panic, feeling extremely fearful and uneasy. Eldest senior brother, my true acupoint has also been sealed. Xiao Han calmed down slightly. He told Xiao Mingchu. Don't be afraid. The ancient village is very mysterious. It's normal for a low-level Jinqi realm cultivator to have their acupoint sealed in the ancient village. Many years ago, when I first came to the ancient village, my true acupoint was sealed just like all of you. Only after reaching the 5th level of Jinqi realm will I not be restricted and sealed, Xiao Mingqiu said with a smile. Xiao Han did not ask any more questions. They walked for another 2 hours. Finally, a village appeared in front of them. This was an ancient village. The houses were all made of stone. It was the kind of extremely heavy black stone, not ordinary rock. Even the ground of the village was paved with strange black stones. The stone houses in the ancient village were built in a simple and rough style, close to nature. At this time, there were hundreds of villagers doing their own things. A large group of children were playing and chasing each other, running wildly in the village. They ran very fast, like cheetahs. The adult men in the village were all very muscular. They were bare-chested, revealing smooth lines and round muscles that were full of explosive power. Their skin was slightly dark. They were doing very terrifying things. Xiao Han saw that most of the adult men were using sharpened black stones to dismember wild beasts. A few feet long, wolf-like wild beast, a few feet long wan bird, and a few feet tall black bear. The men were dismembering the wild beasts like a butcher. They skillfully skinned, removed the meat, and removed the bones. It was as if they were dissecting chickens and ducks. Those wild beasts and wan birds all emitted a violent and ancient aura. They were actually killed by the villagers. The women in the village were helping the men, cutting the meat of the wild beasts and wan into small pieces and hanging them under the eaves of the houses to dry. The villagers were all wearing rough black clothes. They looked very thick, but it was hard to tell what kind of material they were made of. This village seemed to have existed for countless years. The villagers all had very sincere smiles on their faces. There was no trace of deceit or shrewdness in their eyes. Big Brother Mingqiu. Big Brother Mingqiu is back. Big Brother Mingqiu brought a lot of people with him. Big Brother Mingqiu, I hunted a mad rhinoceros yesterday. I kept its bones for Big Brother Mingqiu to chisel them into bone arrows. Big Brother Mingqiu, I also hunted a big bird. A group of children were running and laughing in the village. The oldest was not even 10 years old and the youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. When they saw Xiao Mingqiu, they all ran out of the village to welcome him. Their attitude was very intimate. Xiao Han heard a 5 or 6 years old child wearing open-crotch pants with a runny nose say that he hunted a mad rhinoceros yesterday. Xiao Han felt that it was a little unbelievable. Hey! Junior Martial Brother Xiao Han, the people of the ancient village are born with extraordinary talent. When they are young, they can become tyrannical hunters in the great wilderness and hunt wild beasts for food, Xiao Mingqiu explained. At this moment, bang! 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 Once those children came out of the village, Xiao Han and the others suddenly felt a hurricane rushing towards them. It was as if it was not a group of children rushing towards them, but a group of giant beasts. It was a terrifying feeling as if there were 10,000 horses galloping. The children trampled on the ground until it was broken into pieces and surrounded Xiao Mingqiu. What? When these children were in the village, they felt that it was very normal. Why is it that once they left the village, each of their strength and speed, all of them increased explosively? Each of them has a wild vitality and vigorous blood qi. When they left the village, it was as if they were flying. In the blink of an eye, they flashed to eldest Martial Brother's side. Xiao Han completely did not understand the situation. All right, stop fooling around. Go back and prepare some clothes. There are guests coming. Let the guests wear the village clothes. Go quickly. This time, Big Brother Mingqiu hunted a flame wan. It's enough for you to eat. Xiao Mingqiu laughed and scolded. Wow! The flame wan is a very strong bird. We are still young and can't kill it. It tastes very delicious. Big Brother Mingqiu, I want to eat the breast meat of the flame wan. That is the most delicate essence. A 7 or 8-year-old child said while drooling. Go and take out the clothes first. Xiao Mingchu patted the child's head. A group of children rushed into the village and took out the black rough clothes that the villagers wore. Xiao Mingchu took a black robe and put it on. Then, he said to Xiao Han and the others, "Each of you take a piece of clothing and put it on." He hesitated for a moment. Xiao Han and the others began to pick out the clothes that suited them from the pile on the ground and put them on. A group of children blinked their curious eyes and looked at Xiao Han and the other uninvited guests. After changing their clothes, enter the village. You can stay in the ancient village for 2 years. The people of the ancient village are isolated from the rest of the world. However, they are kind, simple, and hospitable. As long as you do not deceive them, they will welcome you. There are many unused stone houses in the village. You can also stay here. Xiao Mingchu said to the princess and his family members. A group of children led the way in front. Xiao Mingchu's face was filled with the joy of returning home. He brought Xiao Han and the others into the village like a swarm of bees. Ah! Mingchu, there are guests? Mingchu, did you let them drink from the lake? Don't forget. Be careful. Mingchu, our ancient village is going to be lively again. The villagers all stood up to welcome them. Their attitude towards Xiao Mingchu was as intimate as family. A group of people finally entered the mysterious ancient village. At this moment. What? What's going on? Suddenly, Xiao Han felt that as soon as he entered the village, his whole body was covered by a very terrifying pressure. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on his head. This kind of pressure was very terrifying. It was not just the pressure on his body. Even his blood vessels, heart, cells, brain, bones, liver, spleen, and stomach were all being squeezed crazily. Even his soul was being crushed and obliterated. Xiao Han instantly had a terrible feeling that his body was about to be crushed and explode. Buzz! 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 Just as Xiao Han was about to be unable to bear it, the indestructible golden body in his body surged. His golden bones shone brightly and bone texts appeared. Fortunately, Xiao Han was able to withstand the crazy pressure of the exploding body. However, he was still suffocating and could not move anymore. Phew! Xiao Han let out a turbid breath and looked up. Bang! 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 With a few loud noises, among the princess's family members, a few guards at the physical body realm and a few maids instantly exploded into blood mist. Not even their bones were left. A few black clothes fell to the ground. Mingchu! You forgot to let them drink a liter of the lake water. A strong man stamped his feet and said. Previously, I told you to drink a liter of the lake water. Otherwise, you will die immediately after entering the ancient village. It seems that some people are not obedient. Xiao Mingchu said lazily. However, if they die, they die. They only have themselves to blame. Right, let me tell you now. The mysterious thing about this ancient village is that the gravity in the village is several times, even tens of times, or even hundreds of times stronger than other places. If you don't drink a liter of the lake water, most people will be instantly crushed and turned into ashes when they enter the ancient village. Alright, go with the villagers. They will help you settle down. What? If we didn't drink enough of the stinky lake water, we would be crushed now, so scary. The princess and her family members looked at each other in dismay. However, after drinking the stinky lake water, they were no different from usual in the village. They were not affected by the terrible gravity and could walk freely. Big sister, you are so beautiful. A 5 or 6-year-old little girl pulled Princess Mo Hen and said obediently. The villagers displayed an extremely kind and hospitable character. Soon, they brought Princess Mo Hen and her family members to an empty stone house and took out some cured meat to share with the guests. Princess Mo Hen kept looking back at Xiao Han, who was standing at the entrance of the village. Her eyes were filled with worry. However, she was pulled away by several women in the village. Ah. I can't move. Xiao Han stood in the same place and was unable to move. Xiao Han's tyrannical physical body prevented him from being crushed by the gravity. The vigorous vitality brought by the indestructible golden body protected Xiao Han's blood vessels, cells, and organs from being crushed. However, this was already his limit. He couldn't move now. Junior brother Xiao Han, now you know why I brought you to the ancient village, right? Xiao Mingqiu leisurely walked over and stood beside Xiao Han. The gravity here will not only crush your flesh shell, but it will also squeeze your organs. Even your thoughts and soul will be tempered. If you can stay in this ancient village. Running and playing like those children meant that your physical body was already strong enough. When you left the ancient village, you would be like a giant beast. They possessed terrifying physical strength, inextinguishable vitality, speed, explosive power, and the ability to think. Even their souls would be sharp, flawless, and flawless. Your true acupoint has been sealed. However, this doesn't matter. The day you leave the ancient village, the seal will be removed. At that time, your physical body will be like a wild beast. When the time comes, let's see how many true acupoints you can open. I stayed in the ancient village for 1.5 years. You don't have to deliberately cultivate, you just have to adapt to life here, Xiao Mingqiu said with a smile. Junior brother Xiao Han, you're standing at the entrance of the village. The gravity here is slightly weaker. The further you go into the village, the stronger the gravity will be. Get used to life here. Eldest senior brother. I can't even move right now. Xiao Han's face was filled with a bitter smile. He looked at the little brats running as if they were flying in the village and said in horror. Eldest senior brother, are these children born like this? Yes, they live in the ancient village and grow and rest under the terrifying gravity. Every child, once they leave the ancient village, will have the power to hunt and kill ordinary wild beasts alone. When they jump, they will be 100 meters high and can smash low-flying wan birds to death. Xiao Mingqiu laughed. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, slowly get used to it. It will get better. When I first came to the ancient village, I was almost the same as you. Ha ha ha. Look at me now. I don't drink the stinky lake water and can still move freely in the ancient village. Look, I can even jump. Xiao Mingqiu, without using his true qi, was able to display an astonishing amount of strength in front of Xiao Han. He was actually able to jump 10 meters high. This was done under the terrifying pressure. It was enough to raise eyebrows. All right. Eldest senior brother, I will definitely not let you down. I will chase and jump in this ancient village like those children. Xiao Han gritted his teeth and said. Work hard. The hex trial in 2 years is waiting for you. Xiao Mingqiu yawned and turned around weakly. Junior brother Xiao Han, take your time to get used to it. I'm going to sleep first. Xiao Mingqiu no longer said anything to Xiao Han. He turned around and walked towards a stone house. Hey, junior brother Xiao Han, it took me 3 years to get used to the life in the ancient village. What about you? Xiao Mingqiu's heart was also full of expectations and wishes. He hoped that Xiao Han could adapt to the life here day by day and become stronger. Calm down. Calm down. I must calm down. Xiao Han took a deep breath and the indestructible golden body in his body kept rushing. Rays of golden light appeared on the surface of his body, helping Xiao Han resist the pressure from the inside out. I have to take a step and see. Xiao Han tried to lift his right leg. 10 breaths later, finally. Xiao Han lifted his right leg 10 inches above the ground. However, this usually effortless action now consumed all of Xiao Han's strength. Bang! Xiao Han's leg landed heavily on the ground. His face was full of sweat. Adapt. Adapt. I must adapt to the life here. Xiao Han closed his eyes and began to visualize the first 50 movements of the indestructible golden body. At noon, it was time to eat. The village was filled with the smell of barbecued meat and the rich aroma of cooked animal milk. The villagers gathered in the big dam of the village, drinking big bowls of animal milk and eating big mouthfuls of animal meat. The women of the village were even dancing to liven up the atmosphere. Princess Mo Hen and her family had quickly integrated into this circle. They danced, laughed, and chatted with the villagers. A group of wimpy children liked Princess Mo Hen very much. They pestered her and asked her to tell them stories. Xiao Han was still standing at the entrance of the village. He smelled the fragrance of meat and milk. His stomach growled and he swallowed his saliva. He also wanted to go over and eat heartily, but he really could not move. At this time, when the indestructible golden body was resisting the heavy pressure, it actually produced some power. Xiao Han's heart moved. His physical strength was quietly increasing. His bones and internal organs were also gradually turning golden. The bone text became clearer and more obvious. Xiao Han. Princess Mo Hen ran over, holding a jar of animal milk and a piece of roasted golden animal meat. Lunch, here. 17. Xiao Han said with difficulty. I can't move my hand. Xiao Han raised his right hand with difficulty. However, after a few inches, it drooped down powerlessly. Princess Mo Hen's pretty face slightly blushed. She immediately approached Xiao Han and carefully brought the animal milk in the stone jar to Xiao Han's mouth. Oh. Xiao Han was also a little embarrassed. However, his will could not resist the fragrance of the animal milk. After drinking a jar of animal milk, Princess Mo Hen personally tore the animal meat into strips and fed them to Xiao Han's mouth. Her service was very thoughtful. Xiao Han, we drank the stinky lake water, so we can move freely. Otherwise. Princess Mo Hen looked back and then whispered in Xiao Han's ear. I will go out and get you a few bags of stinky lake water. After you drink it, you will be like us. That won't do. Xiao Han flatly refused. 17. I want to adapt to the village life by myself. I will not drink the lake water. This is cultivation. Tempering the shell, internal organs, and flesh. It can even temper my soul, which is a great help. 2 years later, I will become a demon hero. You can definitely do it. Princess Mo Hen clenched her fist. You are the strongest man that God gave to Mo Hen. What did you say? What God? Xiao Han was stunned. No. Mo Hen didn't say anything. Princess Mo Hen was so flustered that her ears turned red. She turned around and ran away. Several hours passed. The sky gradually darkened. Bang! Finally, Xiao Han could take a big step horizontally. I can finally move. Xiao Han wiped the sweat on his forehead and felt a little gratified in his heart. At night. Xiao Han could not lie down, so he stood there and closed his eyes to sleep. Early the next morning. Princess Mo Hen's face was red. She shyly came to feed Xiao Han the animal milk and mumbled. Xiao Han, this animal milk is said to be squeezed out from a female beast with Pai Xiu bloodline. It is cooked with special herbs. Drinking it often can strengthen the muscles and bones and increase strength. At this time, a large group of children followed Xiao Mingchu out of the village to hunt. Big brother Xiao Han, big brother Mingchu said that you will play with us in the future. You have to work hard. A 4 or 5-year-old boy said to Xiao Han with a smile. Yes, I will. Xiao Han nodded his head heavily. Chapter 120. Just like this, Xiao Han stayed in the Great Desolation ancient village. He tried his best to blend into the villagers' lives. The gravity here was several times, 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than the outside world. It pressed down on the human body, internal organs, blood vessels, cells, and even the mind and soul. Xiao Mingqiu and the kids returned to the village from their hunt and brought back some huge beasts, such as a black one that was over 100 feet long and a tiger-like beast that was over 20 feet long. Junior brother Xiao Han, how is it? Xiao Mingqiu walked over and asked Xiao Han, who was standing like a wooden stake. Eldest senior brother, today I can take a big step horizontally. Xiao Han took a leap and covered a distance of more than a meter. Not bad. Continue to work hard. Xiao Mingqiu smiled and patted Xiao Han's shoulder, almost causing him to fall. He staggered and stood up with difficulty. The villagers began to dismember their prey. Now that there were more than 1,000 people in the village who needed to open their mouths to eat, the villagers were even busier than usual. However, they were extremely simple and did not complain. Xiao Mingqiu sat on a stone stool, using a sharpened black stone to carve runes on a bone arrow. Streams of light flowed around the bone arrow, and the bone arrow emitted a dazzling golden light, looking extremely mystical. Who? Xiao Han let out a mouthful of turbid air. I didn't expect that under this kind of pressure, the indestructible golden body would not be destroyed. Instead, it gave birth to new energy and constantly nourished my bones, blood, and organs. It even strengthened every cell and thickened the walls of my blood vessels. It seems that eldest senior brother brought me to this ancient village to develop my body's potential to the greatest extent. Now, the indestructible golden body had become Xiao Han's reliance in this ancient village. It made him more eager than ever to study this strange technique. Big brother Mingqiu. Why is there a golden light flashing on big brother Xiao Han's body? A few kids saw the golden light on Xiao Han's body and curiously ran over to ask Xiao Mingqiu. Xiao Mingqiu raised his lazy eyes and glanced at Xiao Han as he murmured to himself. Junior brother Xiao Han's body refining technique is truly tyrannical. During lunchtime, Princess Mo Hen brought roasted meat and beast milk to Xiao Han. She also filled a jar of fresh beast blood for Xiao Han to drink. Xiao Han, this is the blood of the Black Luan. It can strengthen one's foundation and is like a precious medicine. You should drink it. All right, Xiao Han thought to himself. He really did need some nourishment. The phoenix blood shone with golden light. The color was extremely gorgeous, translucent like a red agate, and it emitted a simple aura of the desolate plains. Princess Mo Hen helped Xiao Han drink the Luan blood. The moment the phoenix blood entered his mouth, Xiao Han felt a ball of fire rush up his throat. Xiao Han even felt the miserable cries of a Luan bursting out from his chest and abdomen. The Luan blood was quickly suppressed by his physical body and refined into beams of dazzling divine light, fusing into Xiao Han's bones, organs, and cells. My physical strength has increased by around 2 cauldrons. Xiao Han was both surprised and overjoyed as he licked his lips. 17, this phoenix blood is not bad. Give me some more. Princess Mo Hen covered her mouth and smiled. This is precious blood, the villagers all cherish it very much. They usually give it to the children to drink. Fortunately, those children like me very much. Wait a moment, I'll go get it for you. Princess Mo Hen also asked for a jar of Luan blood. He helped Xiao Han drink it. 10 days had passed. After continuously cultivating the indestructible golden body, coupled with the nourishment from the precious blood and beast milk, Xiao Han's physical strength had reached 2,500 cauldrons. Finally, Xiao Han could stay in the outer area of the ancient village where the pressure was smaller. He could walk normally. Haha. Eldest senior brother, this little brother has completely adapted to the pressure here. I don't feel that my steps are heavy and I can't walk anymore. Xiao Han walked while smiling at Xiao Mingqiu, who was sitting on a stone bench. Xiao Mingqiu raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Han as he said indifferently, just walking is not enough. You need to run at full speed. 1 month later. Bang! 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 Xiao Han madly ran in circles at the entrance of the village. Trampling on the ground, he completely ignored the pressure in this area and ran as fast as lightning like a leopard or a wolf. Boom! Xiao Han not only ran but also jumped. He could jump close to 10 meters high from the ground and jump 10 meters away from the same spot. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, enter the 20x gravity area. Xiao Mingqiu looked at Xiao Han's eyes and finally revealed some appreciation and gratification. He asked Xiao Han to move more than 10 meters from the entrance of the village. 20x gravity area. After entering the 20x gravity area, Xiao Han could not be arrogant anymore. He was suppressed by the gravity to the point that he was panting like a bull and did not move an inch. Just lifting a finger took a lot of effort. Moving half a meter would completely exhaust his physical strength. But this time, Xiao Han had experience and was no longer flustered. He quietly cultivated the indestructible golden body and drank precious blood every day. In order to help Xiao Han adapt to the life in the ancient village, Xiao Mingqiu would go out to hunt every day. He would always bring back huge ferocious beasts and Luan corpses and squeeze out fresh precious blood for Xiao Han to drink. 3 months later, Xiao Han had completely adapted to the 20x gravity area. With a casual movement of his body, he could move a few meters forward. Thick golden clouds rolled and rolled, mixed with ancient bone inscriptions, making Xiao Han feel as if he was bathed in a miracle. The more he cultivated the indestructible golden body, the more profound it became. The strength of his flesh had broken through to 3,000 ding. Moreover, it was not only his flesh that had increased in strength. Even his bones, blood, organs, cells, and blood vessels were many times stronger. Xiao Mingqiu looked at Xiao Han with more and more admiration. This kid is improving very fast. It has far exceeded my expectations. In fact, his performance is even more outstanding than when I first entered the ancient village. It can be said to be perfect. Xiao Mingqiu said in his heart. 40x gravity area. 6 months later. Xiao Han did not know how many bottles of precious blood he drank and how many ferocious beasts he had eaten. His flesh strength had increased to 4,000 ding and he conquered the 40x gravity area. 60x gravity area. 9 months later. Xiao Han's flesh strength had increased to 5,000 ding. 60x gravity area. 80x gravity area. 1 year and 2 months. Xiao Han's flesh strength had increased to 6,000 ding. 80x gravity area. 100x gravity area. 100x gravity area was the core area of the ancient village. The strongest pressure. 1.5 years. Xiao Han's flesh strength had increased to 7,000 ding. He had finally conquered the 100x gravity area. One day, bang. 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 Xiao Han was in the center of the ancient village, chasing and playing with a group of kids. Xiao Han took a big step and jumped a few meters, grabbing the collar of a kid. He lifted him up with one hand. Xiao Hu, you can't run away, right? TSK, Xiao Hu is quite heavy. He's only 7 years old but his body already weighs a few thousand jin. What a small savage beast. Big brother Xiao Han, you run so fast now. We can't even catch up to you. Xiao Hu smiled. Xiao Hu revealed his cute canine teeth. Xiao Mingqiu and the village chief were sitting on a stone bench. Mingqiu, little brother Xiao Han has completely adapted to the life in the ancient village. It really wasn't easy. In this 1.5 years, he suffered a lot and tempered his flesh shell day and night. Now, he can finally play with the kids. The old village chief beamed with joy. Once little brother Xiao Han goes out, he will become the strongest hunter in the outer region of the great wilderness. He won't lose to the younger generation of those big tribes. It can be considered a small achievement. At least he's stronger than me back then. I used 3 years to adapt to the life in the ancient village, but little brother Xiao Han only used 1.5 years. Xiao Mingqiu was very pleased. But I can't let him be arrogant and complacent. This is to build the foundation. To make up for the inherent gap between him and those geniuses from the ancient countries. Heh. This year's Devil Hero selection competition is very cruel. It is said to be the most cruel in history. I hope little brother Xiao Han can survive. Yes. Those young people from the ancient countries are no different from wild beasts. Their blood qi is overflowing and they can destroy big wands with their bare hands. They can also cultivate true qi. Our ancient village seems to be cursed. The villagers can't open their true meridians. We can only find the ancestral land. Maybe we can solve this problem. The outside world is very exciting. I also want the children in the village to go out and explore. But the premise is that we can find a way for the villagers to open their true meridians and cultivate true qi. Old village chief, Mingqiu, will do his best. I will help the ancient villagers find the ancestral land. Maybe it is in the depths of the great wilderness. When Mingqiu's strength is enough, I will go to the depths of the great wilderness. Xiao Mingqiu said very seriously. In the future, when little brother Xiao Han becomes stronger, he will also have the obligation to help the ancient villagers find the ancestral land. After all, he has received the kindness of the ancient villagers. I'm counting on you. The old village chief's smile was very simple. Village chief, you are too polite. Xiao Mingqiu quickly said. Big brother, old village chief. Xiao Han played with the children for a while and then sat down on the stone bench. Little brother Xiao Han, you can now go hunting with Mingqiu and the children. Your flesh shell is already strong enough and does not lose to the villagers of our ancient village. Moreover, you have cultivated true qi. You can easily hunt fierce wands. The old village chief smiled and patted Xiao Han's shoulder. His attitude was like a happy conversation between an elder and a junior. After living in the ancient village for a year and a half, Xiao Han had already established a close relationship with everyone in the village. The simplicity and kindness of the ancient villagers touched Xiao Han. Big brother, I will go hunting with you tomorrow. Xiao Han said with great interest. For the past year and a half, I am indebted to the care of the ancient villagers. I have not been able to repay them. From tomorrow onwards, I am willing to hunt every day and hunt all kinds of wild beasts for the ancient villagers. Xiao Mingqiu looked at Xiao Han and smiled. You are still lacking a bit. Little brother Xiao Han, try jumping. Yes, big brother. Xiao Han stood up and tried his best to jump high and long. Now, Xiao Han could jump 10 feet high and 10 feet far. Junior brother Xiao Han, your pure physical strength has already reached 7,000 cauldrons. However, you are still unable to fully unleash 7,000 cauldrons of strength under 100 times the normal pressure. You still need to temper yourself for a while. Once you are able to unleash 7,000 cauldrons of strength under 100 times the normal pressure, I will bring you out for a hunt and give you a final tempering. This year's Hex Hero trial will begin in half a year. Make the best use of your time. All right. Big brother, thank you and the ancient villagers for your guidance in the past year and a half. Now, I am no longer afraid of the Hex Hero trial. I am even looking forward to the competition. I also want to see the younger generation of those ancient countries and powerful tribes. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.